Welcome into the 2024 NFL Draft Show here on Keon Sports. Guys, we have so much fun doing this show each and every year. And as we always say, it's also an interactive show. So I'm going to point it out right away. Everybody there watching on YouTube, you can see we have a little comment section set up there for you. So you want to predict one of the picks, you want to judge one of the picks, you just want to talk to one of us, whatever, leave us a comment. More than likely, we're going to be able to respond live. That's how fun this show is. So again, share the link here on YouTube. You want to email us? Email me, vince.mckee@keonsports.com. Tonight, so much excitement in the air for this draft. A lot of experts, including our own experts, have said this is probably one of the best first-round draft classes in a very long time. Tonight, we're going to see some magical stuff. Before we get too far into tonight, though, want to go ahead and introduce our panel once again. Some of us for the fifth year, and some of us now for the third year. Mm-hmm. So we're going to start with Cole McDaniel. Welcome in, Cole.
Yeah, good to be with you. Again, 5 years. We did the first 2 years on Podbean. Last 3 have been up on YouTube. And last year, the highlights got involved. So credit to Brandon, who, of course, you're going to see running the highlights. Going to have those up for you again this year. And a little bit of a new look as well on the format with how this show is going to look here this year. So loving the new layout. And, of course, I'll let Brandon do his appropriate shout-outs for the new layout as well.
Absolutely. Also joining us this year from 92.3 The Fan, Dom Cleary.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back. Third year doing this. When we did it, it was just straight video, and now we have a whole production with highlights. I know Brandon's worked really hard to give us that, and I mean this is a high quality show, and it's a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun. I know a lot of people have fun viewing it. Really excited to talk about all these prospects and get this draft. It's one that it's a dead period for sports, but for us, this is one of the most exciting times of the year. So I'm excited to get going.
Well, you've already heard his name 3 times already. I'm going to say it for a fourth. This guy is the straw that stirs the drink. Couldn't do it without him. Brandon Soder Penner. Don't call him Pop. It is Soder. Brandon, welcome back. You're, I want to say, at least 4th year with us now. Mm-hmm. And, man, what a treat to have you back. What can fans be in store tonight to see from what you have in store for them?
Yeah, so, and again, I think it is the 5th year. I remember the 2 Podbean years, which were, it's incredible how far we've been able to take this since then. And I credit you guys for all the hard work that you're able to do, not only from a content side, but from assisting getting all this set up. But so what you're going to see, similar to last year, for the first round, unless we have a team like, the Patriots again, pick a player that is way outside of consensus, we've got highlight packages put together for you for all of the prospects that you're going to see here tonight. Some even potentially into tomorrow for night 2. So excited to share those again. And then outside of that, you'll see that the format is a little bit streamlined this year. We've got a kind of a different color, different look to the layout if you're watching live on YouTube. I've got to shout out Erin Crowley, my girlfriend, for helping me put this together. She is a savant when it comes to the graphics and different things that you're going to see. So credit there as well. But yeah, that pretty much covers it. So it's going to look pretty. And on top of that, we've got, great content for you as well. I know Cole puts in an incredible amount of time into evaluating these prospects. Dom really getting into it this year as well and able to kind of provide the player side of it as well, having been a D3 college football player. Vince, again, on the hosting duties. And then, of course, I'll chip in where I can as well. But, I'm excited.
Brandon, thank you as always. Guys, we're going to jump right to it here in a second. Again, want to mention it again, vince.mckee@keonsports.com. We are accepting sponsorships as this show is going on. So hit us up with your questions, with your sponsorship leads, whatever you want to talk about. We will do our best to get to it. Before we begin our roundtable discussion and pick number 1, which will be coming up in a little bit about 20 to 25 minutes with the Bears on the board, we're going to get to all that in a second. But again, we can do what we're able to do because of our sponsors, and we have some phenomenal ones this year. Going to start with JBL Roofing and Construction, Cement Mason Local, the 404 Union, Mickey Mart, Got You Covered Avon, Lolly's Handyman Service, Lou Grosso Accounting and Tax Services, the man who takes care of me, and Every Step Senior. As the weekend goes on, as you know, Cole and myself always do 2 nights. Tomorrow night's usually my personal favorite. I love the Friday night aspect of the draft. This year, Brandon will be joining us as well. As the weekend goes on, we'll tell you more about those sponsors. But enough of the yakety yak. It is football time 2024. Are you guys ready? The enthusiasm's off the page.
Yeah, I think the enough of the yakety yak totally threw us off.
Don't talk back. Yakety yak, don't talk back.
Yep.
All right.
I know.
I'm going up to the song lyrics.
Right.
I'm like 10 seconds away from ending
you
the
made me
stream
start
And
already.
I've
You
already
guys are
been
on
fired
fire.
twice tonight. So.
You made me start thinking John Candy and the Great Outdoors. Of course, when you did that, what a great movie. So,
Yeah, you know, we'll talk about it more tomorrow night, but
Yeah.
Cotton Eye Joe came up over the weekend. I went to text
Oh,
him
yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the daddy-daughter dance?
the ideal wedding song.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, guys, we're going to start it with this. Give me some time to share the link all over social media and flood people's pages. I have 3 questions for each one of you. We'll start with Cole. We'll go to Dom. Dom will swing it over to Brandon, and at some point, unfortunately, I'm going to have to talk again. But here we are. 3 questions for everybody. Out of the quarterbacks expected to go in the first round, which do you consider having the highest ceiling of being a star in this league? And which do you consider having the greatest chance of being a bust? I mentioned this because if you go back to the 2021 draft, names like Zach Wilson, Justin Fields haven't done too much yet, and then you have Trevor Lawrence who's really on that brink. Look back, guys. Go ahead, look at that 2021 draft, and you'll know why I asked that question. Question number 2. As you did your draft analysis this year, which all 3 of you went deep into it,
Yep.
right? What team was the hardest to prep for? I think that's a very valid question. And then number 3, of the teams without a first-round pick, Cleveland, Carolina, and Houston, ironically 3 teams that have never won a Super Bowl, 2 franchises that have never been to a Super Bowl, but Cleveland, Carolina, and Houston, out of those 3, can any of them possibly, somehow, some way, trade back up into the first round? I personally don't see it happening, but that's okay. Now, with that being said, also, how many trades do you expect in this first round? Cole, we'll start with you. I'm going to go flood some timelines.
Okay. So you want me to run through all 3 questions or just start with number 1?
It's your show.
Okay, cool. Well, Vince has officially been let go. No, I'm just kidding.
Yakety yak.
But with the first topic that you discussed, the quarterbacks, Caleb Williams has to be the guy with the highest ceiling. I think everybody expects that coming into this draft. Talking about this draft class, going into this coming year, you know, the draft's supposed to get underway in officially about 2 minutes. And when the Chicago Bears go up on the clock, I think everybody here is expecting that Caleb Williams is going to be that pick. It's about as sure as you can get to 100% in the draft. So Caleb Williams is going to go to the Chicago Bears. I think he is the highest ceiling. Now, despite having the highest ceiling, do I think he'll be the most successful quarterback? No, because part of him going to the Bears, we know how the Bears have been, even with their good wide receiver weapons that they have in DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. We'll see if they add another receiver early like Rome Odunze. But ultimately, the Bears, it's hard to fully trust them. And so I do think there will be some ups and downs, certainly, in Caleb Williams' career. The guy who I think is going to have maybe the best potential to be successful is Michael Penix. He's a guy who's getting slept on. Some of the others who are going to get selected in the top 3 picks, they're going to worse situations than Penix, who may go to the Minnesota Vikings, who, you know, they have great receiving weapons. He could go to the Las Vegas Raiders. So I actually think Penix, despite not having as high of a ceiling as Caleb Williams, I think he'll probably be more successful. I think it's safe to assume most likely to be a bust. I'm sticking with J.J. McCarthy. I think he's been overvalued. He was shielded by the system at Michigan. He has good intangibles, but ultimately, I don't know if he can go out there and throw the ball 30, 40 times per game and be successful at doing it. So, again, I'd still think it would be funny if he ends up with the New York Giants and he's replacing Daniel Jones when they're very similar quarterbacks, but ultimately, I think he's most likely to be the bust. The second question, Vince was talking about who's the toughest team to evaluate. I'm going to actually say it was the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams have a ton of picks, so you're thinking, how's it tough to evaluate? They've got a plethora of picks. They may have the worst defense on paper I've ever seen coming into right before the draft. And it only got worse with Aaron Donald now announcing his retirement. So I honestly think that the Rams, if they're smart, they draft defense almost every single pick this entire draft. So it's hard to pinpoint what players should actually go to them. They just really need to take best available on the defensive end. So it was hard in the mock draft to pinpoint who they should really take because they have so many needs at every position on defense. And then the final question. Remind me of the final question here, Vince.
Well, the final question was, let me pull that up for you again.
About Houston, Carolina, and
Yeah, I mean, between,
Browns.
with the Browns, Houston, Carolina, do you see any of them trading up? And if not, what do you see trade-wise happening in the first round? We got quite a bit of time here.
I do not see any of those teams trading up. The Browns, I don't even know if they're going to hit the phones. They're going to say that they hit the phones. I honestly think they might just sit back in Berea at the training facility and just watch today. And just look at their board. They might move some names around a little bit, but I don't even know if they'll actually hit the phones. You can forget about Cleveland trading up. It's going to be a quiet night for them. As for the Texans, maybe they make a move, but I don't think they have the need to. Carolina is probably most likely. If they see somebody that they love, they are only sitting at pick 33, one spot outside of the first round, so it wouldn't be hard for them to move up to 28, 27, 26. That's not that far of a jump, so I do think that would be possible for them. So we will see, obviously, if anybody actually makes the trade up, but ultimately, I'm going to say none of those teams. I actually think that people are overestimating trades early. You're hearing a lot about pick 4, the Cardinals trading. I think they have to stick where they are. I don't think the Chargers move either. I think the big thing for them, trade-wise, is actually probably going to be the Falcons maybe at 8. A lot of their top 30 visits were guys who were in the middle of the first round, people who should be there after pick 10. So I could see Minnesota trading up, Denver trading up, the Raiders trading up to 8 to get a quarterback, and then you see the Falcons then taking one of the first defensive guys off the board in the early stages of the teens.
Dom, I mean, we're going to see some things tonight. I'll have you answer those 3 questions, but if you want to go in reverse order and start with the trades first, you can. I know a lot of people think Buffalo might have something to trade up with to get a better receiver. All kinds of craziness going on. Minnesota, the quarterback issue as well.
Yeah. So, well, first of all, I do want to give you a little correction. Carolina Panthers have been to 2 Super Bowls.
No, that's not what I said. I said 3 teams that have never won a Super Bowl.
Okay. Well, after that you did say neither of them have been to a Super Bowl either. So,
okay.
no, I don't see them trading to get in. I feel like they would have to give up more than that they have or be willing to have or willing to give up to get in the first round. And I think that the needs for these teams might be on the defensive end. For the first round, not a lot of these defensive players have a first round grade. So I don't know if this is the defensive draft to trade up to get a defender. I feel like there's a lot of good second and third round value players that these teams have picks in that they can trade up for. So yeah, I don't really see those 3 teams really trading up. When it comes to the first round, though, some of these teams moving around, there's discussions with the Steelers possibly trading for with the Broncos and giving up a first round pick, or swapping with the 49ers, or just giving up their first round pick in general. We also, Cole mentioned that the Cardinals might trade out. There's no one knows what the Chargers are doing. So the Cardinals and Chargers, the 4 and 5 pick, respectively, we don't know what they're doing there. Who knows, depending where the quarterbacks go, the Vikings could panic and trade up rather than sit back and hope that Michael Penix is there. So we could see, who knows, even Denver is a contender for trading up.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say those 3 teams are the contenders of trading up, but more of teams that are already in the first round that will trade up or swap to get ahead of a rival or a conference opponent.
I will say before you go on, Vince, by the way, why would Denver need a quarterback? They have Zach Wilson now.
Yeah, Denver's got some issues.
They have Ben DiNucci.
starts with their uniforms, and it doesn't get much better after that. So
Yeah, about nobody here is more disappointed in what the Denver Broncos are doing than obviously Vince McKee himself. So.
Yeah, and if you watch, and we hope you do, if you watch the Climate Tech Inc. NFL prediction show that Cole and I put on every week during football season, you'll see how big of a Broncos fan I am. So.
Yeah.
It has been a rough last week and a half, to say the least. Not sure what's going on. Maybe they have a miracle in the works tonight. That movie Draft Day, that was a near miracle that kid pulled off. Costner. So maybe
That's true.
maybe the Broncos
Sonny
have
Weaver.
Well,
Sonny
Vince.
Weaver. Maybe the Broncos have some Hollywood in them tonight. They're gonna need a miracle.
Well, that was a movie. I don't think that any
Yeah.
of swindling the Seahawks like that is ever possible
They need
again.
some social emotional if anybody does. Dom.
For the second question, remind me again what the second question was here, Vince.
It was who was the toughest to evaluate of all the teams.
I had a hard time figuring out what the Chargers are doing.
Mm.
I gave them Joe Alt because I thought that he should be a guy that they picked. But then I also thought after I made this, well, they need a wide receiver. Well, their defense also has a lot of issues. They need a defender. So I don't know what they're doing. I also don't think they have a running back unless they sign somebody.
Well, they have two running backs. They got Gus Edwards,
Gus Edwards.
and then J.K. Dobbins is coming in. Obviously, they have to try to keep
So
him
they have
healthy.
the Ravens running back room
They
from
have
2
the-
years ago.
They have the Ravens running back room,
Yeah.
exactly.
So they don't have any running backs. So
It depends upon the injury issues with the Dolphins.
So the Chargers have, and they're obviously not picking a running back with a first round pick, top 5. So I had a huge issue trying to figure out what they're going to do. I had a heck of a time trying to evaluate them. And I know you didn't ask this. I think the easiest team is the Bears, and not their first round pick. I thought their number 9 pick was pretty easy to look at. And I had them putting Adunze there strictly because I think he'd be the best player on the board to pick at that time. If he's still, it's assuming he's still available, but they don't need him because they have 2 good options. I'd prefer that they would have him so you'd have a rookie to grow with and mesh with. But I thought the Bears, I had an easy time evaluating the Bears and figuring out what they're going to do.
The interesting thing of Rome Odunze, and I'm on the same page as you because I had that in my mock, but Rome Odunze isn't a true slot. Actually, none of those 3 guys are true slots. But the interesting thing is, I think Keenan Allen would probably get a lot of the work out of the slot. But you could also make the argument that if you have DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze, why not move them around a bunch and confuse corners of who they're actually supposed to be matched up against? It could be a nice opportunity for the Bears offensively to throw some wrinkles at the defensive backs just by shifting those guys around so they never know where they're lining up. So that'd be a really interesting trio for Caleb Williams.
Yeah. And for that first question that you asked Cole there, Vince,
Busts and
who has the highest
busts?
ceiling?
Yep.
I like Michael Penix. I watch a lot of college
definitely a
football.
fan of his.
I think I probably watch more college football than the average human being is supposed to consume. I mean, I don't know how many people you know that's willing to watch Utah State versus UTEP on a Tuesday night at 1 a.m. That's me. But I watched a lot of Washington football this year. Other than he's a lefty and lefties throw a little wonky, how do you not like Penix? I mean, I don't understand how he's fallen on the quarterback rankings. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
I watched J.J. McCarthy and I thought, wow, I could do that. There's not one thing that Penix has done in his life that I thought, wow, I can do that too. I mean, I know everyone loves Drake May. I think Drake May is a good quarterback. He's a top 5 pick for a reason. I don't think he's better than Penix. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
But that's where I have it. I think Jaden Daniels had the oddest Heisman season. And by the way, he's going to get injured in his rookie year because he takes hits harder than any quarterback I've ever seen in my
Yes.
life. When he gets hit, he flies 25 yards.
Jaden Daniels, he was my 3rd ranked quarterback prospect, 1 spot behind Michael Penix. And I think Penix should have won the Heisman. The thing with Daniels
agree.
is, sure, he has that Lamar Jackson running ability. He can make big plays with his arm. His problem is he takes so many unnecessary hits, and with that slender build, he's going to put himself in harm's way. The thing is, if you play fantasy football, you're going to love having Jaden Daniels. But for actual football purposes and the longevity of a career, he's got to learn to slide, and he's got to find a way to not take those hits, and you're absolutely spot on.
So yeah, I think Penix is the highest ceiling. And you said that J.J. McCartney is most likely the best. I agree with you. I don't just want to copy and paste what you said.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go a little differently here. When I think of bust, I think of someone who I actually think is going to be a good quarterback. I don't think J.J. McCarthy is. I think he's going to be a backup quarterback for a few years. There's going to be selling insurance in local Ann Arbor insurance places. So, and then I want to say Bo Nix. I also don't think he's going to be in the league very long as a starter. So I'm not going to say him. I'm going to say who we just talked about. Jaden Daniels is going to be a bust. When I watch him, I think he's really athletic. I think he's always going to find a job in the NFL. We're going to see him thrown around a lot. I don't think that he is one of the better quarterbacks. I think the three quarterbacks that are going to have a great career, possibly, is Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Penix Jr. I just don't see that for Jaden Daniels. I hope it does. He's really fun to watch. I had a lot of fun watching him the past few years, even when he was at Arizona State. I don't see him being a successful quarterback in the NFL.
I actually agree with you on that one. Not that he's going to be a bust. I don't know. But I think out of all the guys there that you just mentioned, he has the biggest boom bust, I think, right in the middle, right? And if I absolutely had to make a bet, I'm going to have to say bust too.
His ceiling's so high, but the floor is absolutely low.
And I don't think it might even be performance thing with him. I think we could see him taking
Robert Griffin III type of situation.
I mean, he took a hit where it looked like it was a Swiglet football player playing against a college team, where he got thrown, and that worries me, because if T.J. Watt is running at him, Myles Garrett is running at him, if Parsons is running at him, what's he gonna do? Like he's gonna go flying a mile.
Well, do you remember first game of the season, LSU versus Florida State, and he tried to hurdle the entire line,
and he got tossed.
He ran straight into the middle and tried to jump over everybody in the line.
Well, Brandon, we got a little over 9 minutes to go, and probably less than that, 'cause I don't think anybody thinks Chicago's going to use the full clock. We want to give you all the time we can, so go right ahead with those three questions.
Yeah, so I'll go in the kind of the original order here. You guys, I couldn't really agree with you more as far as who's the most likely to bust. J.J. McCarthy, and then I was actually going to go into a little bit of Jaden Daniels. So just to touch on both of those guys, McCarthy, we just don't really know yet. We're going off of somebody that has really good physical traits, I guess. He's not even the most well-built quarterback in this draft, who had a great team around him, who had a great running game, a great offensive line, and was only asked to throw the ball 18 to 20 times a game. So there's just too much high variance there for me, for McCarthy, but just because it's the unknown, I guess people are intrigued, and maybe he does still turn into something. I'm also concerned about Jaden Daniels. Daniels has more obvious upside, but in addition to what we've already talked about a little bit, the constantly putting himself into danger, which cost his team games last year. If you remember correctly, I believe, was it the Alabama game where he was actually out for a significant portion of the game, and they may win that if he continues to play. If he's knocked out again, just running unprotected, not looking to slide, not looking to go out of bounds. And you know how this league works. The best ability is going to be availability. So that's worrisome. On top of that, though, something that I think is going to be even harder for him to learn than protecting himself, he is not to the point where he's throwing his receivers open, right? People can talk about Penix having 3 NFL caliber receivers on his team, which helped him out a lot, but he throws his guys open, and he understands the routes probably better than anybody in this draft. He knows where to look. He knows how to pick apart a defense. Jaden Daniels, he is, throwing when those windows are there, and he's able to get away with that because he had Malik Neighbors and he had Brian Thomas Jr. So he needs some time going into the NFL, and going to Washington, where Marcus Mariota is the current only guy in front of him. And this is alleged. We don't know if he's going to Washington yet. That's just been the rumors to this point. But he's not going to be stepping into an ideal situation. Hopefully they have learned from the Robert Griffin experience that they need to teach this man how to protect himself and do what they can to protect him. But things are just not adding up great for Jaden Daniels if he ends up there. So, again, McCarthy I still think is the most likely to be a bust, but Daniels isn't too terribly far behind him. I'm still drafting Daniels, several picks ahead of McCarthy. Not even close. And then as far as, the most likely to be a star in the NFL, obviously Caleb Williams has to be mentioned in there. He does have a little bit more variance, I think, than Michael Penix Jr. I don't know where the hate for Penix is coming from other than maybe the injury history, but I hear that, and then I hear that he can't run. And while he's not the best throwing on the run, he ran a
4.46.
Yeah, 4.46. Dude's got wheels. He'll be fine, and he knows how to protect himself still. So he's going to have the best chance, and I think the least variance out of anybody. And then I know we mentioned Bo Nix briefly. I don't think he is going to be an earth-shattering quarterback. Like, Alex Smith is legitimately this guy's ceiling. But I also think because of that, he has very low bust potential. 5-year starter in college. He knows how to operate an offense. He gets the ball out quickly. So while he may not, be able to win for you constantly, he's not going to be the reason you lose a game either. So he's got the best chance to hang around in the league, whether it be a low-tier starter or a high-tier backup. But again, overall, I don't value a quarterback like that too terribly much.
Before you go on to the next question, Brandon, I want to say this. I was the one person who never even mentioned Bo Nix, and here's why. I don't even think he goes first round. To me, Bo Nix, I had him going in the third round to the Denver Broncos. I actually think he's somebody who could slip through the first round, maybe the second round, and the beginning of round 3 go. I actually think that Spencer Rattler has been on the rise, and Spencer Rattler may actually be selected before Bo Nix. So I had Rattler going in round 2 and Nix going in round 3, even though I prefer Nix.
I like that a lot, actually. I think Rattler's going to be a guy in the second round. People are going to be like, I thought he got drafted years ago.
Yeah, I actually had Rattler in my mock draft, second round to the Las Vegas Raiders, and Bo Nix to the Broncos in round 3.
You know what's
And
funny
for
too?
round 3 for Nix.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, we used to, more than a couple. I mean, we used to pick college games every year with Climate Tech, right?
Yeah.
And I felt like every year we were talking about Spencer Rattler and Bo Nix. In some form, their names would come up.
True.
Like, I mean, it helped that you picked a lot of Oregon games and stuff, but still, like, it was fun. We have our first comments in the chat room, and I don't know if anybody saw it, but we almost had our first collision.
I leaned over to read them, and
You would think by year 3 they'd stop sitting us by each other. I don't know who the producer of this show is, but oh my goodness.
I mean, you're the one that
You
sets
almost
the
took
order.
my hand off.
You're the one that gave me the recliner.
I was about to, listen, sometimes when you get a hand injury, it's not really easy to get to a sink to wipe it off. Anyways, so we have our first comments of the night. As the Bears have they're going to pick any second here. It looks like they already made it official. But our first comments of the night, Ben, no last name, so let's say Ben says Tony Bogan is going round 1. And let me tell you, if anybody on the Keon Sports staff deserves to be drafted, it's Tony Bogan.
Did the Saints trade up?
That would be a dream. And also Zachary Duncan, who's probably somebody who knows you.
Yeah, he's my good friend. Yeah.
So Zachary Duncan says
He watches every year, by the way.
Yeah.
who will come off? Yeah, and we
Comments
appreciate
every
that.
Yes, he
patronage.
does. Yeah.
Who will come off the board first? A player with the first name of Cole, Dominic, Vince, or Brandon.
Ooh.
And he says first picked should get to sit in the recliner for next year's draft. I love it.
Wow.
Great idea,
There's
Zach.
not going to be a Dominic drafted.
Guys, if you're a little too shy to have your name out there, A-OK. You could always email me, vince.mckee@keonsports.com, or my personal email. I'll throw it out there for you, coachvin14@yahoo.com. And our Twitter will be running all night long, and I believe that's SportsKey1.
Let me answer that. It will be Brandon. It will probably be Brandon Coleman, the offensive lineman of TCU.
So that means Brandon gets to sit in the recliner next year.
Probably.
More production notes.
That's going to be fun trying to produce that.
Yeah, good luck.
All of my, you guys can't see this on the broadcast right now, but I have a table in front of me with a monitor, 2 laptops, and then a million cords coming out of it. So that's going to be a lot of fun doing that
Yeah,
out of
you're
the
gonna-
recliner. But I'm looking forward to
You're
it.
gonna have the recliner, and your little box is you're just gonna be looking straight up your nostrils because you're gonna be leaning back.
All joking aside, though, the pick is in. Everybody does believe it to be Caleb Williams. Bit of a shock if it isn't.
Vince, I am
bet
draft
that's all we're gonna
eligible.
talk about the rest of the
this.
show.
I can't imagine a single person, like, it is what it is. And like we said, we joked around about that social emotional growth, but this is a guy who did a lot of different stranger things in his senior year at USC. Let's see what happens here. Goodell up there, and again, go to our page, keonsports.com. Look at all of our sponsors, and we're going to talk about them throughout the night. It's now official, the 2024 first pick overall out of USC, Caleb Williams. Cole, what will the Bears get? What are they going to get with this guy?
Well, they are going to get a city that I guess is probably thrilled about the pick in general. It is certainly one of those wow factor picks. The big thing for me, it's still tough for me to look back at what the Bears could have done, right? They ultimately could have kept Justin Fields. They could have done a huge haul for trading down from number 1, probably to number 2 or number 3, and taken Marvin Harrison Jr. And then they could have still used pick 9 on like a Dallas Turner or somebody else along those lines, Olu Fashanu. They could have gone a haul and kept Justin Fields, and I think it would have been the smartest move for them. Instead, they decide, we don't really know if we want to pay him past his rookie contract, so let's just restart things all over again. And sure, financially it may make some sense. Does it actually make a difference with the play on the field? I don't necessarily think it's going to make a huge difference. There's a lot of similar traits. Fields is a little bit bigger, Fields is a little bit stronger. I think Williams is maybe slightly more refined as a passer, but ultimately, in the end, they go with Caleb Williams. Fields is, of course, with the Pittsburgh Steelers now and maybe has an opportunity to compete with Russell Wilson. But Williams, he's going to have good receiving targets, at least the 2 he already has in DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. I think their offensive line's improving. It's not perfect at this point. I expect to see a lot of hero ball from him, a lot of what Deshaun Watson looked like in Houston, right, where sometimes he's holding on to that football too long. He'll take a bunch of sacks.
Back when he was really good.
But he'll also make a bunch of big plays. Until that offensive line really gets shored up even more, then he'll be able to sit in the pocket. But the question will be is, when he's sitting in the pocket, is he tall enough to see well over that offensive line? Because, again, he has the height issues. But the intangibles, the way he plays football, I mean, the athleticism's there, the arm strength's there, the skill set's there, as you're seeing on the highlights.
Dom, Caleb Williams, as Cole just said, Justin Fields going to Pittsburgh kind of surprised a lot of people. Mm-hmm. I was a big Fields fan. I've already mentioned the show 3 times tonight. We did it every week. We talked about Climate Tech Inc. NFL Prediction Show. Justin Fields was a guy that Cole and I were both very, very high on. I think the Bears would have been better actually keeping him, but that's my own 2 cents. Mm-hmm. Dom, what do you think about this pick, though, for Chicago? Because they have been snake bitten for about the last 30 years at quarterback. Rex Grossman took them to the Super Bowl, but outside that one fluke season.
Yeah, it's you look at the history, whether it's Kyle Orton, or I believe his name, or did I just name a wrestler?
No, Kyle Orton's correct.
You're correct.
Okay,
you are
okay.
correct.
Well, I didn't know if I Cowboy. Oh, that's Bob Orton. I just want to make sure I'm naming the right Orton here.
SmackDown's tomorrow night.
Okay, just make it short. Make it short. Because we're doing a SmackDown watch party instead of the draft party tomorrow night.
I'm stuck with this guy tomorrow. I would love you watching SmackDown draft. That's okay.
I will say, this quarterback pick doesn't surprise, right? Trubisky, when he was drafted in 2017, I think everyone was like, why? Why are they picking a guy that only has 10, 13, 14 games under his belt? Mm-hmm. This makes a lot of sense.
Should have took Watson.
I agree. It doesn't make sense. And there's a reason why that GM no longer has a job with Chicago. Though I would have kept with Fields. Again, it makes sense because if Fields doesn't work out, or if he does have a good year, you pay him and then he's bad. You spend all that money on a guy that had one good season. I get the pick. Yeah. You still have a number 9 pick. We'll see what they do there. I don't think they trade out of that. I think they keep that, grab another weapon for Williams. But I think they're also in a better spot than they were when they drafted Fields. They were a worse team when they drafted Fields. This team is ready to win 9 games in a year or 2. But this is still a team that is a year away from being a year away. I do believe that. I think they still need a year to develop. But I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking towards the end of the season, we're like, wow, 2 wins and they're over 500, and then maybe they have a collapse, whatever. But I think this is the right pick. I think it's the right guy for the situation. I really like Caleb Williams. Watched a lot of him the past 3 years. I think he's the right guy in the right spot. Hopefully they develop him correctly. I think they will. I think this is the one time since the 80s Chicago has a quarterback that is half decent.
What sucks for the Bears is last year was the year to really be within striking distance. They wouldn't have obviously caught the Lions, but it was the year for them to get second in the division and make it to the wild card. The bad part is it feels like they're too little too late, because they are taking some steps in the right direction, but they're still a distance behind the Lions. The Packers are on the upward climb right now. And the Vikings had a down year last year because of the Kirk Cousins injury. And now if they do this draft right, then the Vikings could maybe be competing. So the Bears now find themselves in the middle of the pack, and they're a year probably too late.
Well, I'll say this before we get to Brandon. A couple things. Spoke about it last week when we did the pre-show. I saw a lot of Caleb Williams 2 years ago that I liked. I never forget sitting there watching them play Utah, even in a game in which they lost. But watching that with Cole in the press box and saying, "Wow, this guy is the real deal. He looked great." I just kind of feel like he took a few steps back this past year. Brandon, before we get to you, I want to read another comment. Our guy, Devin Lowe, you talk about draft picks and free agents. This guy was the stud of free agents to come to Keon Sports last year. So happy to have you, buddy. Hope you're at home resting up that hand and feeling better. But he says Caleb Williams should be a stud. He agrees with Cole. It would have been far more beneficial to keep Fields and stock up on draft picks. So a little bit of both there. And again, Devin, shout out to you and that injured hand. So we are pulling for you to get better quick, buddy. Brandon, again, the Bears, did they make the right pick? And then really almost more important than that, number two, what's Washington going to do now? Do they go Jaden Daniels? Do they go Drake May? Do they go way off the board? What are the Commanders going to do?
So I'll just quickly say the Bears did do the right thing. It's difficult getting rid of Fields because he did have some potential to him. It's almost reminded me of a lesser version of the whole Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning situation. The thing is, maybe Fields does take that next step again next year, but Williams, by all intents and purposes, is one of the best prospects that we've seen at the quarterback position in a long time. So if you trade out of that and it doesn't work out for you, that entire front office is done at that point. So I completely understand why they made the pick, and I honestly do agree with it because I like Williams' stealing much more than I do for Justin Fields, as it looks like Washington is about to make the pick here. Again, you asked my opinion. I believe this is going to be Jaden Daniels. It seemed like the media was trying to move off of that the last few days, but I feel like that's going to be his final landing spot here.
Yeah, it's all smoke. It's got to be Daniels here.
Roger Goodell at the podium, pick number 2. And I do kind of wonder if anybody's going to be picked at a roller rink this year. It is Jaden Daniels, number 2, as you guys predicted, out of LSU. Brandon, we're actually going to stay with that. You know what? You got those highlights to worry about. My fault. Cole, I always forget. He's our highlight guy. Cole, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so this feels like a no-brainer pick. I mean, there was obviously smoke coming out of, the Adam Schefter report here recently about Jaden Daniels was unhappy with how the evaluation process was going with the Washington Commanders. I mean, supposedly when they brought him in, it wasn't clearly communicated that the other quarterbacks would be there too, and they basically hosted them all at the same time. Obviously, there's so much that goes on with reports and the smoke obviously that happens. Was that somebody else trying to maybe cause a riff and a concern because they wanted to get Jaden Daniels? Possibly. The thing for the Commanders, I do like Jaden Daniels in the sense of, like I said, he is my third-ranked prospect because his ceiling's so high. He has those Lamar Jackson tendencies and those flashes. Like, he could do some really good things if he can stay healthy at this next level. But Washington, are they the organization that I trust to manage Jaden Daniels well? I don't trust Washington, Maybe it's reminiscent of having Robert Griffin III, and obviously maybe it's not the same people in the organization, but it's still the same place.
Well, I mentioned...
And there's my concern.
I agree with you. Real quick, I'm going to say, I mentioned Chicago's been snake bit for the last 30 years at quarterback, so is Washington.
Yeah, they really have. So, Jaden Daniels, he has the arm strength, right? I think he's really accurate on his short and intermediate routes, like those passing underneath, passing on those intermediate routes. It's the deep ball he sometimes struggles with his accuracy issues. I think he can continue to develop that. Terry McLaurin is a really nice weapon for him. Maybe he can be the guy to unlock Jahan Dotson, who's been really underutilized the last couple years, and Dotson's a very good wide receiver who,
I like Dotson a lot,
who needs to get reps, and I think he needs to get more reps out of the slot because he's really shifty, but they're trying to throw him on the outside. They need a big-bodied receiver, move Jahan Dotson to the slot, and he's going to be way more effective. So maybe Daniels can help unlock that passing game a lot more than what we saw with Sam Howell last year. But I still think he's going to have his ups and downs, right? Daniels is going to have a long leash because he's going to have one game he's great and he's going to have one he's bad. And it's going to be that going back and forth until he maybe settles in 2-3 years down the road.
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, first of all, I know my dad's excited because he's actually going to a Commanders game this year with my uncle. They know the wide receiver coach, Andre Coleman, who graduated from Hickory High School. If you remember the Super Bowl against, it was San Diego versus the 49ers.
Yeah, the only big play they had, San Diego
was Andre Coleman.
Was
Andre Coleman.
Yep.
And my school has his jersey retired and has a golden football that says forever in football Super Bowl history. So I know my dad's excited. That's an insane mascot. The pig wearing the helmet. But I this is the right pick. I had them picking Drake May because I thought that there might be some issues with the smoke screen that obviously was thrown. I didn't know if it was a smoke screen or not. I obviously fell for it, but he seemed pretty happy being drafted.
Yeah.
By the Commanders. So this is the right pick. I think they have a few weapons they might be able to unlock. That running game has been off and on the past few years with the running backs they brought in. I think you bring a quarterback that can run. You have the play action game that could be unlocked. Maybe if you add a lineman or two here in the draft, this team can be a good offense. I wish they wouldn't have imploded their defense, because if that wasn't the case, this team would be primed and ready to go to possibly have a maybe not a 500 record, but to challenge it and look pretty throughout the year. This team's going to be probably going through some rebrands here. They construct their roster going forward.
Yeah.
They're going to reconstruct that brand. The new ownership group has shown that they might want to go back to the old name, the redacted name, or the redacted logo. So we'll see what they do there. He could be the guy that they push forward and be the future of this team. I hope he is. I know I said he's going to be the bust, but I hope I'm wrong.
They need to hammer O-line the rest of this draft as well, because O-line is an issue.
No,
for
what
them.
about defense? When we go in the second round here.
Yeah, but they have to touch on O-line because they have to protect him for sure.
I was actually a big Dwayne Haskins fan.
Yeah.
Quite frankly,
Yeah.
I don't think he got a real shot at it. Quite frankly, you know, Brandon in our chat box here, Johnny Guzman says he is so happy. He's a huge Jaden Daniels fan. He's gonna be rooting for
Big
the
Commanders fan
for the
as well.
Commanders, he said, yeah. So thank you, Johnny Guzman. You know, Brandon's funny because we talked about just now the Bears and the Commanders, Redskins, whatever you want to call them, have had such futility at quarterback. Really going back to when I was a little kid. I mean, it's been a long time that they've needed this great quarterback.
Doug Williams was the last one to win a Super Bowl there, correct?
No, Mark Rippon. But regardless, we look at that, right? And the next team is the exact opposite, because they had a guy like Tom Brady who was really one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, and in my opinion, probably the best. So the Patriots, are they going to roll the dice again on another quarterback, or do you see, you know, new head coach, new vision, new everything? What are the Patriots going to do here?
Yeah, I think they're going to end up taking a quarterback. I don't necessarily think it's the best move. There are too many holes on that team that need to be, you know, addressed first. They have Jacoby Brissett, who he's not going to win you a Super Bowl. He's probably not going to take you to the playoffs, but they at least have an adult in the room. Yeah. I don't think it's as dire of a situation as places like Denver and otherwise. Sorry, New England is making this pick. We'll go ahead and flip over.
I think Drake May is the best quarterback in this draft. So if they do take him, and there it is, Drake May, North Carolina. Yeah. So I think it's a smart pick. But again, you guys do this. You know, you go way deeper than I do. I just, you know, I read your stuff. But I really like this pick actually a lot. Cole?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty straightforward. All the J.J. McCarthy talk has been a big deal about. It was specifically this pick, right, is when things started to get dicey with the J.J. McCarthy talk. But it made too much sense where if Drake May is sitting there, why not take him? Drake May doesn't have the ceiling of Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams, but he may have a higher floor than the rest of them. So I think he has a tighter window, right, where he could be a good quarterback, but he's also not going to be like a bust. I think he's just going to be an average quarterback in this league. And will an average quarterback be able to do enough with that current Patriots roster? I don't think so. This isn't the Patriots of old. Their organizations, in many ways, I felt like started to collapse a little bit. So the problem is, sure, it's the right pick for them, maybe the right decision in the spot, but does he have enough around him? They have one of the worst wide receiver rooms in the entire NFL. And I just see a roster that's void of talent. And unfortunately for Drake May, I think it's going to be a rough year upcoming. Not necessarily statistically maybe for him, but I just don't think it's going to be like you're going to see him taking them to the promised land and he hits a whole another stratosphere than Mac Jones hit. He's better than Mac Jones by far, but I don't necessarily see him adding 2 or 3 more wins this next year, honestly.
I kind of do. Dom?
Yeah, this Patriots roster might be the worst roster in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
Well,
and trust me,
they didn't show up on offense a lot last year. I'll give you that. They just completely quit.
I mean, and you know what? There's a culture overhaul. I believe that they just took a small step forward with the coaching hire. I think that they're going to be better in a few years. But like I always said with Chicago, how they're a year away from being a year away. This team is a year away from being a year away from being a year away from being a year away. They have a hot minute until this team's ready. And I'm always very iffy about starting it off with a quarterback. Like example, when the Browns, they didn't win a single game. What did they do? Or was it they won one game?
Quarterback. The problem is you need people, you need blockers for that quarterback.
Yeah.
You need weapons for that quarterback. If you just throw a quarterback out there with garbage, they're going to play like garbage.
Well, the one thing that I was saying, like with like how the Browns they win one game in a year. What do they draft? They draft Myles Garrett. They build from the defense. Now their defense is one of the most respected defense. It started in 2016.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of build that defense, build that line, and then draft a quarterback. Now, if you think this is your guy, and they have to think that if they're picking a quarterback before anything else is established, fine, do what you have to do. But we even saw the Texans. They had a quarterback in there that obviously was not an NFL caliber quarterback. And they won a few games. They were competitive. They looked tough at times, but they stunk. And they got the top picks in the draft. Now they're a good team because they started with defense with, what was it, Stingley Jr., I believe. And then, last year they had 2 first-round picks thanks to the Browns. They ended up drafting the quarterback who was the best rookie quarterback season that we've seen in a very long time.
Unbelievable.
And then they draft a pass rusher.
They traded up with this team who's on the clock right now, the Arizona Cardinals, to get Will Anderson Jr.
Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
And you know what? The edge position, that pass rush position, is probably one of if not the most important position on defense right now, because we see what TJ Watt does, we see what Parsons does, we see what Myles Garrett does, and how that's your building block on your defense.
Yeah.
And that's how you should build your team up. And the Texans did that. It worked. The Browns, it took a while, but it worked. Now we'll see what happens with New England, but I'm scared on how this process is working for them.
You know, Brandon, this is a situation here where the Cardinals, a couple of years ago, looking pretty good. Kyler Murray winning games, everything looked good, and then everything just kind of fell apart. They couldn't win in December. I think it was 3 straight seasons without any wins in December. Just a wonky team to try to follow with the Arizona Cardinals. Now in one of the best divisions in football as well, so it's not going to get much easier for them. What do you see the Cardinals doing here tonight?
Well, they better take Marvin Harrison Jr. here.
It should be
I
obvious.
believe. Tell me if I'm wrong, Cole. He was my number 1 overall rated prospect. I believe he was yours as well, or
That's
he's
correct.
in the top 2 at least.
Yep.
And it's their biggest need right now. You have the quarterback. There's obviously some other. That defense isn't great. That offensive line isn't great. But man, you don't get an offensive playmaker like Marvin Harrison to just fall in your lap like this every year. And on top of that, you still have an additional pick in the first round that you can play around with if you're Arizona. So considering that they didn't trade this pick to a team looking to get a quarterback, or at least it doesn't look like it, Marvin Harrison Jr. has to be the pick. Signed, sealed, delivered. Call it done.
Yeah, and Rondale Moore obviously went to the Atlanta Falcons. Who,
Yes, he
of
did.
course, you
I'm
were a
very
fan of
excited
the
about that,
Falcons.
actually.
So, losing Rondale Moore, I mean, Michael Wilson had a good year for them last year, but I think Trey McBride was their best receiver, and he's a tight end. So, getting Marvin Harrison Jr. could be crucial for them, and of course, Roger Goodell up at the podium, and Vince will announce the pick.
So there we go. Shock to nobody. It is Marvin Harrison Jr. Wide receiver at Ohio State. Definitely the Buckeyes losing a good one there. Talked a little bit about it last week. Talked a little bit about it on our pre-show tonight over dinner. I really thought, Jim Harbaugh, this is a big reason he came to the Chargers thinking he might have a shot at this guy. Had to have, coach against him for a few years. But hey, no dice for Harbaugh. He goes to Arizona. Cole, I don't think anybody's going to disagree being on the top of Brandon's big board, your big board.
Yeah.
Really, again, what makes this guy so special, and what kind of chemistry do you think he'll have with Kyler Murray?
Well, the biggest thing for him, and this is something I talked about with for Browns Digest on SI, Marvin Harrison Sr. was a Hall of Famer, right? But his son, Marvin Harrison Jr., who's just selected here by the Cardinals, bigger, faster, stronger, right? All the intangibles point more towards him, and his dad was incredible. So with all the intangibles being even better for Marvin Harrison Jr., will he reach that same level? Well, we'll see statistically, right? We'll see if he can stay healthy throughout his career, because crazy things happen. It's a lot of pressure to put on the kid, but he has all the ability in the world to be not only one of the best wide receivers in this league immediately, but he has the potential to have an incredible career and probably be a Hall of Famer himself because that's his skill set. He goes to a place in Arizona where they're void of weapons on the outside at the moment. So he should get target after target after target, and even some of the best NFL DBs, they're going to have a hard time dealing with his precise route running, his ability to high point the football, and the body control he has. I think the body control he has is one of the most impressive traits I've ever seen. The way he can really stretch out of bounds and keep his toe in bounds and haul in a catch, or really jump over a guy and then reach back behind their back and catch the football. He did that against Michigan State. The things that he can do, it's so impressive, and you're going to see him utilized immediately in Arizona at a high capacity.
You know, he's one of those guys where you watch him play once and you think he has everything you need. I mean, you just look at him. You just, even watching him like just walk to the stadium, that guy's a wide receiver one in the NFL.
Yeah.
And he has the hands, he has the speed, he has the height, just his physique. That's a wide receiver one. And I didn't understand leading up to the draft, reading reports that he didn't wow scouts. I don't know, if you're a scout and he didn't wow you, you need to maybe scout a different sport, because I don't know what you're watching. And yes, I understand that Neighbors wows you too, that Adunze wows you too. I get that. They're great, and they're going to be drafted top 10 for a reason. This guy might be, I mean, look at the catches this guy makes.
Unreal.
If he doesn't wow you, I don't know what you're watching. Or you just haven't watched him all year. Go ahead and admit it. Because he made a really bad quarterback for Ohio State, who's now at Syracuse for a reason, by the way, look decent, competent. And it was because of him, because he was always open. He finds open grass. He knows where to go. And it doesn't matter. You can drape 3 people on him. He's going to be open.
And one of the biggest knocks on him, the biggest knock, was his lack of yards after catch. Part of that was because Kyle McCord was underthrowing him.
Yeah.
He has the speed to burn people down the field, and then McCord couldn't hit him in stride. He'd have to come back to the football, work his way back, and then he'd get tackled.
I'm a little bit of different playing style, and I'm not just saying it because he got drafted by the Cardinals, but he almost reminds me on when it comes to reliability of Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Larry Fitzgerald was fast, though he didn't look fast. He was game fast.
Yeah.
He kind of reminds me of it. He always finds open grass. He's always open. He's outsmart. It doesn't matter. Even when he's covered, he's open. And when you compare the highlights of Larry Fitzgerald and Marvin Harrison Jr., it's almost similar of, oh yeah, he just jumped over a guy and caught the ball. Oh yeah, there were 3 people on him, but he caught it with one hand. Very, very similar if you watch both of them.
Absolutely.
Fans, if you are keeping track of this, because I do every year.
Yeah.
All right, our guy here, Cole McDaniel.
Yeah.
4 of 4 to start this puppy.
Yeah.
So you have nailed the first 4. I'm going to throw this to Brandon. All right. So Cole, 4 of 4, and he's got Malik Neighbors, wide receiver out of LSU, going to the Chargers. Do you agree or disagree with Cole? Why or why not?
So I agree that this is what should be the pick. The Chargers have been a very popular name for teams to kind of trade with. Most famously, probably the J.J. McCarthy move up for Minnesota, which I don't believe is going to happen anymore, though that did have a lot of heat around it for a while. It's Jim Harbaugh, and because of that, there's been a lot of, draft media speculation that if they stay here, it's going to be a tackle pick like a Joe Alt, which I do still think is possible, or even J.C. Latham, if we're looking at players that are more specifically that mauling, run-blocking kind of style that Harbaugh's going to want. That all said, this should absolutely be Malik Neighbors. It kind of blew my mind that when we talked about needs for the Chargers this whole offseason, especially after shipping off Keenan Allen, you've got Quentin Johnson, who didn't really prove anything last year, and then just a bunch of names. They have maybe, second to New England, the worst wide receiver room in the NFL.
They have, by the way, Brandon, they have 4 wide receivers right now on their roster.
Yeah, and that's not nearly enough.
That's it, because they shipped Mike Williams off to the Jets as well.
Right. So you need to shore up that room, and you got to think about it like this, too. You're sitting at pick number 5. One receiver's already gone off the board. Malik Neighbors, if you don't have a generational guy like Marvin Harrison, is the number 1 wide receiver in, I'd say, 19 out of 20 drafts. Yeah. This is not a consolation prize here by any means. They're different types of receivers. I think Neighbors is going to be able to do more for you after the catch, where, as you mentioned, Cole, Harrison is just big, physical, stereotypical X receiver kind of guy.
Yeah.
But again, both phenomenal. Just taking a look at my rankings, I don't think I had him separated by too far. I did have Rome Odunze a slight step above Neighbors.
Yeah.
But again, completely different kind of receiver. So it's really to each their own there, and they're only separated by one spot. So that all said, there's still a chance that this is Latham or Alt, but I think they should absolutely be taking Neighbors, and if I had to put money on it, that's where I'm going.
Well, the thing is, Neighbors was not only my number 2 wide receiver prospect, he was my number 2 overall prospect. Only one spot behind Marvin Harrison Jr., ahead of Caleb Williams, Joe Alt, some of those other guys we talked about. Neighbors, his ability is unreal, right? He's a fantastic wide receiver. He'd be wide receiver 1 in many other draft classes. It makes too much sense for the Chargers to take him here. They should take him here because do you really trust Quentin Johnson to be your number 1 guy? Should Joshua Palmer be any higher than a wide receiver 3? Probably even a wide receiver 4 on a good roster. No. And he's your 2 right now behind Johnston. So you need a guy like Neighbors. The only concern is the question with Neighbors has been his maturity level. Can he go to a big city and stay out of trouble, right? And stay focused on football. You can't get much bigger, brighter lights than Los Angeles.
It's hard to stay focused in LA.
Which is very, very concerning. But the thing is I think if you're the Chargers, you're in a position where you have to take the chance.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be foolish not to take the chance, and you just have to live with the consequences. But the reward is a lot greater than the risk at this point.
No, I will say, we talked about Joe Alt. This is where I have him going. Now, again, I think Neighbors, you don't have wide receivers, should be the pick.
Yeah.
But I saw Joe Alt play in person. That's a man. And he can block. And I'm all for, hey, I'd rather have as much time as possible than having better options in no time.
Do you like him switching to right tackle? Because Rashawn Slater would be the guy there.
A good tackle can play both sides,
Yep.
unless they have a knee injury, because a lot of tackles have bad knees, like me.
Right.
But a great tackle can go left to right and won't skip a beat. An example, I'm going to butcher his name. The Lions, Penei
Sewell.
Thank you. Decker was at left tackle. He moved to right, and it took him a little bit, but he ended up being a good option for him at right.
Because people can't forget about Rashawn Slater, how good he is
He's
at
good.
left tackle. I think they'll want to keep him at left tackle. If they
No.
went Alt would probably have to
No,
go
your
right.
better pass blocker, you put it left. The better run blocker, you put it right. That's usually how it goes when it comes to tackles.
Well, the Los Angeles Chargers making the pick right now. Roger Goodell on the podium there. It's crazy to think how loaded this team was with offensive weapons just one season ago, really 2 seasons ago, and just what happened.
Wow.
Well, they're going to play it safe.
right.
They're going to go with the linemen. Interesting. So I know we all had our feelings on Joe.
That's a man.
And as you said, that's a man who likes to block. So actually,
That's a man.
Don, we're gonna let you continue your rant. Go ahead.
I saw him play against Central Michigan, so it's not the huge measuring stick. I'm not going to sit there and go, wow, he can block Central Michigan defenders. This guy's going to the pros. but you can tell when, and also we're seeing it right now. He's the son of a former NFL player.
Quite a few of his
back
former
to back.
friends.
Back to
Yeah.
back.
I think it's awesome.
Listen, he has good hands. He's a good pass blocker. I'd like to see how he goes against these really good pass, because there's a huge level jump. When it comes to blocking pass rushers, each level it's the biggest jump of any position when it comes to what you're doing. When you go from high school to college, you're going from kids that are 5'9" to 6'4" behemoths, and then you go up to, oh, yeah, some of those guys were skinny in college. That's Myles Garrett. That's TJ Watt. I keep referencing those pass rushers. It's a lot different now, and he can move really well. He can pull. He can reach on the outside. This is a guy, you find where he is as a running back, you put your hand on his back, and you go where that man leads you. Because he is a guy that's just going to absorb as many blockers as possible. He's going to get to the second level, and he's just going to bulldoze his way there for you. I'm really excited to see, and he looks for work too. That's one thing that I like to see from tackles. Where are their eyes? Hey, someone's not here that's supposed to be here. Where's it coming from? A smart tackle knows his reads. If someone's not here, look inside. That's exactly what he does. He's a smart tackle. He's a physical tackle. I'm really excited to see his career. I follow these tackles like people follow quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I'm really excited. I'm a big fan of this kid. I think he's going to be a beast in LA.
I think
I love Dom talking about offensive line.
I-
I
dude,
swear to God, it's one of my
It,
favorite
it
things
is
in the world.
it is an art, offensive line, because you have these 6'7" guys, 300 pounds, that are faster than kids that run track in high school. It is the most insane position in sports,
Yep.
and we don't think about it enough because we think, oh, it's the chubby guys pushing other chubby guys around, and that's what it is for a while. But that's not a chubby guy. That is a guy that if he wanted to could probably like be a basketball player and running up and down the court because he's what 6'6", and instead he's a 300-pound behemoth that pushes other people around for fun. That's a psychopath, and there's no more rewarding feeling than moving a man from point A to point B against his will. That's exactly what Joe Alt does, and I love watching every
I
second
feel
of
that
it.
way when I wrestle with my kids every time. Cole, take it away with Joel, but also now this is when things get a little wonky.
Yeah.
Because the Giants got some decisions to make right now.
I'm going to make this fast. Neighbors probably would have been the better selection just because of how bad they need a wide receiver, but we know that Jim Harbaugh, he wants to run that football. He wants to get powerful up front. So Joe Alt makes sense. Again, I think he should be the right tackle and keep Slater on the left side. I could see them maybe flipping that, but nonetheless, bring in Gus Edwards at running back. J.K. Dobbins, if Dobbins can be healthy this year. They're trying to run with a Ravens type of scheme there, and they're going to try to add that power up the middle. Obviously, Herbert's going to need some more weapons. Alt, if he made it past this pick, he would not have made it past 7 with the Tennessee Titans.
Agreed.
So it does make sense the range where he's going in. The Giants, their pick is reportedly in. They should take Malik Neighbors here because they lack wide receiver weapons as well. But again, reports are J.J. McCarthy himself has said he has spent no more time with any other team than the New York Giants in this pre-draft process. He has visited with the Giants multiple times. He spent a ton of time with them. He's been very complimentary of Brian Dable. And J.J. McCarthy, I've said it before, my direct player comparison for him is Daniel Jones. And just watch the Giants try to replace Daniel Jones with Daniel Jones 2.0.
I can't
J.J.
take
McCarthy.
it. If they take McCarthy over Neighbors, they're nuts. They just lost their best offensive threat in Saquon Barkley. Forgive me, but who did they get at running backs? I know they got some. Was it the guy from
Devin
Philly?
Singletary. They brought him in from Houston.
That's right. I'm sorry.
Singletary's not bad, but if you're
13
you're
or 3
Dable,
years for him though.
if you're Dable and they draft McCarthy, say goodbye to your job because a 3-win seasons gets you fired. And that's
Yeah,
exactly
but I'm
what's
pretty
gonna happen.
sure. Help me out here, guys. But isn't Devin Singletary the guy who 2 years ago was playing for
the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills?
Pretty ineffective.
So 3 seasons already.
Yeah.
3 teams. This is crazy. Brandon, throw it out there. Who are they going to take? Giants right now.
I think it's Neighbors. I hope it's Neighbors.
Has
It's
to be,
Neighbors.
and it is. So the Giants
Good.
did a smart thing. They do not replace Daniel Jones with Daniel Jones.
That could have been a huge mistake.
Love that analogy, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this was smart. Very smart. Malik Neighbors, tell us all about him.
Yeah, Malik Neighbors. I don't have to touch much more on him. I mean, the yard after catch ability is going to be impressive. He's a flashy receiver. They don't have a whole lot in that wide receiver room. Is Jones a great quarterback? No, but they paid him enough money that they might as well stick with him for now. I think they can still draft somebody to be a backup and maybe have the potential to develop and take over. But at this point, I feel like last year when they gave Daniel at this point, we'll see if he can come back healthy. That helps. Neighbors on the outside, Waller back if he's healthy. That only helps Daniel Jones. I'm sure Jones would have a better year this year than his injury-plagued season last year.
Yeah, the Giants seems like a place where wide receivers go to have a good start and then fall off the face of the planet. It seems like every wide receiver I can remember playing there has fallen off in like their 3rd, 4th year. And I hope that's not the case. He's really good. He's, like you said, you had him as your number 2 guy in the entire draft.
Yeah.
They're comparing him to Jamar Chase. So
Yeah.
the kid got to be a stud, right? So I'm interested to see, and it's hard sometimes as a wide receiver when you are the focal point and the second guy isn't comparable to you. And so he might have that issue where that safety is really, really over top of him, and he's not going to have much room to operate. It's going to have a really frustrating first year because this team's going to stink it up. And hopefully he can have a successful individual year. But I again, right pick. I'm happy J.J. McCartney getting picked. I'm be really happy if he falls to the 2nd round so a team doesn't end up making a huge mistake and a coach doesn't get fired. because that should happen if you pick J.J. McCartney in the first round. But yeah, this is the right pick.
I think can Malik Neighbors handle the New York media will be the interesting thing.
Brandon, Cole McDaniel had Alt going to Tennessee. Clearly, that is not going to happen now. He's off the board. Who's the newest Titan?
So, the Titans, with signing Calvin Ridley, feels like they kind of pigeonholed themselves into a need. You want to protect Will Levis the best that you can at this point. And yes, Joe Alt is off the board, but there's still plenty of great offensive tackles here. I want to say 3 or 4 kind of grouped all at the top. So while Joe Alt was the top by far, Troy Fontenot, Talisa Fawanga, and Olu Fashanu still all available here. I mean, my highest rated at this point is going to be Fontenot, but I think you pretty much still have to go with a tackle. I mean, you still got Rome Odunze staring you in the face, but with now DeAndre Hopkins and Calvin Ridley there, I don't think you use a pick on that. I don't really see a lot of other options. I don't think they're going to take the first defensive player off the board. I'm thinking it's going to be, Olu or Fontenot, one of those two.
I would say at this point, you should be hitting the phones and seeing if you can get anything good to trade down for. Because I actually think with Alt coming off the board, you might as well trade down. It appears like pick is in. I would say Olu Fashanu of Penn State makes a lot of sense to me. Mm-hmm. He's a left tackle. I would say you move Nicholas Petit-Frere over to the right side. Mm-hmm. He spent time there at Ohio State as well. On the depth chart, he's at left tackle right now. I think Petit-Frere would be great back over on the right side. Mm-hmm. Fashanu at left tackle. It makes the most sense for me of any of the prospects. They'll probably go tackle here, but I think Fashanu's at least the best fit.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to take a really quick left turn as I look at the helmets here. Mm-hmm. Guys, one of the staples we've always had. You can kind of see them by Cole McDaniel's head a little bit there. But one of my favorite parts of the draft is having our helmets up there. Looking ahead, as you guys know, I'm a huge Denver Broncos fan. And I think they are not going to get Penix Jr. I'm looking at this. The Vikings have nothing. They don't need to trade up now because Falcons are set.
Their only chance is at pick 8 to trade up with the Falcons probably.
They might have to because you figure the Falcons obviously have Kirk Cousins.
Trade down.
I don't think we're going to see a trade down at this point,
Jets,
guys.
Brett Favre. No, what am I saying? Not Brett Favre. Aaron Rodgers. Oh my God! Somebody needs some sleep tonight. Brett Favre. Oh my God! I said it again. All right, we're going to restart this whole. No. So Aaron Rodgers of the Jets. So really, I mean, the Vikings
cut the show.
Cut the show.
End it.
The Vikings. They are. They're sitting right there. I don't think they need to do anything, quite frankly. So you think you can see the Vikings getting leapfrogged by the Broncos to trade the Falcons? I don't see that happening.
The Broncos and Raiders would have to leapfrog the Vikings, obviously, to get Penix.
He's sitting right there for him now. Yeah.
And don't forget, McCarthy's still on the board at this point. I don't think any of the teams that are quarterback needy are particularly sweating at this point.
Nope.
I also think a team like the Raiders was very comfortable coming into this draft and not coming away with a quarterback, or else I think you would have seen them be a little bit more aggressive pre-draft.
Yep.
So when you take that into account, by all intents and purposes, it sounded like Minnesota really wanted Drake May. They didn't get him, so they're fine staying where they are. The Broncos, I feel like Bo Nix is going to be Sean Payton's kind of a quarterback, so you definitely don't have to move for him right now, and you have a chance, and again, I don't agree with this because I don't like J.J. McCarthy, but both those teams still have a chance of McCarthy falling down to them, a guy who has been way higher up other people's boards at this point in the process and is still available. So it's unfortunate, really, for teams like the Titans and the Falcons because they could both really benefit from moving back. I think the Falcons especially, because they're looking on the defensive side of the ball, whether that be cornerback or a pass rusher. And realistically, they can get the same guy at 13, 14, 15, 16 as they would be at 8. But the problem is now, with only 3 quarterbacks coming off of the board at this point and McCarthy still being there, it's going to be really hard to get somebody to pick up the phone at this point and move back.
Well, the interesting thing is, even though a lot of people are thinking, Vikings and McCarthy, that whole Vikings staff, GM, O'Connell, their head coach, and then their entire staff rumored to have flown out to Washington to watch a workout of Michael Penix in this pre-draft process.
Sure thing.
Why would you bring basically your entire coaching
That's
staff?
not normal, by the way.
It is not normal. Why would you bring about everybody if you didn't want the guy? And they're the only team that I know of that brought that many people to watch Penix work out. And that's why I feel like the Vikings would be really thrilled just to have Michael Penix, because there has to be some truth to that rumor of that they have interest there.
Well, fans, we usually don't get this kind of lull in the show, so we're going to use it to talk about our first sponsor tonight. One of our biggest sponsors, a gold sponsor, JBL Roofing and Construction. They actually did my roof and did a tremendous job a couple years ago. JBL was founded by the Lewis family of Kent, Ohio in 2005 to provide residents with reliable, professional, and high-quality levels of service. Fast forward to today, and JBL Roofing and Construction has become one of Northeast Ohio's most trusted roofing and siding companies, performing the highest quality work on over 3,000 roofs and projects. And like I said, guys, they did an incredible job. Brandon.
Yeah, just really quick. I didn't really think about this because generally we're talking about the best offensive lineman available for Tennessee. What about Brock Bowers here? I mean, you want to give Levis as many weapons as possible. I'm not saying it's the correct pick, but he's at least got to be, considered here.
Well, we're going to find out in about 3 seconds here as Roger Goodell back at the podium, and the Tennessee Titans have made their selection with the 7th overall pick. There it is. Brandon just said it. J.C. Latham, offensive tackle out of Alabama.
Yeah, so offensive tackle, we figured they were going to go there. I prefer going with Fashanu, a left tackle, and moving Petit Frere over to the right side. This pretty much ensures that Petit Frere is going to stay at left tackle, and you're going to see J.C. Latham, who is naturally more of a right tackle. He spent his time in Alabama as a right tackle. Big body, 360 pounds, right? He can move people in that run game. It's going to help open up some holes for Tony Pollard, who's newly added to Tennessee, as well as Tajay Spears. And you'll see him make an impact as a mover on that right side. Frere is the better one, Petit Frere, of those two at pass protection. So like Dom said, a lot of times the better pass protector goes on the left side, the better run blocker goes on the right side, and that's exactly what you'll see with Latham on the right.
Yeah, typically when you see a right tackle, they're usually a little bit wider. Usually, I mean, he's built like a right tackle.
Yeah.
It's a wide guy. They're usually stockier. Your left tackle usually appears thinner. Usually really tall, long arms. He is built. I mean, this man is built like a bear, and that's a right tackle.
Yeah.
So he's a people mover, like you said. I like watching him move laterally on run blocks, getting to that double team, because as soon as he gets your hands on you, you're not moving. And he allows his teammate to get to the second level on those combos. Oh, he just picked up the commissioner. But he's the type of guy that you want to run behind. Again, we said Fashanu probably should have been the pick there. I don't think you can go wrong picking an Alabama tackle. I know if you're a Browns fan, you're not.
You did.
Yeah,
Jed Wills.
If you're a Browns fan, you're thinking like, well, maybe not every Alabama offensive line. I like that pick at the time, by the way, though it hasn't really panned out. But when in doubt, draft the Bama offensive lineman because they know how to develop them. Then it's you're in the team's hand to develop them even further. Again, you draft an Alabama run blocker, a tackle. You know you're getting a guy that has been developed to the maximum. So
we have a little tradition here. We do it every single year. We let Dom announce Pittsburgh's pick when it comes up, and we always let Brandon announce Atlanta's pick. Atlanta is on the clock. We do that because it's their favorite teams, and then I always let Cole announce Denver's pick. It's just kind of our little thing, Denver being my favorite team. I get so nervous. Plus, this year, I'm pretty sure they're picking a guy that I know I'm going to struggle to announce that last name. So, Brandon.
It's 4 letters.
Brandon. That's 3 more than I need. So, Brandon, I mean, it's your favorite team. Obviously, you got to be pretty pumped with what the Falcons have done here in the offseason with Kirk Cousins. Where do you see them going with this pick, though?
Yeah, I think you've got to go defensive side of the ball. Offensively, you're relatively set. At receiver, I guess you could use one more guy, but I'm not really picking him this high. The good news is you've got your complete pick of any defensive player that you want in this draft right now. And consensus feels like Dallas Turner or at least some edge rusher is going to be the pick here. Leatu Latu is my number one guy. I realize he's got some injury concerns coming out of UCLA, but if you're going to take an edge, I think that's the route you go. But I'm going to go ahead and highlight somebody that Dom is very familiar with. And it may not be the most obvious need for the Falcons right now because they have A.J. Terrell, but they've only got a couple more years left on him. They lost Jeff Okudah. They don't really have a solidified cornerback room right now. Mm-hmm. Putting Quinyon Mitchell in that system and running him alongside A.J. Terrell would be an absolutely incredible sight, right? So that's what I would do. Getting a second lockdown corner in there and really just dominating in the secondary. I don't like Dallas Turner enough to take him this high. Liatu Latu, I think, is a different conversation, but a lot of NFL teams seem to be a little bit lower on him with that injury history. So I think it's Mitchell or Liatu if I'm making this pick, but more than likely I think it's going to end up being Dallas Turner out of Alabama.
This also secures Penix to the Vikings because there's no trade here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, because in my mock draft, I had the Falcons trading down with the Vikings so that the Vikings could at least come up, make sure that nobody jumped them, take Penix, and at 11, then I had the Falcons taking the first defensive player off the board in Quinyon Mitchell of Toledo. And I think he's a guy who visited with them for top 30 visit. He visited with them at the Combine. It seems to be a player that they've had the most interest in. Dallas Turner, I have him ranked as a higher overall prospect. He's a really solid edge rusher. He was actually my 7th overall prospect, whereas Mitchell is my 20th overall ranked prospect. I even have DeJean. He was my corner just ahead of Mitchell. Mitchell was my number 2 guy. But there's a lot of rumors that Mitchell and the Atlanta Falcons are closely tied together. Mm-hmm. So it would make a lot of sense for this to be the pick here. Again, a lot of people have been mocking Dallas Turner, but I think Mitchell probably is a little bit more likely of the fit here for them. Be fascinating to see a Toledo guy come off the board.
And now let's announce the Atlanta Falcons pick. The one and only Brandon Soder-Penner. Take it away, my man.
All right, Goodell's at the podium. Going to take his sweet time as always. Please don't give me something to yell about.
Whoa!
Michael Penix Jr.
That's a stunner.
To the Atlanta Falcons, and I could not be happier.
Whoa.
Wow.
I don't even know what to say.
Wow.
All right, I need one of you guys to take this, 1, so I can collect my breath, and 2, so I can get this man's highlights up.
Cole McDaniel.
Wow.
Michael Penix Jr.
Wow.
He had been linked to the Falcons. The Falcons had reportedly talked about having interest in him. They brought in Kirk Cousins, right? You know Kirk Cousins is the guy this year, but this gives them the opportunity to have Penix as the backup for Kirk Cousins for at least, the coming year. And then Penix, again, he has the opportunity to take over as a starter in Atlanta. Makes a lot of sense as to they sent Desmond Ridder packing to the Arizona Cardinals. They freed up room as the backup in that room. And now you took the guy who I think is going to be the most successful of this group, and you give him an opportunity to sit behind a good quarterback in Kirk Cousins, but an aging quarterback in Kirk Cousins who's also coming off of an injury-plagued year. If Kirk Cousins goes down, they're ready to throw the football with Michael Penix.
I'm in shock. I was not expecting this here, but I'll tell you what, I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, plus he's going to look really cool in that throwback uniform with the old Dirty Bird as the logo. I know Brandon's already picturing it now, the best throwback logo in football. Go ahead and say it other than the Oilers. But
a lefty in Atlanta.
A lefty in Atlanta, yeah. And listen, he has options. You got Drake London out wide. You have the tight end. You have the running back. They're going to build their defense. It's going to be a team that's going to be more competitive than they have in the past few years.
Go ahead.
But
so we have someone who disagrees strongly with us. I'm kind of shocked.
Okay.
Your broadcast partner. Keep it going.
Nate's wrong. Love you, Nate. You're a good guy, but you're wrong. Listen, this guy, I watched him a lot. He sit backs in the pocket. He doesn't just find people open, but he makes them open. That's a rare ability. It's not something you see too often there from a wide receiver. Anytime you have a really good pocket passer to learn from, I'm going to say it, a really good pocket passer like Kirk Cousins, someone who's been there, he's done that. Kirk Cousins has lost. He has won. You like that? Yeah, you like that. Kirk Cousins, he's done a lot in this game for a quarterback where, he's not that good. He's a backup. There's a guy who sat behind somebody. He was drafted in the back of a draft where someone was picked in by the team that picked him in the first round. This is a guy that has sat, has learned. So I like him learning from Cousins because I think Cousins is the type of person that wants to be a good guy and help the rookie out so he can have a good career. This is a perfect situation for Atlanta.
This is hysterical to me because not only did the Vikings lose Kirk Cousins to the Falcons, then they just lost the guy they were going to replace him with. Like, God, how does that happen?
Can you breathe yet, Brandon?
Unbelievable. So Nate Smee, by the way, disagrees strongly. Says the Falcons blew a franchise quarterback in this draft. I don't know.
Who? Caleb Williams is off the board already. Who else are we talking about, Nate? We don't need this negativity right now.
Well, you know, and Cole and myself were huge Desmond Ritter fans. So
as was I.
I mean, I was all for Desmond Ritter sticking around. I would be fine with it.
He actually, don't be surprised if he gets some time throwing to Marvin Harrison Jr. because Kyler Murray can never stay healthy.
We are going to go to Brandon to get his full reaction here in a second. Some fun here in the chat room. I was asleep at the wheel because I had Twitter up and other stuff up, but we had some comments here on YouTube, so I'm going to back one up, actually. Clearly, while the Titans are on the board, Zach Duncan says, at this rate, the Titans might as well take Don Cleary out of Baldwin Wallace. A few years out of school, but might be the sleeper of the draft.
Thank you, Zach. I appreciate
it. Came together with fellow Yellow Jacket Anthony Kendall, and our man, Devin Lowe, says, oh my goodness, in all capital letters, some sort of an emoji, which it looks like a kitty cat with smoke out of its head. I don't know. It says, actually love this move. Kirk Cousins is the perfect guy to sit behind. The man of the hour, Brandon, what is up?
So, again, what...
And we're going to go back to Roger Goodell.
Not going to give me any time to be happy, are you, Goodell?
They did that to me with Kenny Pickett a few years ago.
I promise to get back to it in a second.
And by the way,
promise.
this has to be back-to-back Washington guys.
So there it is.
Perfect.
So
pick.
Rome, Adunze,
Adunze.
Washington receiver. We're going to go to Brandon in a second, but Cole, go ahead with Rome.
Yeah, I think it just felt like this was trending that way, right? The way that Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze have been buddy-buddy the last couple of days, too, on the plane and what they've been tweeting and hanging out with each other. They've known that as long as it pans out, the Bears were going to take them both. And now you have Rome Odunze and DJ Moore on the outside with Keenan Allen doing the majority of the work out of the slot. That's a dangerous 3 wide receiver weapons for Caleb Williams. He's going to be thrilled about what he has, weapons-wise, throwing the football, too. Odunze was my number 3 wide receiver in this class. He's going to be an asset for them, and now we have a trade. Minnesota knows they have to come up and get a quarterback.
Brandon, speaking of quarterbacks, Atlanta taking Penix Jr., what do you think about it? Plenty of time.
Yeah, again, it just felt like they were in not the greatest spot, right? You could have reached on a defensive player at that point, or ideally you would have wanted to trade back. So honestly, considering that they probably weren't going to be able to trade back in that spot, they made the best move that they possibly could have. They took the best quarterback that was still on the board, took him number 8, and he was my number 8 overall prospect here. So that ended up working out perfectly. It was fate. I made it happen. I knew Atlanta had that 8th pick, obviously. But again, it's the perfect situation. You've got Kirk Cousins for 2 years. You've got Penix sitting behind him now. Even though I think he may be the most pro-ready out of any of these quarterbacks aside from Caleb Williams, you now have time to let him sit, let him learn, and he's going to be completely refined and ready to go by the time he's ready to take the field. And Atlanta is a young team, but they're in win-now mode. So by the time he is coming up, he's going to have established receiving targets. He's going to have an established defense. This was an amazing move. I'm not just saying that because I'm a Falcons fan, but in a weak division in the NFC South, they have put themselves on the perfect track to be a playoff team for years to come.
Yeah.
Well, Cole, you announced that the Vikings now trade with the Jets to jump up 1 spot. Who do they see here?
Well, I mean, they're scared of the Broncos. They're scared of the Raiders trying to jump up here. Obviously, the Jets, they're fine dropping down a pick. Who knows what compensation they got? We'll get the further announcement on that here before too long. But this has to be McCarthy at this point. They've seen, with Penix now going off the board, and you already saw the 3 quarterbacks to start the draft going off the board, McCarthy seems to be that obvious guy here. They know they need somebody in that room. Does that necessarily help them out to the same extreme? No, I don't think McCarthy can be shielded by the ground game. Aaron Jones is a very good pass-catching back. He's a shifty fast back. I don't think Ty Chandler is a good power back either. So I think basically what you're looking at is they're going to be a team that wants to throw the football. And McCarthy may be tested more as a thrower than he's ever been tested in his entire football career. So we'll see what McCarthy and the Vikings can do, but that's got to be what this pick is here.
If I'm Justin Jefferson watching this,
Yeah.
and I see McCarthy's name pop up, I'm immediately calling the GM and requesting a trade.
Yes.
Because at that point, you're just messing around, and you're not taking yourself seriously if you draft JJ McCartney. If you draft Bo Nix, it's like fine. Like I get it. Like there's times where I watch Bo Nix and he has exciting moments with his play. JJ McCartney, I don't even remember his name because he's unforgettable.
Yeah,
Don't draft him. I'm gonna go on a rant, and I'm sorry, Vince. Don't draft him. He can't throw whatsoever. He is not a quarterback that is going to be the guy that's going to lead your team to a winning record. And if you do, it's a fluke, and he's not the reason. It's someone else. He's not a good quarterback in college. He was carried by a really, really, really good team. You put any other top quarterback on that team, they blow everybody out by 20. But no, he's not that good, and they had to rely on their running game. When you have to hide behind your running game, and they're not setting up play action with him, they were hiding him, and it was obvious. And it's just a point where he is not an NFL quarterback that should be starting and drafted at the cream of the crop. He's not that guy.
Well,
Brandon, walk us through the trade. What exactly went down here with the Vikings?
Yeah, so per Adam Schefter, the trade terms, Vikings traded number 11 overall, a 4th and a 5th rounder to the Jets, and in exchange they got number 10 and pick 203.
That's
So
a lot
not a-
for one pick. That's a
Fourth or fifth?
That is a lot.
But it's the
to
quarterback
pick.
tax.
Yeah,
it's the quarterback
it is.
tax. It's got to be it.
It has to be that quarterback tax, but that is a lot for just one pick. And for the Vikings, they have the worst defense of the 4 teams in their division.
Yeah.
They have now the worst. They're going to have the worst quarterback of the 4 teams in the division at this
Joshua
point.
Dobbs. No.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's Caleb Williams, Jared Goff, and Jordan Love's on the rise at the moment, right? So, I don't know. The Vikings, they're going to have a tough time, I think, in their division this next year. I mean, their coaching staff's going to have to try to do a lot of good things and scheme up a lot of good stuff to, I think, try to shield McCarthy a little bit. But, of course, pick has not been announced yet, but I think it's pretty safe to assume.
It's interesting to me, and just the fact that, I mean, what a mess in a course of 6 months. What are we sitting here? April? So if you go back to like Halloween-ish, a little bit before Halloween, you're thinking to yourself, man, are the Vikings in the catbird seat here? They got Kirk Cousins. They could still trade him. They could keep him around, and maybe they can make a playoff run here. Who knows? Just bizarre stuff in Minnesota. It's so hard to put any kind of rhyme or reason to how they finished that season. Just a lot of strangeness. I remember, I think it was the last game of the season, or close to it was New Year's Eve. So, yeah, it was definitely New Year's Eve. It was close to the very end there when they got smoked by the Packers. Just a strange way to end their season. Now we're seeing on ESPN J.J. McCarthy with a big smile on his face, sitting there next to either his girlfriend or his sister. I don't even know, but he's looking pretty excited. So maybe this is where they make that move. It's just wild to me, man. I can't really wrap my head around how you go from Kirk Cousins to potentially Penix Jr. I don't know. It's probably his girlfriend. Who cares?
I will say this, though, because of the wide receivers they have, right? Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and that tight end they have T.J. Hawkinson.
They have threats galore.
They have a lot of threats, so it is probably one of the most
Bo Nix.
ideal quarterback scenarios for really any of the quarterback needy teams just because of the weapons he has, so it could be somewhat of his saving grace. The only thing is Justin Jefferson's going to want his targets. Jordan Addison's going to want his targets, right? There's one football, and you got to throw the football in this league. And I just don't think that Jefferson and Addison and those guys are going to be happy if they're only throwing the ball 20 times a game.
I would love Addison to get out of there, man. Bring him home to the pit.
Comment from Nate Smee in the chat room says the Chicago Bears have won the 2024 NFL Draft. He is making that after, 10 picks. So, Nate, we will see, obviously,
Well, they had
the
pick
quarterback
number
and the
one.
receiver. Right? And when you have a
Yeah.
quarterback-receiver combo both in the top 10,
Yeah.
you probably should win the doggone draft. So
And you already
You
had a
should.
decent team going into it. You don't have a team constructed that usually has the number 1 overall pick. I mean, typically you're in a much worse spot when you're picking that high. So you're adding 2 top 10 players, including a generational quarterback prospect, onto a team that already has a decent amount built around it. I mean, it's going to be hard for them to not win the draft at this point.
Now the Jets only moving one back. They can still take Bowers at tight end if they want.
You know who already lost this draft and they haven't even been on the clock? It's the Carolina Panthers. And
Oh,
the
stupidity.
the stupid move they made last
For
year.
Bryce Young.
How much they spent to get Bryce Young, DJ Moore, basically DJ Moore and Caleb Williams and numerous other people have been a part of that trade at this point, and the Bears have absolutely won that over the Carolina
I
Panthers.
still don't get it, man.
Yeah.
Vince McKee again here with you. KeyOnSports.com. Guys, swing over to the website. All 3 mock drafts are up there. Big boards are up there. All kind of great NFL draft talk. KeyOnSports.com. I am Vince McKee. You could reach me at vince.mckee at KeyOnSports.com. Tweet at us like Nate and other people have done tonight at SportsKey1. And we will do our best to try to read that out to you, as well as leaving a comment in the chat room like Zach Duncan just did. We'll get to that in a second. But the Vikings making this pick here, and actually Zach Duncan thinks that the Vikings are going to trade Justin Jefferson to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we'll keep you abreast on
It
that
is
one.
possible for him to get traded tonight. I don't know about the
We'll
Pittsburgh.
talk about that later.
Yeah.
You know, I
can't see
I
it.
do have to say this. If they're going to make this poor kid on stage read the J.J. McCarthy pick, I think that's child abuse.
It looks like he's already been through enough. So we should. Well, he looks sad. He's not hungry. So he's at the podium.
He's probably a Vikings fan.
Oh,
And there it is.
Man.
So we've heard the rants, we've heard the one-liners. Just crazy to think from, I'll say it one more time, from Kirk Cousins to Joshua Dobbs to possibly Penix Jr., a million other options. It is J.J. McCarthy. Let's talk about the good. All right, we spent a lot of time bashing this guy. Cole, what are some of the good things he could do?
He wins football games.
By himself?
He's won anywhere he's gone. He's at least won. I will give him that. Right. Whether it's been ethical, that's a different story, right? But I think that I think the thing for him though is he does have good quarterback size, right?
That's pick's already in.
He is mobile.
I can't believe this
He
guy's
can
official.
throw on the run. He can make things happen with his legs outside the pocket. I actually think he is pretty good at throwing over the middle. His problem is when he's throwing outside the numbers. He lacks consistency throwing outside the numbers. It's something he's going to have to work on at the next level to develop about. But like I said, the athleticism he has, and I think that winner's mentality that he has had is something that NFL teams were interested in. Obviously, the fans and a lot of media were higher on him than actual NFL scouts. But for the Vikings, they're hoping he's at least a pathway for them to win some games early and down the road. And I'm going to say more power to you. Best of luck.
Dom, give me something good about this guy.
Yeah. He's a quarterback that throws the ball, and sometimes the wide receivers catch it. I don't have anything to say good about him. He
Brandon,
wins games.
Brandon,
That's
the Jets, what are they going to do here? Bauer's still on the board at tight end.
All right, I feel like, and I can't believe I'm doing this, I owe McCarthy at least a little bit of something, guys. He does win wherever he is.
Yes. Yeah.
He is good under pressure. In third down and long situations, he was better than a lot of the other prospects that we saw in this draft, given he wasn't put in those situations often, but when he was able to stand and deliver. And when you're a team that is primarily running the ball, there is still something to be said for that. He's not the worst prospect we've ever seen by any means.
No.
I think his biggest issue is that it's just there's a lot of unknown. And I remember watching both the playoff game and the national championship game. Some of the things he was getting away with his off-balance throws and things like that, he didn't come across as an improviser. He was coming across as just straight lucky with how some of those balls just kind of floated out.
Yep.
And was still able to make something happen where somebody like Caleb Williams, it's a lot more deliberate and a lot more pinpoint when these things happen, when plays break down. So, again, I'm not a huge fan of the pick here, but there is some uncovered potential maybe with J.J. McCarthy that we haven't seen yet. So who knows, maybe it'll turn into something here. And as far as the Jets go, Brock Bowers seems like it's been kind of the consensus idea. And that's great, and they could absolutely use him. I think if Roma Dunze was still there, they would have taken him as well. They still need some receiving weapons for Rodgers. But it to me, taking Bowers is kind of like eating your dessert before your vegetables, right? Don't forget, and of course his name is completely slipping my mind now, but the tackle that they had from Louisville.
Mekhi Becton.
Yes, Mekhi Becton. He's either not there anymore or he's on his way out. Like, they need some serious help on the offensive line.
He's
as
not
well.
played a full season.
Because
Yeah.
they brought in Tyron Smith from Dallas. to be
Right,
their left
which,
tackle.
again, another injury-prone kind of a
Yep.
player, though. So I think you need to shore that up. Taliza Fuaga, I think, is a solid fit there to go alongside Brown. But I'm fine with either pick because Bowers is going to be a game-changer wherever he goes. The guy's an absolute matchup nightmare. And he's really going to be more of a gigantic slot receiver even than he's going to be a tight end.
Yeah.
He can still block for you. It's not like he's not a tight end at all. But, again, he'll be a nice little chess piece wherever he goes. But I think the smarter move here would be to take Fuaga.
Cole, the Bengals did not make the trade.
Well, the thing is I want to put a bow on the McCarthy thing really quick, and what I'm going to say is this. McCarthy was my 41st overall prospect. He was my 5th-ranked quarterback, right? If he was a 2nd or 3rd-round pick, great value, right? But he got overvalued, and I just think it's a reach right now. The Jets here, they should go offensive line. They should get a right tackle. I could see them taking Bowers, but it makes more sense to have a blocker on the right side.
Oh.
And they made the smart move here.
So they do go with that offensive tackle from Penn State with Cole.
Olu Fashanu, left tackle of Penn State. The interesting thing here is they brought in Tyron Smith, right? A veteran left tackle from the Dallas Cowboys. Fashanu's probably now going to have to bounce over to the right side. I don't think Smith this late in his career is going to switch over to the right side. Fashanu's going to spend the first little stretch of his career on that right side. But he's mobile, he's athletic, he's got great size. He was my 2nd offensive tackle prospect, and I was very high on him. Joe Alt was my 4th overall prospect. Fashanu was my 5th overall prospect, right ahead of Caleb Williams. I really think he's an excellent tackle. He can play on either side. He has the ability. Obviously, was trying to keep our guy Drew Aller upright this past year there at Penn State. But I think that's the right decision. The rumor for the Jets had been in recent times that ownership wanted playmakers, right? But the front office wanted offensive line. And sometimes you see front offices cave to the ownership. And, obviously, how much truth is there in that? We don't necessarily know. But, I mean, Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, I think they have some pieces, right?
Yeah.
They already have Breece Hall in the backfield, too.
They have a deep running back room, by the way.
Correct.
Yeah,
I
very
mean,
underrated.
Israel Abanikanda should maybe get some reps this year. So I think they have good enough weapons that they really needed that tackle to keep Aaron Rodgers upright because, again, he's now coming off of an injury-plagued season where he got, 2 snaps out on the field before he was out for the year. So Fashanu's going to really help if they want to have a chance of making it to the playoffs.
First of all, they need to replace that turf because
Yeah.
people are falling down like flies. Second of all, I think when you add someone like Smith and then you draft Fashanu, it's a good pairing. And one thing that I learned is that a tight-knit offensive line room is a deep offensive line room. If you can get guys that get along as an offensive line, they're going to be better. It is the only position in sports where or position group in sports that when you add people that get along and are like-minded and are willing to give to the team into each other for the offensive line, the better that offensive line group is going to be. Now, you cannot have 5 individuals. You have to have a unit. 5 people that play together. Even when you have the tight ends, they play together with them as well. These tackles are going to spend a lot of time. They're going to watch film together. They're going to eat. I guarantee they're going to have Smith eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner during camp with Fashanu.
Yep.
They're going to have him stick around him. Essentially, wherever Smith goes, Fashanu's going to go. And he's going to learn from him. This young man is going to learn from one of the best left tackles in the past decade and a half that we've seen in the NFL. This is a great pairing. The Jets have they got a good tackle there. I'm excited to see what happens with them. I think it's a good pairing. I think they're going to be set. Hopefully Rodgers can stay healthy because this Jets team, pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Agreed. This buries the Patriots even more.
Still
Oh,
not
absolutely.
a big fan of the Jets. Brandon, I loved those Drew Aller highlights. Thank you for having those up, by the way. Really enjoyed those. I realized there's some offensive tackle you guys were all talking about at the same time. About that offensive tackle, what about him?
Yeah, so Olu, he was my he is my number 4 rated offensive tackle, but they were all grouped 11, 14, 15. The only thing that I really didn't like about him is that he didn't spend any time on the right side at all. Like, it was pretty much going to be left tackle or bust. So it's interesting to me that the Jets do opt for him rather than somebody like Fuaga, who has experience on both sides and can even potentially kick into guard if you needed him to. But from a talent perspective, they still got an excellent player. He's going to be able to drive guys right off the ball. If anything, at times he's a little bit lungy. If you bait him properly as a good defensive rusher, you might be able to get him off balance a little bit. But that's something that you can definitely shore up once you start working with a legitimate NFL offensive line coach. But just an absolute physical specimen, knows the game very well. It's just going to be interesting to see where they decide to plug him, if they are going to put him on that right side and try to change him up, which maybe that's where they start him and then eventually shift him over to the left side further bit down his career. But overall, good selection. I'm glad that they stayed a little bit disciplined. As much as I love Brock Bowers, this is what they needed to do.
Hey, Brock Bowers could be a Denver Bronco. We will see here in a minute or two who the Broncos going to pick.
Who's throwing it?
Brock Bowers.
Just got to get the man the ball. Cole?
I mean,
We have a comment here in the chat room, but go ahead.
yeah, the thing with the Broncos here, I think a lot of people are wanting them to do something on offense. At this point, I think it's safe to assume I'd be shocked to see Bo Nix go in the first round here tonight. I really do think that we're probably done with quarterbacks. The rest of tonight is my
It
best
would be
guess.
smart if we were.
It should be smart if we were done.
It would have been smart to not take J.J. McCarthy either, but here we are.
My gut feeling, despite the injury issues, I'm sticking with my mock draft here. Obviously, I know there's been a lot of craziness in some of the last picks with some of the trades and what's going on, but may kind of pull right back on track here at 12. I really think, because they've had their visits, they seem to have interest in Liatu Latu,
I think that's where they
the
go.
edge rusher of UCLA. Sure, he's had his injury issues, but he's really good as a stand-up outside linebacker in a 3-4 scheme. Well, guess what base defense the Denver Broncos are known for playing out of? It's that 3-4 base defense. Baron Browning, I like his ability. I like Jonathan Cooper as well, but they need to add to that rotation. Sure, the injury issues are there, but the Broncos, I think this is where they go defense and try to shore that up. They'll take a quarterback probably at some point in this draft. It'd be hard to imagine they stick with Ben DiNucci, Jarrett Stidham, and Zach Wilson strictly. But they may go Rattler in the second round or Bo Nix in the second or third rounds. One of those guys a little bit later after tonight. I think Latu makes the most sense.
I think Latu's pretty good. I do. I worry about his injury.
Yeah.
I do. I'm serious. And I mean, he's not overly big.
No, he's not.
So that's concerning. I mean, look at his picture that you posted of him, just skinny arms, So
Edge rushers don't need to be the biggest guys
I
in the world.
understand. I get that
Especially at
part.
the college level. They're getting skinnier. They're getting longer, lengthier, but they're usually skinnier guys. These aren't guys that usually are going to hang in the box too much. Usually going to hang out in the 6 spot or out on the 5-eye mainly.
Yeah, you can't, when you think pass rusher, you can't think Myles Garrett. That's
I
not
think TJ
the...
Watt almost.
Right.
Which is a skinnier guy.
Completely different base defense too, though.
Yeah.
take it away, Colio.
Yeah. Yeah, Vince does not want to announce this pick because he's worried that he's not going to be able to pronounce it. But it's Bo Nix, quarterback of Oregon. I think you could pronounce that, Vince.
Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon, a guy we spoke about quite a bit. NFL Climate Technique prediction show. I can't even think straight right now.
I got a prediction.
Wow.
0-17.
I think he might shock you. I like this kid. I don't know if he's a first-round talent.
He's not a first-round talent.
I mean, this is a victim of circumstance here, but this is actually the first time, so did a little research on this, first time Payne's even picked a quarterback in the first 2 rounds. So this is something where he really must see something in this kid to go out and do it.
I think they got desperate.
I mean, just bizarre world. A couple years ago with Williams at running back, if you would have gave the guy the ball way more than you did, I don't know what's going on here because they've had their chances and they've just had some screwy offensive schemes the last couple years. So if they can figure it out with this kid here, I think we have a chance to be decent. That's a tough division in that AFC West. No excuses, but yeah, I didn't expect this, boys. Did not expect this. I like it. Again, I don't know in the first round.
I had it in the third round.
That's a stretch.
Yeah, I had him going to the Denver Broncos in the third round. I thought this is his landing spot. I'm surprised it happened at pick 12. Credit to Bo Nix. He improved a lot throughout his college career. I mean, it felt like he was in college forever. He had his struggles at Auburn. He turned it up a notch at Oregon. He was a competitive quarterback at Oregon. I like what I saw out of him as a pocket passer. He can move. His only thing is, I think Oregon's just so fast and flashy, and I struggle trusting skill position players sometimes from Oregon because they don't have like the biggest route trees for their wide receivers. They're just fast, right? And so I question what he's going to be able to do at the next level. I don't necessarily know if he's going to be fully pro ready to start immediately. I actually think Jarrett Stidham is probably going to get the nod to start the year for the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix and Zach Wilson are probably going to be in a competition with each other for that backup spot. Maybe Nick sees some starting time later in the year if Stidham struggles, but I think actually they're probably pretty high on Stidham based off of how he performed at the very end of the year.
You know, Bo Nix is a guy that I liked 4 or 5 years ago when he was at Auburn.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be a top pick in the NFL. I thought that was going to be 2 years ago, though.
Yeah.
He started off good at Auburn, where there was a lot of promise, and it fell off. And that showed when they played in a whiteout game at Penn State. That year, it fell apart for him.
Mm-hmm.
I liked him then. I do like him now. I don't know how much I like him as an NFL quarterback. I think he's going to be a backup in the league for a very long time. That's what I hope from him. But I think this is a guy that you could have got in the 3rd round, like you said, and have first, second round caliber guys in front of him and develop him that way. I think now you have first round expectations on this young man. He's my age, so I can't really call him young.
Yeah.
But on this man, and you're hoping that this 24-year-old rookie can do things that he hasn't shown that he can really do outside of the 1 year from Oregon. So I don't know what the expectation is of him year one if you're the Broncos.
Brandon, desperation makes strange bedfellows. Is that why Bo Nix is in Denver right now?
I think part of it is desperation, but I think part of it as well. We said this from the beginning. Bo Nix is Sean Payton's kind of quarterback. Whether he's correct or not, I think he looks at Nix and he sees a young Drew Brees, right? A little bit undersized, not the biggest arm in the world, but somebody that's accurate, somebody that can conduct your offense, and someone that is really going to disappoint you this year.
Well, we will see about all of that. So, the Las Vegas Raiders on the board right now, and there's your tight end, and we've been talking about him, Brock Bowers. That's a hell of a pick. Falls all the way down to the Raiders. I like that pick for Las Vegas.
And this is part of why I thought Brock Bowers in Cincinnati would have been perfect. Tyler Boyd's no longer their slot there, and you get a tight end who's actually best running out of the slot. Would have been crucial, would have been huge for that Cincinnati Bengals offense, especially if they lose T. Higgins as well. But they had to get up ahead of some of these teams in order to get him, and he wasn't going to make it all the way down to where the Bengals said at pick 18. Goes to the Raiders at 18. You're going to see Devontae Adams and Brock Bowers get a lot of targets. Now, who's that going to be from? Aiden O'Connell showed some good flashes. Necessarily going to get the nod this year. They'll probably still take a quarterback, somebody who can sit and develop, but it's going to be either O'Connell or Gardner Minshew to start the year. Regardless of who's throwing that football to Brock Bowers, you just got the best tight end by far and away in this class. He's not an inline blocker by any means. He's going to be a guy that's going to run out of the slot because he plays like a wide receiver. He's a guy who can be effective on screens, on jet sweeps, on reverses, and plays that you don't usually see tight ends add an impact on. But to talk about his ability, he was my number 3 overall prospect in this class behind Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors. He's that good of a player, and to get him at 13, you have to feel good about this value if you're Las Vegas.
Brandon, before we get to you on Brock Bowers, want to catch up in the chat room. We've had quite a few comments come in. David Puga DeLuca, not real thrilled with the Bears. He's a huge Ohio State fan. I know that for a fact. Says, all I have to say is that the Bears are a joke. Interesting. Gave away a great quarterback in Fields for free to draft a guy who was bad against good teams in college. And that made me have less interest in the draft this year. Love you guys. Good job. Devin Lewis says, I'm a Bo Nix fan, but going at 12 is insane.
Yeah.
Thought his best chance was somebody trading into the last few picks for the 5th-year option. And then Zachary Duncan, talking about a fellow Zach. Zachary Duncan says, the Zach Wilson trade doesn't make much sense to me anymore. I thought they were going to give Zach Wilson a fresh start, but now they have 2 24-year-olds in the quarterback room. Brandon, back to you on Bowers there, or if you want to touch on anything we heard in the comments as well.
No, first off, I don't think you can really fault much of what Chicago has done at this point, but we've talked about that a little bit ad nauseum. Brock Bowers is admittedly Las Vegas isn't a team I was really considering for him, but when 6 quarterbacks go off the board in front of you, I mean you've got Spencer Rattler left and maybe Michael Pratt at that point. There's no reason to reach. So to get Bowers when you already have Devontae Adams, again, you're creating an absolute matchup nightmare out there. You can keep him in at tight end, you can put him in that slot, and he's just going to be way too big for slot corners, and he's going to be way too quick for linebackers to be covering him. So whoever you do have at quarterback, and maybe at this point it is O'Connell, and they believe in him and they want to try to develop him. This is a good way to see what exactly you can get out of him, whether it's him or whoever they end up plugging in at that quarterback position is at least going to have some help. The Raiders were not the most depleted team by any means. They almost made the playoffs last year after that coaching change. So you were kind of in a spot where if it wasn't going to be a quarterback, you could take best player available, and Brock Bowers was my number 2 overall prospect. They far and away took the best player that was still here.
Well, remember, they drafted Michael Mayer at tight end last year in
That's
the first
true.
round.
But
so you have
you
Mayer,
can use them both, though, honestly.
Yeah, you have Mayer, who's an inline blocking tight end, and I think you're going to see both of them on the field at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's going to be Bowers out there playing more like a wide receiver out of the slot. And Adams is always going to be out there on the outside. And then you're going to have Mayer actually on the line being more of the blocking guy. He's still going to get his reps as a route runner too. But I think that's interesting. I think it's going to help them out. And not to say Bowers can't block, because then you can have both tight ends out there and they could both block for Zamir White in the backfield, the running back.
Good backside blocker. Have him if you want to do outside zone right or zone right play. All he has to do is essentially rip and pull. Essentially, what you're doing.
Right.
One of the simplest blocks you can do. All you got to do is be fast, and get in front of that end. He can do that. There's nothing that he showed in college that told me he can't do a simple run block. That's a guy. You get 2 tight ends out there, he can make that block for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, this next pick coming up with the Saints at pick 14, I want to say this. We went from a guy who's a tight end who we're talking about as a wide receiver and his skill in Brock Bowers to the New Orleans Saints here. Sure, Chris Olave is great on the outside. They have Shaheed there in the slot. Now, they brought in Wilson Jr. from the Miami Dolphins. Even though he's a big wide receiver, a big X on the outside, I don't necessarily look at him as being a starter really on a team. He should probably be the 4th wide receiver at best. To me, it makes sense for them to go wide receiver here and replace Michael Thomas, who obviously was injured a lot of his time in New Orleans.
The fellow Thomas.
I think that Brian Thomas Jr. of LSU should be in play. There could be some other receivers, Adonai Mitchell, that they could be targeting here. But it makes sense to get one of those bigger X receivers, Keon Coleman maybe, put them on the outside. To me, that makes sense. So we could see 2 really good receiving targets come off the board in back-to-back picks.
See, I'm going to push back on you a little bit there, Cole, and I get you could go receiver here if you're the Saints, but I think they're doing themselves a big disservice if they don't go tackle. I mean, that situation is not looking pretty there at all, especially if you're going to give Derek Carr any kind of a chance to be what you thought you acquired him to do, to be able to win that division for you. You got to be able to protect him. And considering that we haven't had the tackle run yet, I figured at this point there would be 4 or 5 guys off the board, but really it's just been Alt, Fashanu, and then J.C. Latham. Again, Fatna and Fuaga still both available. Amarius Mims, I think, generally is being mocked around this point as well. So you still really have your choice at tackle, where at this point with the top 3 receivers off the board, I think you can wait a little bit and still get somebody that's very talented. And really, because of that, I think you're going to see a receiver kind of slip down the board as we go along, because everyone else kind of clustered up here. They're all first-round talents, but everybody and their mother is going to think that they're going to be able to snag one of these guys in round 2 or 3.
And fans, here's the interesting thing, kind of what Brandon just touched on there. It has been all offense so far. We've had 6 quarterbacks come off.
Pretty much.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, 6 quarterbacks off the board, all offense. We usually see these conversations until Friday night. But I'm going to throw it out there real quick. Is this a sad state of the game?
A little bit. I would say we're trending that way. It's become such a high-powered offensive game. It's a high-scoring type of game until you hit the playoffs and you hit the bad weather. Then the defense actually comes to play.
Yeah.
But more and more teams are also trying to build domes too now. So, I mean, then weather doesn't even come to play. So, I just think it's part of how this class was structured. I think a lot of good defensive players decide to go back to school this coming year. So, I think that was just part of the aspect of what we're seeing with the trend, but then it's also just maybe specific to this year. I don't think we're going to see the same lull in defensive players next year, but we're going to still see it probably be more offensive heavy.
I'm just talking about, in the years we've been doing this, this is wild. Usually a defensive guy comes off in the top 3, if not top 5.
This is the first time the first pick wasn't a defensive guy, I believe, since Bryce Young last year.
Last year. Before that was the year of
Trayvon Walker. Yeah.
Went number 1 to the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Hutchinson went 2 to the Lions.
Vince, I do have a stat for you about that.
Fire
when we
away,
get a
go
chance.
ahead. Hit me.
This is the first time in history of the common draft era that 0 defensive players are taken in the top 10.
Just wild.
Yeah.
There probably won't be one here either.
For the Tony Bogan selection, his favorite team, the Saints. I got T. Bogan's out there busting his butt this week.
It is Tony Bogan.
No, so close.
You just see him walking on stage.
The tackle out of Oregon State. Again, there it is, 14 picks in. And that's pretty cool, too.
Yeah.
Oh, he's crying. This is a great moment here. Out there in Hawaii. That's pretty cool. I love seeing the mom cry. That's a tender moment right there.
What city's he in Hawaii, Vince?
I'm not even going to try. Wapahahu. Oahu. Hawaii.
But what island is that, Vince? Can you say the island name?
Dom?
Stop bullying Vince before we get kicked off here.
we did not say.
So Talise Fuaga.
Keon Sports self-built.
He, in my opinion, was the best true right tackle in this class. He is a road grader, a physical offensive tackle, 324 pounds, and he can move. Just a tough guy there at that spot. I would have liked to have seen them gone wide receiver here. Brandon's right because of how many good wide receivers there are in this class. They could hold on this easily. They do need a tackle, but I think they need more of a left tackle than a right tackle. And Fuaga is absolutely a true right tackle. They're going to have to move some pieces on that offensive line. So I do think that's interesting, but I understand the pick. I like how he plays on that right side. He can anchor well, and like I said, I know Dom's going to be loving watching what he can do in the run game.
Well, real quick, Dom, before we get to you, Tony, I hope you heard us give you a shout-out. Please give me a thumbs up if you did. But Tony Bogan says, glad to be back just in time for my Saints on the clock. Needed to draft a lineman. I like this pick. And as we said, Tony, I think they got a guy as humble as you are here, so definitely a good feeling about him. And, we got a lot to talk about when it comes to the Colts. The Colts had a phenomenal year, way better than people thought, just barely missed the playoffs. But again, before we get to the Colts, Dom, I know you love linemen. Take it away.
Yeah, Cole's right with he is a true right tackle, the way he's built. And I love some of the highlights that we've seen from him. And Cole's, again, 100% right, the way he anchors.
Yeah.
That is the hardest thing. I played 17 years of football, and I never could anchor the way that he can. That shows why I'm here and he's there right now. But it's one of the hardest. It sounds easy. Oh, just don't move backwards. But it is hard when someone who has longer arms than you is inside and you just have to stop moving. Right. The way that he'll stop his feet, right? Set his chest, get his hands out, or he'll just extend his right arm and get his left hand ready. That is a rare talent set. He has the intangibles to build from. He's a run blocker. I mean, he bulldozes people. He turns people into mulch.
Yes.
This is a monster of a man. He's physical. I like his hand placement, the way that he punches. And I'll tell you what, that punch, you can hit the bag as much as you want. Mm-hmm. A natural punch like that doesn't come often where you can just bulldoze someone over. Really just the hand action that he has. He's impressive. I'm excited to see what he can do. I think they made a good pick here. Again, maybe should have gotten a wide receiver, but someone needs to protect him. Maybe you can find one in the second round, a wide receiver that they can build off of. Again, good pick. he is the guy that's going to lead the way when it comes to
Yeah.
run blocking. That's what you want your right tackle to be. The guy that can move, the guy that is physical, and the guy that's going to bulldoze people and turn them into mulch.
You know, Brandon, before we talk Colts really quick, obviously the Saints are in the Falcons division. Something that I think is interesting too is adding a guy like Fuaga, who's really known for being a run blocker. I wonder if that means that in the next year or two, a young guy like Condre Miller, who offers a lot of power value as a running back, is going to get some work, and they're going to switch to more of a power run scheme. I think Alvin Kamara's time is probably ticking down at this point, and maybe that's prepping for the future of getting that run game really established, rather than putting it all on the shoulders of Derek Carr.
Yeah, and you got to try something at this point because you know exactly what you're getting with Derek Carr. You've got Chris Olave there. You never know if you're actually going to be able to utilize Michael Thomas or not, but the immediate need here was at tackle. And I think you're kind of onto something with the selection of Fuaga as opposed to Fatanu or maybe some of these other guys that are more on the left side of the line. That you're probably right. Kamara has been electric for a long time, but he's had not only off the field issues, but he's a running back and he's starting to get older. He's not going to be able to do this for forever, and we are in a league where running backs just get churned through like nothing else. So I think it's a little bit of both. Like it was a need that you needed to continue to build that line together, but specifically going with somebody like Fuaga, that signals that, you know, maybe Kamara's time is coming to an end, or at least he's going to move into more of a, you know, spellback kind of role like when he started in the league. Correct me if I'm wrong, it was him and Ingram, correct?
Yeah.
When he came up. So, again, his time might be coming to a close there, but that said, the Saints are still going to have kind of an uphill battle. You need to address receiver, I think, later in this draft, which they're going to do, but there were a lot of holes on that team, and it seems like every year they continue to be in cap hell and somehow just find a way out of it. The Colts the Saints rather have single-handedly convinced me that the salary cap is not real. But speaking of the Colts,
real quick here too, because you know it's clear as day now. Houston is the best team in this division. I mean,
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, they're probably they were the best team and got even better somehow. I mean, unbelievable,
The
right?
Jags got complacent, and
Yeah.
they just didn't improve. They stayed the same.
I mean, the trajectory in this AFC South in the last 3 years, even 2 years, from the Texans is absurd. So the Colts, as I said, you know, they won me quite a few games last year in our picks because I kept picking them. They outshined a lot of teams, but what do they need to do tonight? Like, what are they going to do?
Well, they could go wide receiver. They could go defensive line. They could go corner. I actually think the Colts actually have a lot of open options right here. I think of my picks in the first round, and there's been a lot of craziness, I think, in this first round of this draft this year. A lot of things that we didn't expect, specifically the Michael Penix situation. And then it threw the board off a little bit. I had them taking Jerzon Newton, defensive tackle of Illinois, because of his versatility and being able to move to different spots on that defensive line. They have two good defensive tackles already in DeForest Buckner, and I believe that Glover's also there as well still there at defensive tackle. So I think that he could be a good pick. Maybe you see Mitchell, corner from Toledo, come off the board here.
That'd be pretty cool.
I would like it.
That would be sweet.
They could go wide receiver certainly and go with like a Brian Thomas or somebody along those lines. Maybe that can stretch the field a little bit better than what Michael Pittman can do and what Alec Pierce can do. But the options are open for the Colts, and I'm sure Dom would love to see Mitchell go here.
It would be cool. And he'll be the first time that someone's been drafted and all three people here have covered in person,
Yes.
which I think is really, really cool. It'd be a really cool moment for Ohio as a whole. And that's not who's picked.
Laiatu Latu, the edge rusher of UCLA, the Colts pick at number 15, and a guy who has been injury plagued. Talked about him being a stand-up outside linebacker. Find it interesting though because the Colts, they've really been running out of a lot more like the scheme that the Browns have been running out of. They're more often than not, it's like a 4-2-5, right?
Absolutely.
And so with his lack of size, he's going to have to be like a hybrid defensive end where he's not going to probably have his hand in the dirt. You're probably going to see Latu standing up and trying to rush the passer that way. Can he get stronger and be effective against the run will be interesting. Seattle here at 16 would have been a better fit. We'll wait and see what he can actually do with the Colts. I don't necessarily think that pushes them that much closer to the Houston Texans right now, though.
Guys, it's got a text too from Local 404, our union rep, our union sponsor, says, hell of a job, guys, keep it up. So I wanted to share that and shout out our sponsor. But yeah, continue on.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see a lot of growing pains. Hopefully, he stays healthy. But I think we're going to see a guy that, if he goes against a team that doesn't have a true tackle that is a great pass blocker, we could see him have a career day and then turn around and go against a team that has a huge left or right tackle he has to go against and just can't find a way to get the hands of a tackle off of him. I think this is not where I had him. I had him fall into Seattle. I had Mitchell here. I think Mitchell should be the next pick, but we'll see what happens. I was surprised by him being the first defensive player on the board, or off the board, I should say. Not too high on him, but I do see the potential. He can be a good passer, especially today's game where a defensive end doesn't have his hand in his dirt. He's not playing in the 4. He's playing in the 6. Yeah. He's playing in the 9 and the 7. He's playing out wide now. This is a guy that can thrive out wide if he stays healthy, if he develops, if he gets stronger. He can be a really good pass rusher and be the best pass rusher on a team, but I'm interested to see how he handles going against some of the top tackles in the league.
Yeah, and he was my 11th overall prospect. The edge rusher I had above him, my number 1 edge rusher, Dallas Turner, still available, right?
Yeah.
And he was my 7th overall prospect. My mock draft, I had him going in this pick to the Seattle Seahawks.
Does Seattle go to, or does Turner go to Seattle now?
I would think that Turner should be the pick here for Seattle right now. I think they need another edge rusher. I think they have Nwosu, and they also have Boy Mafe out there. So good edge rushers, but they don't have a great edge rusher. Turner would at least add to that room. To me, it makes the most sense here now that Latu's off the board.
I want to bring something up. Yeah. So we talked about it briefly, and I have it here in my mock draft where I have Cooper Dejean, whatever his name is, going to the Steelers.
Yep.
But I think Mitchell is the number 1 cornerback in this draft, right? Remove all bias aside, I think he's the number 1 corner. Do the Steelers try to just go for a clean swap with someone ahead and try to get him? Or do you think that these teams all are looking defense and that they're not willing to trade with Pitt? Do you think Pittsburgh even looks this way to try to get Mitchell? Or do you think they're sitting pretty where they're at?
I think they sit. I think Mitchell's a better fit. Even though Dejean was my number 1 corner, Mitchell was my 2, and it was close. They're totally different. Dejean is a guy who offers a ton of value on special teams as a return man. So not only is he
and that puts him up a little bit.
Not only is he a great return man, but he's a zone corner.
And that's what the Steelers run.
He does great sitting back in zone, jumping routes, and picking things off. Mitchell's more of your press man type of guy. I think he's very similar to Joey Porter Jr. If they want to put 2 guys on opposite sides of each other like that, they can. But if you want a corner who's different than Joey Porter Jr., then you go Dejean. So I think with both available right now, you can't necessarily go wrong with either because they're both good. So I would say just sit, and whoever's available, take them at 20. I personally don't think that Cincinnati would touch that position. I actually also don't think at 19, maybe the Rams could. I think Jacksonville would be the biggest threat to take corner.
And yet again, Pittsburgh, sitting pretty. Making the playoffs.
Like normal.
Scraping by to make the playoffs. And they're going to get one hell of a draft pick.
And this is a team that traditionally doesn't draft cornerbacks well. This is the team that drafted Artie Burns, and I had to watch him for 4 years play cornerback for the Steelers. This is a team where we watched corner after corner after corner get cycled through the system just to get traded out.
Together for one of those nights. It might have been a night 2. But
finally, Joey Porter Jr. They landed.
That's what it was.
And he was a stud for him. He had a lot of big moments for the Steelers. He's a legacy pick for them, which they tend to do a lot. But they're sitting pretty right now, and we'll talk about them a little bit more. But I don't have the teams in front of them picking a cornerback now. I have the Jaguars. Yeah, I have the Jaguars picking a cornerback here at 17.
Yeah.
But do you think Mitchell can survive, or Dejean, or there's also Kool-Aid, the coolest name in the draft that can also people also have him as the top rated corner as well.
And I had Kool-Aid going to the Jaguars at 17, so I do think they might go corner. But pick 16 here, Brandon. Do you think that Dallas Turner should be a 4-down conclusion?
I don't think it's necessarily a foregone conclusion. It's the pick I would make because edge is definitely a need for the Seahawks, but tackle is as well. So what you have to kind of balance is with one edge off the board, I don't really like the edge talent going in round 2, but tackle also drops off pretty steeply. So if we're taking highest player left available, I would take Dallas Turner, but I do not think that Fatanu is out of play here as
Yeah.
well out of Washington. It's going to be one of those two.
Yeah, and-
Dom. I thought you had something to say.
No, my Knicks are losing. It was a frustration. Forget me.
Cool. I think the Cavs lost by about 40 points.
Yeah.
I think the thing with the Seahawks as well, you have to remember their new head coach, Mike McDonald. He's
Good coach, but I like that.
He's a defensive minded guy,
Yeah, that's-
right? So
he's gonna do
I do
well.
think they're really going to try to find ways to strengthen that defense this year.
Agreed.
Obviously, they still like what they have on offense with their weapons. Kenneth Walker at running back. Zach Charbonnet's is back up there. You obviously have still the DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith, and Jigba trio there. So, sure, they could maybe improve at right tackle. I actually like Charles Cross still on the left side, but ultimately, I think defense is really going to be the main focus for Seattle throughout the vast majority of this draft. So, for me, Turner makes the most sense. Picks in. They're about to announce it here in just a few
I'll
moments,
tell you what,
but
Cole,
it would make sense.
you're in good position to make a run here with your picks.
Yeah, maybe.
You are really. I mean, you're sitting pretty here. So
Potentially.
I know it's been a bit sketchy for a stretch there, but I think now if this is when it's settled down and people with only one trade so far, I think this is you might see people try to do what they're supposed to do at this point, not make too much of a reach.
Yeah, it got crazy there
Yeah.
for a little bit,
I
right?
think this is where we see you take off.
I think mostly because of how things played out with the quarterbacks, right? It
Yeah.
made things dicey for a little bit, and that's what made part of this year tougher. I thought it was easy, the first 4 picks. It felt like no-brainers. After 5, things could change, and it was just a matter of who really wants these quarterbacks, right? There were multiple teams who could have been in play. It's just who's actually going to be willing to, tighten the shoelaces type of a deal, right? And decide to make a run up the board to try to
Yeah.
actually get their guy. And
Yeah.
and we saw what actually happened. We saw the Falcons surprisingly take Michael Penix Jr. and it throws off the boards, and that's one of the toughest things about mock drafting. Is
Right.
one pick can change it. But
Well,
you're right. Everybody that I pretty much had from here on out is still
it's
available
very
to this
possible
point.
if you make a run right here.
Yeah.
And guys, too, I mean, I will throw this out there. We're gonna go pretty deep into it tomorrow night. We announce every pick tomorrow night, like we do tonight. But Cole and myself over the years, and Dom the last couple of years. Brandon will be joining us for night 2 this year. We're so
Yeah.
excited to have Brandon back. We have a blast, right, Cole?
Yeah, night
Yeah.
two's fun.
Night 2 is my favorite night.
Night two's more
This
relaxed.
is all business. Yeah.
Yep.
But one of the questions I would throw out there for tomorrow night, and it could still change. Who had the best first round pick and grade the draft and all that stuff people love to do. But looking at this right now, just as we have a minute to kill here, I love Malik Neighbors at number 6. I mean, for him to slide to the Giants like he did, I think it's going to be a stud there. I really do. I mean, Danny Dimes has no excuse. He has a threat. A legitimate
Yeah,
threat.
he does.
I mean,
I think without playing a snap, that's the best receiver that's been in New York since Odell Beckham junior So,
you would think so. He also has a running back in Singletary who can catch the ball in the backfield.
I strongly disagree.
yeah, I
there.
disagree with that.
No, I think so.
Singletary's a smaller.
He showed you he could, though, in Buffalo. They just didn't use him.
No, he's a smaller power back.
No, he's a power back.
He's
He
a
can't
first and
move.
second down back.
For a running back, he's a slow man.
Who am I thinking of then? Help me out here.
I have no clue.
Cook?
No. That
Was
doesn't
Hines
matter.
there for a minute?
Naheem Hines was there.
I
for a minute.
have something on the Falcons.
Which, by the way, I'll give you a free shout out for SI.com. He does a lot of good work, and I think Hines is going to be better than people think. You wrote a good piece about him a little while back
Yeah, I
for the Browns.
basically said this too. I don't think James Prochet and Naheem Hines are competing. I think Hines is the better kick returner and Prochet is the better punt returner.
Agreed.
So unless drastic things change in that wide receiver room, I think Prochet is safe as well.
I have something on the Falcons after this pick, by the way.
Not a problem. I just don't think Singletary is as bad as you guys think. All right, so Seattle on the clock here. Pick is in. Let's see what they're going to do with it. We got a new head coach this year in Seattle. They're going to flip the card, 12th man there, and it is
Wow.
Byron Murphy, the second defensive tackle out of Texas.
Yeah, interesting there with the addition of Murphy. He is one of the better defensive tackles in this class. He actually was, again, another one of my top 100 prospects, ranked in at number 55 overall. Respectable guy who I thought was going to go late first round. He goes mid first round. he is going to be a trusted defensive tackle there for sure. I think he's stout, has the athleticism there in that scheme, could work pretty well. Ultimately, I mean, if we take a look at where he may align right now, if we pull up the depth chart of
We have
Seattle.
a trade here real quick, too, while
Yeah.
you're doing that, as Jacksonville
ahead.
is traded into this pick. So Jacksonville swapped up.
No,
Wait a second.
no.
This was
Jacksonville's
my fault.
Yeah.
They traded it to Minnesota.
Okay. That's interesting that now the Minnesota Vikings are coming up to 17. They've taken J.J. McCarthy already. Now will they try to get him another weapon, or are they going to try to add to the defense? I mean, there's a lot of ways the Vikings could go here right now. I do want to get back to this Byron Murphy pick here, though. I think in that 3-4 scheme that they run, you have Draymond Jones, who I think fits in as that, speedier defensive end with his hand in the dirt. I don't necessarily think Murphy has the size to be your nose tackle in the middle. I think he probably aligns as that D tackle of the three on the line. He's not going to be the one right over the center.
He's going to run a 3-tech, not a shade. Yeah.
Correct. Yep. He will be that 3-tech. Again, listed on the depth chart probably as the D tackle, as Draymond Jones is that D end on the opposite side with his hand in the dirt as well. Ultimately, the thing is, though, that's interesting about that's the same spot that Leonard Williams plays, right?
Mm-hmm.
So will Byron Murphy get the starting job right away? I don't know. Maybe Leonard Williams can bump to nose tackle. He'd be a smaller nose tackle, but I'll be curious to see what they do, because I think they probably should have gone edge rusher instead there. I think they could have probably found somebody who is more suited for a 3-4 scheme. I would like Murphy more in a 4-3.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what he does in the shade. The shade does absorb a lot of double teams. A little bit less, though. If he's on the right side and there's a zone left play, he's dealing with that guard by himself. Well, when you're a shade technique or the nose guard, you are on the outside eye of the center, which means you're dealing with the guard in the center every single play. So I'm interested to see where he aligns. He has a smaller, slimmer build than a shade, so I'd like to see him at 3-tech.
And Dallas Turner now to the Vikings. So Dallas Turner out of Alabama. The pick is in, and it is Dallas Turner, as I said there. Interesting. So the Vikings being aggressive there.
Well, the Vikings, they need an edge rusher bad. They really did need edge rusher. That's why I had them at pick 23, their next selection, the pick that they picked up from the Houston Texans not too long ago when the Texans traded back out of this round. I had them taking Jared Verse, the edge rusher out of Florida State. So I thought they'd go edge rusher. I think with them just watching that Seattle decided not to go Dallas Turner, that was their signal to, let's make the move. Let's go get this guy. He's a talented edge rusher. As much as I've slammed the Minnesota Vikings for taking J.J. McCarthy in this draft, I mean,
pick.
they did what they had to do. This is a good pick. Turner's my 7th overall prospect.
Yeah.
He's my number 1 edge rusher. This helps their defense, a defense
Always
that I
said we
think
needed
have
it. Yeah.
a lot of issues. They picked up Jonathan Greenard of the Houston Texans, who had a good year last year, but he doesn't nearly fill the role that Danielle Hunter left. Hunter was the better edge rusher. So now you at least have a guy that you could trust on the opposite side in Dallas Turner. So I like this. Credit to the Vikings.
Real quick here, in the chat room, Scott Skippy Cleary says Tyrion Arnold is the top corner in the draft. So he's going with Arnold as the best corner in the draft. And he says he thinks either he or Mitchell will be a Steeler. Zachary Duncan says can't go wrong picking a Longhorn.
Oh, well, Zach's a Texas fan. Let me put that. Zach was running around when we were both big Jersey guys in middle school, and I was running around with the LaShawn McCoy Pitt jersey. He had a Colt McCoy Texas jersey. Big Texas fan, Zach. So of course he likes the Texas Longhorn being picked in the first round.
Paul, I'm gonna throw it back to you real quick.
Yeah.
So, we talked about all the offensive players coming off the board as early as they did,
Yeah.
right? As this draft goes on, do you think now it's going to become a little bit more chalk, or do you think we could expect more craziness? Because it's just, I don't think anybody could have sat down this year and predicted 10 in a row or even 15 in a row with how jumbled it has been.
Yeah, no,
And the Vikings themselves have screwed a lot of things up for people tonight.
Yeah, this year's been tough. I don't think anybody's probably hit this exact type of mock draft. I don't think there's a chance. I think we may see more craziness tomorrow, actually, than what we're going to see the rest of this first round. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of crazy moves. I just think there were so many defensive players that sat. You're going to see more defensive players coming off the board. You're going to see more wide receivers come off the board. We really have only seen those top 3 guys, and to this point, everybody else is like, yeah, we're okay on receiver. Yeah, there's so many good ones,
Yep.
right? There's like 19, 20 great options that we could easily get in the first couple rounds.
Again, sign of the times.
I
all
still
thrown
think
in college.
we're going to see a ton of receivers taken in the top 100 picks, but we're only 17 selections in. There's going to be a run that's going to happen. It's probably going to be when we get in the 20s here at some point. You're going to see a few go.
Yep.
Obviously, Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Keon Coleman, Brian Thomas, maybe Troy Franklin, Ladd McConkey. There's a ton of guys you could hear their name called. You're going to hear that. You should hear that at the Buffalo Bills pick at least if we don't hear a wide receiver by that time. Maybe the Cincinnati Bengals pick, by the way,
Well, I
though,
could see this
could
T.
be
Higgins
could be
gone.
telling on if T. Higgins will actually be traded or not.
They're going to have a lot
So-
of holes to fill.
We will speak into Brandon over there with a little bit of more details on that trade.
Yeah, so it looks like not a huge trade here. So the Jaguars acquire picks 23 and 167 in exchange for 17.
Okay, Brandon, we're going to stay with you in a second. Would like you to tell us what you think the biggest surprise so far of the first round has been, and also who you believe Cincinnati's going to pick. But before we do that, again, got the text earlier. We want to throw it out there. Cement Mason Local 404 Union, our other gold sponsor along with JBL. They sponsor everything, and Cement Mason actually will be sponsoring the All Grit team. Whether you are an experienced journeyman or an apprentice, their doors are open for you to join the union. Current and future demand for skilled craftsman necessities, an apprenticeship program that takes into consideration practices of one of the world's oldest trades, along with instruction in new techniques, applications, technologies, and materials. The Local 404 Cement Masons Joint Apprenticeship and Training Program could be for you. It could change your entire life. Look them up today. It is at cementmason404.com. And again, Cement Mason Local 404 Union. My father was a union man. My grandfather was a union man. We are so proud to have you on. Thank you. It means a lot. Also, Mickey Mart. The moose is on the loose. Almost did that as good as you. I tried. The moose is on the loose.
The Moose is on the loose.
Love it. Love it. Your local Mickey Mart is open now for all the food and fuel you need to keep every big game party going. What's great about Mickey Mart, they stay open the hours they say they're going to be open. Nobody throws food at you through the fast-through drive-through window. It's just amazing.
You don't
customer.
cut your hand on the door.
Listen, you
walking
could be having a digit dangle. They're going to let you use that bathroom. Mickey Mart is proud to team up with Keon Sports to bring you all the finest moments. We love Mickey Mart. Visit them today, mickeythemoose.com, to find a store near you. I'll tell you what, my daughters love to go to playgrounds. They love to go to the zoo. They love to go to theme parks. They love all that stuff. But honestly, Mickey Mart is number one on that list of summertime attractions. Brandon, I'll ask you again. What has been the biggest surprise this year, thus far, 17 picks in, and then where do you see the Bengals going?
And just really quick, I have to say I'm happy to have all of our sponsors on, but it's really cool to have the Cement Masons Union specifically. I also come from a union family. My stepfather's a union electrician, Local 38, so really good to see them represented on here. That all said, I mean, it has to be Michael Penix, right? It's either him or maybe Bo Nix going in the first round, but the team fit isn't necessarily a surprise with them going to Denver.
Yeah.
Penix going to a team that just gave Kirk Cousins a pretty hefty contract, though, if I remember correctly. Only the first 2 years are guaranteed, and then they've got a way to be able to kind of sneak out of that. So by that point, you can put Penix in, and you've got a good situation there. But overall, I mean, I was thrilled that it happened. I was telling friends at work that are watching this draft tonight that I'd be over the moon if the Falcons could somehow get Penix, but I didn't expect it to happen. And sure enough, you know, he goes there at 8 as the third quarterback off the board, or fourth quarterback off the board, rather. So, yeah, by far and away got to be the biggest surprise here so far. And I guess the second biggest surprise, maybe only one trade, or 2 trades now to this point. But with the quarterbacks in this draft, I think we all expected a lot of chaos at the top. But to only really have one quarterback-centric trade so far has been interesting. Now, as far as the Bengals, which they are getting ready to pick here, so I'll keep it short. Again, there's a lot of receiver depth, but there's still something to say about being able to still get your guy out of this next cluster of receivers. Plenty of great options still. Brian Thomas Jr., Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy if you're looking for a speedster. That all is going to depend on what they're doing with T. Higgins and if he gets dealt tonight. Outside of that, I think tackle is still a need as well. Marius Mims still sitting here on the board. Again, this is about where he's typically coming off of mock draft. So I'm either thinking of Marius Mims or their pick of whoever the best wide receivers are. If I had to pick one off the top, probably Brian Thomas Jr.
You know, adding another offensive lineman to an offensive line that's had their struggles would be smart for them. I think part of it is not only are they actually going to meet T. Higgins' trade demands, or are they going to keep him? The other thing is Andre Yoshivash. You know, he's a guy who's been putting on more muscle, more strength. He's a guy out of Princeton last year who was a rookie who they liked his speed, they liked his size on the outside. He started getting some reps. Maybe they want to get him some more time. So I think it'd be telling as to what their plan is with Higgins and if Yoshivash, they feel if he's ready, if they'd pass on receiver here and go offensive line. I think it could go either way. I'd be shocked if it's on the defensive end, though. Gut feeling is this is going to be an offensive pick for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Just got to throw this out here. Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't even realize Troy Fatanu is still available.
Yes.
So he's kind of sliding at this point. So interesting to see if the Bengals don't take him here, where he does eventually come off the board.
If the Bengals pick a receiver right here, it's going to speak volumes of Higgins' future. And the card is in, the pick is made.
And there you go.
And they go tackle. It is Mims out of Georgia.
Yeah, Amarius Mims. He's a big body. You know, he and J.C. Latham were two of the biggest right tackles in this draft class. And he was a guy that I liked. He was one of my top tackle prospects. And he now is in a room there in with the Cincinnati Bengals that they are massive at their tackle spots. Orlando Brown Jr. at left tackle. We know he's a big man. They brought in Trent Brown from New England to the mix, and Mims is another guy who is a massive. Again, more built for that right side. I don't know if he's really going to be able to move over to the left side. There wasn't a whole lot of difference between Latham and Mims. Ultimately, though, Mims was still a pretty highly ranked prospect for me. Overall, he was my 26th ranked prospect. Not too far behind Latham, who was 21 for me. Very similar prospects. I like him. Think he'll probably sit behind Brown initially. I think Brown, with being a veteran, he'll at least get the initial nod. But Mims will become a key piece for the Bengals on their offensive line within the next couple of years. So, smart pick when they're trying to protect Joe Burrow.
You know, talked about earlier how Alabama is just a factory when it comes to offensive linemen. So is Georgia. I mean, we saw Broderick Jones go to the Pittsburgh Steelers last year, left tackle for the Georgia Bulldogs. They develop these large men, these Goliaths. And, man, they can move, too. I mean, we just saw some highlights of him going downfield. He can pass block. The highlight you're seeing right now, it's just you run right into him, try to make an outside move, can't go nowhere. Oh, go inside. But his inside foot is strong, man. That's a hard guy to make a move on. And if your first move's not successful, that second move ain't going to be successful either. Because once he has his hands on you, you're not going nowhere. He can get downfield, get to that third level, right? It takes him a minute. He's a big boy. He takes him to get that third level. But if you're a cornerback or a safety and he's creating a lane for a running back, you might as well try to move around them because if you're in his circle, you're going to end up on your back. That's a large man. He's a good run blocker from what we've seen. Strong hands. It's a good pick. And then he probably is going to sit behind, but they're probably going to find ways to utilize him as a extra offensive tackle.
One thing, Vince, that's interesting is although I like this pick, how far the Bengals have fallen in a sense that they're still a good team, right? The entire division, the AFC North, they all had winning records last year, even with Joe Burrow being injured.
Still.
But here's the interesting thing about it. Trey Hendrickson wants out. T. Higgins wants out. They got rid of DJ Reader, replaced him with Sheldon Rankins. That is a major drop-off at defensive tackle. Ultimately, I think the Bengals are on a downhill trajectory right now.
Agreed.
And as much as I threw shade,
as
I threw shade at the Pittsburgh Steelers last year, they were able to still win games. And I think the Bengals are the bottom team in
Absolutely.
that division right now. I think the Steelers, the Browns, and the Ravens have much stronger rosters to compete for the division
I agree.
than the Bengals at this point, despite Joe Burrow being maybe the best quarterback in the division.
I agree with you to an extent, and I think a lot of that has to do with the head coach. I just don't think they buy into him, right? I mean, yeah, the guy went to the Super Bowl, but that was when Joe Burrow had a playoffs playing out of his mind, and he had a rookie kicker making everything that he kicked.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that was a magical postseason for Cincinnati, where they could have won 0 games in the postseason, got knocked out first round, but instead the guy made one game-winning field goal after another. Right? Buffalo choked and everything else that went down that year. So, Brandon, I'm going to ask all three of you guys this question. We'll go Brandon, Dom, Cole. And ironically, he's right on the screen, the exact question I was about to ask.
Yeah.
My goat.
Do the Rams try to replace Aaron Donald with this pick? I mean, if you could. You really can't.
That's the problem. No, he was not only an incredible player, but he was an absolute unicorn as well. You don't see undersized defensive tackles come into the league and dominate like that. I mean, Kalijah Cansey is the closest thing we've gotten since then, and it's not even remotely on the same plane. I do think they go defense here, but a sneaky pick for me, maybe wide receiver, because you do have Puka Nacua there, but I think Cooper Kupp's time and all of his injury problems, while you still have a few years left to Matthew Stafford, might be the time to sneak in there and grab a receiver as well. But I think the smartest thing would be to stick on the defensive side of the ball. Jared Verse is still here, would probably be the pick that I would go with. But again, don't completely count out receiver at this point.
Tom Cole?
Yeah, they need to hammer defense. They really do. They're not going to find another Aaron Donald, but they have so many positions that they can go to. I think Jerzon Newton would be a really smart pick here because of his versatility. If you want anybody who could be Aaron Donald, he doesn't have the strength, but he does have the explosiveness of a guy like Aaron Donald on the defensive line. So I think Newton would make a ton of sense. In my mock draft, I had them kind of surprising people with my top safety prospect, Tyler Nubin of Minnesota, because their secondary is awful. There's all those corners up on the board right now. They need help at every single position group on defense. So I don't think they can go wrong taking a defensive player. Their only mistake would be if they go on the offensive side, because their defense is what's going to kill them this next year if they don't do something.
Tom, Ken Clark, boom or bust.
Keelan Clark, boom or bust? Boom.
Yeah,
Easily. Yeah.
I thought I'd give it a quick layup.
Her and Boston together in Indiana? Come on. They're
How
going to be
nervous
great.
were you
I
in
don't
everyone?
like her fit on the Rams.
I was
I'll
shaking.
tell you that.
Yeah, I was nervous for you. All right, guys. All joking aside, it is Versi out of Florida State, the edge rusher. I mean, again, as I think we all said, you're not going to replace Donald with one pick. This is a good start. I love the Rams. You know, not throwing this in Cole's face or anything about being, 4-time winner of the Climate Second NFL Prediction Show. But listen, man, all joking aside, I think Cole would agree. I picked the Rams a lot, and they really. I'll admit it, they saved me this year. Between them and the Chiefs late.
They
really,
messed me up because they're so up and down.
They saved me big time. Especially, I think they're giving us the Saints. They won on a Thursday night, which is crazy. But, guys, all joking aside, as we get ready for Pittsburgh, and that's when Dom's going to take center stage here.
Yeah.
Looking at this pick again, it's not really a rebuild because they have one of the best coaches in football. They have a veteran quarterback who's led them to a Super Bowl and won a Super Bowl.
I don't know.
One guy.
No, it's not like Aaron Donald and one guy, it changes the whole thing. But at the same time, I mean, to evaluate this, I think Jared Verse, he can stand up as a 3-4 outside linebacker. He can put his hand in the dirt. Obviously, we know that the Rams like to run out of their 3-4 scheme, so he's not going to be taking over Donald's spot. He's probably going to be standing up on the outside, and he's got the power. He has the speed. He was my 16th overall prospect. This is right around where he should have been going, behind Latu, behind Dallas Turner. He was one of those next guys in line, and for me, it was neck and neck between Verse and Chop Robinson as my third edge rusher. Chop had more explosiveness, Verse had more power. I went Verse 3 and Chop was my 4, but it was neck and neck. I like this pick for them. They need a lot more defenders in this draft, but they got a lot of picks to do it with, right? So they can keep hammering that, but we'll move to the Steelers here in a moment. But I do think this is at least an okay start for them as they're trying to make sure.
Block
I like them.
They want to make sure they're not a bottom dweller, but they have the trajectory right now to be that way.
Absolutely. Dom, you had something to say before I go to Brandon. Go right ahead.
It is hard to replace Aaron Donald. You can't replace him. It's funny, Brennan mentioned him. The only guy that we've seen that has come out of the draft that's comparable was Kalijah Cansey, who was a lifting partner with Aaron Donald. Because Aaron Donald, he funds Pitt's weight room.
That's awesome,
And he
isn't
has
it?
his own locker there and works out with them in the offseason. So the one guy that we can see comparable is an undersized defensive tackle from Pitt, like Aaron Donald was. But you can't replace him. He's just one of the best defensive tackles, if not the best defensive tackle of all time, especially when it comes from a rushing standpoint. You can't replace him. But what you can do in a Moneyball reference is you can build them in the aggregate.
Play Hatterberg. I don't want to play him.
Play Hatterberg.
Brandon, I mean, this is a blast, and I think we all look forward to this for a good reason. But really, just to kind of cap it off before we let Dom bring us home here with this Pittsburgh pick, what do you think Pittsburgh's going to do?
So there's a couple ways they can go here. Offensive tackle is still a need and feels like it's forever going to be a need. Given past track record, I don't think that's the route that Pittsburgh's going to end up going, although, again, Troy Fautanu still sitting there. Interesting to see maybe why he is sliding, so maybe more will come out about that. I think you could go wide receiver to get a legitimate wide to pair up with George Pickens. Again, you have your pick of that second tier of wide receivers still. But what I think the most likely option is going to be is cornerback. Because, really, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, no one has come off the board at this point from the cornerback position.
They have their Pickens.
Nope, they're going to need a lockdown corner.
Yeah, no, they need a corner. And I have to say this. Fautanu, though,
Guaranteed.
by the way, Brandon, I don't think Fautanu's sliding. I don't think he should be more than a second-round guy. For me, he was a second-round guy through and through. I didn't see him going in the first round. He may still go in the first round, but for me, it's not a slide. For me, I think he shouldn't even see night one.
Guys.
Sorry, go ahead, Vince.
No, I mean...
I had him graded much higher. Like, again, I thought he held his own against Michigan. I know he didn't have the same level of competition out in the Pac-12, but it was a solid player. There wasn't a ton that... I thought he was a safer pick. You know what I mean? I don't think he's going to go out and dominate at the NFL level, but he seemed like he's someone you can kind of plug and play and not have any kind of issues. But...
Rumors of him moving inside to guard as well. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, I know there's the physicality aspect. He's nasty, right? Well, he has that nasty streak. I mean, I wrote that in my prospect rankings. The only thing is, I do think he got so rushed and lacked patience that sometimes he kind of got himself a little out of control, maybe out of position. If they can maybe reel that in, I like his ability. Don't get me wrong, but second round I think would make a lot of sense. But
he may slide there at this
But
point.
Xavier
see.
Worthy's still on the board, isn't he?
yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if Pittsburgh taking a receiver here.
I would be shocked, but I would not be shocked if at 21 the Miami Dolphins want him.
Take Xavier Worthy.
I mean, he ran
Just for the speed.
He ran a 4.21 40,
I mean,
and they already have Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
it
That
just-
screams
it-
Miami
How do
Dolphins.
you
wouldn't shock
how
me
do you
if
pair
Pittsburgh
up
did it.
more speed?
It was more speed.
It wouldn't shock me if Pittsburgh did that either, though. But maybe it will. Who cares? Listen, guys,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what I think right now. And quite frankly, as much as I love Cole and Brandon, it doesn't really matter because there's really just one person in this room, truly just one person who bleeds yellow and black. Gold
Black and gold,
Black
yeah.
and gold.
Oh,
Sorry.
goodness.
Black and gold.
Yeah.
Black, yellow. Anyways, so all joking aside, Dom, you are from Pittsburgh. We all know that. What does this mean to you at this point in your life, being 24 years old, to have this position, to not only announce their pick here on a draft show that's going to be seen by thousands of people, but to get to do this for a living, to you've been a fan, you've been a player, but now you're analyzing something. What does it mean to you?
And now you're the Steelers' 20th draft pick. as
Yeah,
well.
the Steelers running shot. It's funny because I never thought that in my life I would be in Cleveland watching the Steelers pick, and then also working at a radio station that prides
That's
itself
the
being
affiliate, yeah.
being the flagship station for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
And I probably know just as much about the Browns than I do about the Steelers right now.
Yeah.
But
Sure.
you know what? It's an awesome position to be in. I'm very grateful to be given a platform and to be able to analyze and give my opinions of the team that I despised growing up and the team that I loved growing up. It's a lot of fun, and not too many people get to do what I get to do or given a platform. from other people. So it's a lot of fun. I look forward to this every night because the first time we did this is me saying we're going to the Super Bowl
Kenny Pickett.
after Kenny
Yeah.
Pickett. I still have that clipped on my phone.
Oh yeah,
Cam Hayward.
it's a special feeling, to say the least, to be able to do this with you guys for sure. I mean, like I said, Cole, Brandon, and myself, years on that Podbean stuff. You know, to get this far is ridiculous. Dom.
All right, Commissioner, he's yapping it up with Cam Hayward.
Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Was he the Man of the Year or the Steelers' representative for the Man of the Year?
He was Walter Payton Man of the Year.
He does a lot.
Yeah.
You should know that, Dom.
Thought it
I
was
thought you were a
fixed.
Steelers fan.
Yeah. Ohio State Buckeye.
Yeah.
And
His
looks
dad,
great in
Ironhead
that.
Pit Panther, and he played for the New
Chicago
Orleans Tony
Bears.
Bogans.
And
Yeah.
also Chicago Bears.
Yeah, he did.
Iron.
Also pulls off that emerald green suit like
Beast
nothing
on
I have
Super
ever
Tackle
seen.
Bowl.
Really?
Right
Yeah.
over there. Yeah.
All right, Cam Hayward making the pick. Yeah, Walter Payton, Man of the Year.
Gotta get a Bo Nix jersey.
Oh, you could just get a Zach Wilson jersey instead.
And
save
they
money.
pick.
Old school.
Why isn't it showing up? What's happening?
It's
They
a
traded
speech.
to the Birmingham
Speech.
Stallions to the USFL.
Ben DiNucci. Nothing's happening.
Caitlin Clark.
I think
He's just hamming it
he
up
might
right
be
now.
finishing his Walter Payton Man of the Year speech.
Doesn't this happen to Dom every year? Like
Every year, yeah.
I think it. Oh, Kenny Pickett was the bowling alley year, wasn't it?
Yeah,
And
the
Roller
bowling
Rink
alley
year.
The
I think it was.
yes. Devontae Wyatt.
What happened to that guy?
He said
Green
The
Bay
Steelers-
Packers.
Of course.
Oh.
That's a good little pick. And you got to announce it.
Hey, Troy Fontenot. Whatever.
Was he with the other guy?
Troy Fontenot of Washington. Now he's an offensive tackle on
Rock.
my prospect list. I
Have him as a
believe.
guard.
Brandon, you had him as an offensive tackle as well, correct? And
Yeah.
and here's where the talk of him possibly sliding into guard is in the works, and now that's what you're going to see probably with him being.
Cool. He's going to be moved to right tackle.
Maybe, yeah, they might have to try to move him to right tackle there. I mean, Dan Moore is their guy they're trying to start on the left side, right?
He's good. He's good as gone. He has the PFF worst rating for the left tackle.
Jones over to left tackle, then Fontenot going over to right makes sense because I think Jones is a better pass blocker. Of course, remember him from recently with prospect rankings, and then you can move Fontenot, who's the better run blocker, over to the right side. Now, you see the physicality from him, but I think in some of these highlights, what you'll also notice is I just think there are occasional times where he struggles with getting his feet moving. As a pass protector, I think he's going to have to develop a little bit better. I like him more on the right side than the left side. Again, he was my 7th tackle prospect, and overall, Fontenot was a little bit further down my list. I do believe then he was still in my top 100, but he's a guy that I was not as high on as other people. He was my 52nd overall prospect. So a good pick for the Steelers there. They're going to just move some players around on that offensive line.
Not the pick I wanted. I wanted the lockdown corner combo, but you know what? They're investing in their future at quarterback. Where Russell Wilson, who knows how long he'll be the man back there,
Yeah.
but Fields very well could be the future in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And I think they want to lock that down because we saw someone with happy feet in Kenny Pickett last year.
Yeah.
Really struggled with the offensive line despite it being a good run blocking offensive line, especially later in the year with Warren and Najee Harris running the ball. They want to solidify this offensive line. Dan Moore Jr. got to go. He got to go. It's enough's enough with him. He's undersized, horrible hands, positions himself poorly, should not be playing as an NFL caliber number 1 left tackle. Broderick Jones, on the other hand, needs to be your left tackle. Now you have your guy to play right. They have their guards essentially locked up right now.
Yeah, probably.
It would they've traded 2 people that have started on other teams this year, young guys, because their guards positions are locked up. They needed a center. I don't know who's playing center for them, but
They'll still get a center in this draft. I think there's actually more centers than there are guards, honestly, in this
Yeah.
draft. So they can get somebody
But right tackle was a need for
Day
this team for
two,
sure, and I believe that they think they found that guy, at least for now, that can protect Wilson and or Fields.
Are the Miami Dolphins one of the fastest teams in the NFL, if not the fastest?
Yes,
They are, yeah.
They are, and
Offensively,
and
yeah.
they may get even faster if
They have to
do
go corner
take
here,
Gordon.
I
right?
mean, even their rookie running back from last year, I'm going to butcher his name, Achney. How do you say it?
Well, here's the tricky thing: is they had been changing his name, right? Everybody's saying A-Chain, and they got moved to what was it? A-Chan. Then they
A-Chan,
started saying
yeah.
during
I mean,
the season.
So he's a speed demon.
they literally corrected it during the season. Here's the
And
interesting
Raheem
thing.
Mostert as well.
Well, Ibrahim.
He can stay
well,
healthy.
well, Raheem Mostert is really fast when he gets to open field. Here's the thing about A-Chan. He actually put on a lot of muscle this offseason. I saw a picture of him
Yeah,
recently.
that's huge, yeah.
And I'm concerned if he's still going to be fast at this point. Because he literally bulked up where it's like, did you just lose your speed? Right? We'll see if he can actually still be quick. But I wouldn't be shocked if, even though Worthy might not be one of the, what most people are deeming one of the very top receivers here right now, he's still part of that mix. He's fast. They love him. Worthy, Hill, Waddle, you don't have any big receivers, but man, they're burners.
Yeah.
And
They get
he-
open.
And Worthy broke the 40-yard dash record at the NFL Combine, and that tells you about all you need to know about what the Dolphins like.
Now, didn't they lose parts of their defensive back room? I mean, that defense is getting a lot weaker. They lost their best defensive tackle. They lost their best linebacker. They've lost their cornerback room. I mean, they still have
Yeah.
Jalen Ramsey, but that defense is going to be concerning. Who's rushing the passer? Who's stopping the teams running the ball up the middle? There's no Wilkins. There's no Baker. So there's holes that need to be filled on defense. If they get a wide receiver, though, the speed matchup is a dream. You have holes and needs on defense that you need to tend to. And if they don't tend to them, I'm going to feel very iffy about this team trying to win the East this year.
I
Yeah,
thought secondary might be better than linebacker and defensive line. Linebacker and defensive line is where they lost most of the pieces. They do still have an aging Jalen Ramsey. They do have Javon Holland. Jordan Poyer was brought in from Buffalo at safety.
right.
And they added Kendall Fuller at corner. So
Okay.
secondary is probably not as much of a need as linebacker in the defensive front. But again, Xavier Worthy, a guy I really could see them going. But Brandon, sorry to cut you off.
You know, real too quick here, Brandon. I mean, the Dolphins were a team last year that was so close to winning the division. At one point, they were the number one seed in the AFC. That's how ridiculously good they were. And I think they ended up taking like a 6th seed, something nuts. So, I mean, Brandon, what are they going to do here? Won the
Smart.
first round playoff game, and then, right? No, they lost Kansas City.
They lost to Kansas City in the
You're
Ice
right,
Bowl.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so at this point, like, as far as positional value, I mean, cornerback, I think, is the way that they should go. If you're Miami, you're not thrilled with how this board has fallen to you, especially considering how few defensive players have gone. Most of them have been at the edge position, which is what they need, much more badly than anywhere else. Chop Robinson's my highest remaining defensive edge player there, and I'm not thrilled with him at 21. Jerzon Newton is probably your best overall, option that you have left here, especially when you're talking about defensive tackle. It falls off pretty hard from that point. Next guy I have is Ruka Roaro at 51, and then it just gets worse from there. I think it's an interesting proposition to add just more speed with Xavier Worthy, like Cole was saying, but Newton, I think, again, is the smart pick for Miami. They really need to shore up.
Fun stat there that said, Zachary Duncan was talking about that pick a little bit ago. 65 blocks during his senior year of high school volleyball.
Wow.
So Chop Robinson it is. Brandon, we'll let you finish that thought as you dial up the highlights. You just called it.
I called it in that edge was the biggest need. I'm just surprised with Chop going here. Chop is a frustrating prospect because he has all the physical gifts and abilities in the world, right? He can blast through the line. He's incredibly explosive. He's strong. He's got everything you want except the production. I don't understand why he struggles so much to get into the backfield. And I'm sure there are going to be defensive coordinators, and in this case, Miami's defensive coordinator, that they're just salivating over wanting to get their hands on this guy and to mold him into exactly what they see he can be. But still, personally, I think it's a little bit of a reach for Chop. I was expecting him more at the very end of the first round, but still a position of need for Miami. They went out and did what they had to do.
Cole, the Eagles, another team like the Dolphins that were unbelievably good the first half of the season and
Yeah.
then spent the second half of the season tanking. Before we get to the Eagles, I'll let you finish the thoughts on Chop.
Well, Chop was actually who I had the Eagles taking here at this pick. I thought that they could easily add another edge rusher after Hassan Reddick's no longer with the team and went to the New York Jets. I think this would have been a really good fit for them. For the Miami Dolphins, I understand it adds another guy to that room, but I think they maybe need more defensive linemen rather than a 3-4 outside linebacker because they're already starting Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb. They just brought in Shaq Barrett as well. So Chop Robinson's now probably your
Remember,
fourth
Phillips
guy.
is probably going to miss most of the year.
Probably, yes, that's true. So that does help. Forgot obviously about him missing.
Yeah, it happened
a
late
good
in the
amount of
year.
time.
Yeah.
But the thing for them is I understand the fit. He's got the speed. He fits best in a 3-4 base scheme, so it makes a lot of sense. I think the Dolphins are going to probably try to find a way to still get Xavier Worthy. I think they probably really would like him, so if they have to trade up in the second round, they may just do it tomorrow. But Chop, it makes sense for them, but I think the Eagles are going to have to be thinking a little bit here now because I think that was probably their pick here at this spot.
I always wonder when Goodell walks through the crowd if anybody actually has enough courage to ask him, "Why do you hate Cleveland?" I would if I was in the crowd.
Why does he hate Cleveland?
He hates Cleveland. You look at every ruling that has gone against the Browns in the last 10 years since he's been in office.
Yeah.
But
Everything's gone against the Browns in the past 20 years. I don't think it's necessarily him.
you know what popped in my head today? And Josh Gordon in that 2020 or that 2012 draft, and thinking it's a nice little nucleus for the Browns, and then obviously everything that went south pretty quickly there. So guys, it's crazy to think too. I mean, we are now at 10:42 p.m. here on the East Coast. This draft is flying. It is, but it isn't. I don't know. I mean, how you feeling tonight so far?
Well, something I do want to add.
Sure.
By the way, on the Eagles, so news is right before we went live on air. A.J. Brown
Yeah.
just got an extension
Okay.
with the Eagles. So obviously that's interesting for Philadelphia because that was part of what happened in the end of their season last year was so many locker room issues. It felt like that A.J. Brown was upset and a bunch of players were upset and maybe that means that things are getting resolved for that team.
Yeah.
But the Eagles went from being a really solid team to just falling off a cliff at the end of the year and collapsing, which was fascinating. So we'll see what they do here with this pick. Again, I'm still not sure what they would do with Chop off the board, but I wanted to just bring that up about A.J. Brown and that being interesting.
That's a good sign. I don't know. We're not there, right? No one's literally in the locker room to know. We all speculate. But this was a guy in Sirianni who led them to the Super Bowl 1 year prior and got pretty darn close to beating Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
A year later, it was falling apart that quick, and people were doubting him. It just seems strange to me that could happen. Then they trade for, they got Kenny Pickett, just all kinds of weird stuff over the last couple months in Philadelphia. Just not a lot of it
Kenny coming home.
Not a lot of it making sense.
But now they're back on the upward trend, right? They extend him. They just brought in Saquon Barkley. They added Devin White as a middle linebacker
Can't
for
possibly
them.
blow this pick.
I mean, there's at this point, there's so many corners available. I know you have some good corners. Why not, right? You already have good players on the defense. Why not just add another weapon there? Or if you want to add a wide receiver, you don't have a whole lot of depth behind A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and they brought in Paris Campbell to work out of the slot. After that, they don't have a whole lot. So maybe they go receiver here as well. There's plenty of receivers to pick from.
Mitchell would be great. I would love to see it. I'm throwing that out there. I have no idea who they're going to pick.
They need cornerback
I would
very
love to
badly.
see a Toledo kid go in the first round. My own personal reasons. My wife's from there.
Yeah.
I'm still paying off a student loan.
And you know what? Jason Candle's there. He's one of the most successful Toledo coaches we've ever seen. 2 MAC titles, nearly an undefeated season, an undefeated MAC regular season. Essentially was seconds away from an undefeated regular season with a Power 5 win over Illinois.
Yeah.
And Mitchell was a big part of that. No one could create separation. I'd really like to see him here. We saw so many Toledo guys that could have been signed, that could have been drafted last year on that defense. And Mitchell was the best guy on the defense the past 2 seasons, one of the best MAC defenses we've ever seen 2 years ago. And the fact we didn't see any of that just shows sometimes that these group of 5 guys don't always get the call. And that's just the case. But Mitchell, hopefully this is the moment where he gets the call.
I will say just very quickly, as much as I'd love to see Mitchell here, it is Philadelphia. They have a propensity to pick SEC players, specifically from Georgia and Alabama. Terrion Arnold, I think, makes a lot of sense for him here.
Terrion Arnold, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Kamari Lassiter, 3 SEC guys
so
that
clearly
fall
we're all
in that.
thinking defense here.
But probably. They could use a wide receiver, but I think it's probably defense.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if they took Xavier Worthy?
I mean, that would be interesting.
Like, holy smokes! After extending, I mean,
With Devonta Smith there, too, I don't love
that'd
that
be
fit.
going 4 wide. That's what we do here. Again, guys, thank you for joining us. We look forward to this all year long. I don't know if any of us slept last night. So the Eagles on the clock right here. The pick is in. Gonna flip that card, and it is. I was gonna say Cooper DeJean, but it is not. So I apologize there. Good thing I didn't jump the gun. Maybe it will be. I don't know. We'll find out here in a second. Vince McKee with you, Keon Sports. Brandon Sodar, Penar running the board.
My only thought is that Goodell's being booed by the Philadelphia fans, which is why it's taken him so long to get through this.
Well,
Kinda
you know what?
strange.
Probably because isn't Philadelphia part of the whole investigation right now on the tampering? Was it?
honestly don't.
I thought it was Philadelphia and Atlanta.
I don't know. I'm just glad Atlanta didn't lose their 8th overall pick. We talked about that the other day.
Yeah.
Worked out pretty well for him, I'd say. Tamper away.
Tamper away.
Worked for Michigan.
It is the man from Toledo, Kenyon Mitchell. Wow. A cool feeling. I know for a lot of us, my wife only a few feet away, guys. Kind of take you behind the scenes there. Like I said, a Toledo graduate. So very, very cool stuff. I believe, Don, you said earlier, 3 of us in this room have covered him in person. Always cool to see a local guy go. I know next year, maybe probably 2 years from now, more than likely 2 years from now, when Drew Allard gets picked top 10, I believe. Probably gonna lose my mind. So
That'd be a cool moment.
I can't wait for that day. Cole, take it away, my man. This is like I said, we all kind of agreed that they'd go defensive cornerback on this. They did.
Yeah, I mean, he's a corner who needed to come off the board. I mean, in some ways, at 22, I'm shocked to see him still on the board. Sure, it falls in line with where I had him as my overall prospect. I had him at 20 overall. He was my second corner. Like I said, he and DeJean, just slightly different, but they were pretty neck and neck. I gave DeJean the edge because of his ball skills and his ability as a return man as well. That adds to his value. But Mitchell is a lockdown corner. He can play off coverage, as you're going to see from these highlights, but I like him as a press man corner. He can get up against some of the toughest, most physical, big receivers and dominate. He dominated at the Senior Bowl. He impressed at the Combine. He impressed in college. Of course, Dom has seen him the most in person with him playing at Toledo. And he's a physical tackler as well for a cornerback. So I just think that the Philadelphia Eagles, despite falling apart at the end of last year, they still have too much talent on that team, and they're adding more talent that they should be right back in the mix to compete again this year in a weak NFC. And this just helped their defense that much more. And Mitchell probably has the best chance of any corner in this class, especially now with this fit and this defense, to probably become a Pro Bowler of rookie corners that are going to go in this draft.
I want to say something super quick.
Go ahead.
In a day and age where they make it so easy for kids to transfer with zero punishment, He didn't. I think that speaks volumes. I just want to throw that out there. A couple of years ago, to take it back, you guys know us as a high school football website, and we are. Quite frankly, we are. The Beebe brothers. Tommy Beebe played for Rocky River. This was a kid who came from a family that, and Carrie's a friend of mine. She's not going to mind me saying this.
She was
We've
my
talked about this.
She was my advisor for my minor.
Carrie and I have talked about this. It would have been so easy for the Beebe family to send that kid to St. Ignatius or St. Ed's or Benedictine or a private Catholic school. They stuck it out in Rocky River. BB went on to play for Wake Forest.
Still there, I believe.
Still there. Kid's a beast. Humble family. Love that family.
Great family.
And that's the thing. So a kid like this with Mitchell, again, maybe it's my personal thing of, again, I'll say Brazilian time, us covering the MAC. My wife went there, all that stuff. But I love this story.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm going to go on a rant here. To me, I hope this creates a reason for more kids to stay where they are at. Go with the school that recruited them. Go with your major, what you thought you were going to be if you didn't make the NFL, okay? Stick with that, and you still have a chance, if the brakes fall right. This kid's a first-round pick now. To me, it's a pretty big deal. Sorry, I had to get that
No,
off my
you're all
chest.
good.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, I've said what I need to say. I mean,
Brandon.
let Brandon go ahead and talk about this guy or Dom.
I was gonna say we can't take this away from Dom, man. He got to cover Quinyon all year. So if there's anything else you got, man, go for it.
Yeah, this is a credit to Candle and the system he created in Toledo. This was a team where they lost people to graduation when they beat Ohio just 2 MAC championships ago. They kept that team together, prevented people from transferring when they easily could have. They only had one transfer that affected them, and it was their number 3 wide receiver. Mitchell sticking around was huge for them, and they ran the tables in the regular season, and they were just a few plays away from beating Miami. Now, they got hit hard by the transfer portal this year, so it won't be the same Toledo team. Mm-hmm. But the fact they kept them along this long, and Mitchell was part of that, because I know that there are players that, well, if Mitchell's going, I'm going. And that's how that works. If our best player's leaving, well, darn, we're not going to have a shot. And I need the transfer too. Mitchell stayed. He is now a, what pick was he, 22?
Yeah.
A 22 pick of the draft. That doesn't happen every year for the MAC. So whether you're at NIU, whether you're at Ball State, whether you're at Kent, whether you're at Akron, we're going to see Tez Walker, who is UNC, but his best days were at Kent, where Schlee was throwing him the ball. This is a conference that needs people to stay. And there are people that leave, think that they can be a Power 5 player. It doesn't always work out that way. We saw it with Dante Cephas, who was one of the best wide receivers in the country at Kent State, believe it or not, goes to Penn State and barely sees time because he doesn't gel well with the locker room. Stay where you are. Stay with the MAC. You can go to the NFL. You can be a top pick. You can be a Pro Bowl. You can be a lockdown corner. You can have Mel Kiper. You can have Cole McDaniel talking about you on night 1 of the draft if you stick with the MAC. That's exactly what's going to happen with Mitchell. He's a top corner. He's a top cornerback taken. He's going to be a great player. I'm excited to see what we've already known. Everyone else is going to find out.
So I made a mistake. When I was doing my helmets, this was still at a time where I thought Houston was picking after Philadelphia. Browns fans, this could have been your pick. If I'm not wrong,
This
I'm
would
pretty
have
sure
been
this
the
would have been the
Browns'
Browns' pick.
Went to Houston, and
Which
then Houston
then-
a few weeks ago, they dropped back to the second round, trading it away to the Vikings. The Vikings now traded it to the Jacksonville Jaguars,
Right.
and finally the Jaguars pick. They need a corner. First corner's off the board with Mitchell. It feels like DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Arnold.
They still have their
a
pick of the
corner
litter here.
probably.
So we're gonna have some fun with this one. The Cleveland Browns select Brian Thomas Jr. and he will now play for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wow.
Ouch.
Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, he's getting a pretty damn good receiver there, guys.
Gets another wide
This
receiver.
is- Browns continue to shoot themselves in the foot. So Brian Thomas Jr. receiver. Actually the Browns receiving room. We'll have that conversation tomorrow. Enough about the Browns right now. This is a pretty good threat going to Jacksonville.
It's interesting because their wide receiver room, they could use a good guy on the outside. I like what they have in the slot, right? Their depth chart at slot receiver is Christian Kirk and then Parker Washington. And I like both of those players. On the outside, though, it's Gabe Davis, Zay Jones, and Devin Duvernay.
That's a nice little offseason this team's having.
So he is a good game here and there, and then he's going to have a game where he completely disappears.
I agree.
And that's his career. Zay Jones is actually not bad as a big guy, but they didn't have a true star on the outside. Now they have a star on the outside. Brian Thomas Jr., he was my 10th receiver prospect. I was not as high on him as others were. I will say this, though. Size is good. Hands are good. Vertically can stretch the field. He just needs a greater route tree. He didn't have a huge route tree at LSU. He's going to have to develop that in the NFL level. The Jaguars are clearly that number 2 team in their division right now. They got complacent. They got surpassed by the Texans, but they're still good enough to maybe make a run at a wild card spot in the AFC. They're just going to have to get performances out of guys like this. But Trevor Lawrence, he's their guy long term. He maybe hasn't hit the ceiling that I think most people expected. But a guy like this, throwing the ball to replace Calvin Ridley, who had some drops and probably underperformed last year. His expectation, Brian Thomas Jr. hopefully for Lawrence's sake can take it up a step.
He'll definitely fill in that void.
Right.
That Calvin Ridley didn't fill really last year. He again Ridley. There were moments where he looked good, but he was never the number one that we saw in Atlanta all those years ago. And I can't believe he's 29 years old, by the way.
Yeah.
He's the same age as
Amari Cooper.
Mark Cooper, who was left in the draft by the time he was in college, which is insane to me. It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, we were meaning you were talking about him last week about Thomas, and that his route tree isn't big enough yet. And we see that a lot where guys from college go into the NFL and they don't have that route tree. They kind of have to build it. I mean, geez, we were talking about that with not with Kenny Pickett, with George Pickens a few years ago.
It's why Ohio State is one of the rare places right now.
They have a good route tree.
Where Brian Hartline makes them run an NFL type of route tree. And it's one of the only places that you see that.
Yeah.
So professional wrestler Dustin Rhodes tweets at us, "Hey, Dallas Cowboys, pick Xavier Worthy, will ya?" with a question mark. So interesting. I mean, that's something where you have to feel that a team like Dallas, right? I mean, they got plenty of weapons. That'd be something.
They need
for
a
Dak.
center. They need a center bad. And
I can't see them
and
going
I know
offense.
this isn't a great interior offensive line class, but Jackson Powers Johnson, the center from Oregon, is the best center in this class. He's the best interior offensive lineman in this class. He's the only guy I expected to see go in the first round. I mean, the next best interior offensive lineman is, another center, right? A guy who I actually thought that the Pittsburgh Steelers may go with in the second round. Again, man out of West Virginia. Again, trying to look there again.
Zach
Frazier. And Zach Frazier, I don't expect him to go night one, but I think it'd be smart for the Dallas Cowboys to go with Jackson Powers Johnson here. They really do need that now that their former center, Biotish, is at a division rival in the Washington Commanders.
Somebody had to snap the ball to Bo Nix. So, yeah.
Dak Prescott?
No, I'm teasing. I said somebody. Well, we're talking about. You said they should pick.
Oregon. Yes.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay.
Lame joke. Okay, so Brandon, you're hard egg to crack some days, I must say. Brandon, what are the Cowboys gonna do here?
We'll come up with a funnier joke, Vince.
Cole,
You're fine. All right, Brandon.
So Cole's absolutely right. I mean, center's a big need. Jackson Powers Johnson would be the smart pick. I do think if we're going best player available, Jazair Newton is still available on the board to kind of shore up the complete opposite side of the ball, defensive tackle. Or if you want to have some fun with it, there are some receivers here. If we know any team's going to be aggressive getting weapons for Dak Prescott, it's going to be the Cowboys. Again, Xavier Worthy, Adonai Mitchell, I'm actually much higher on than Worthy, but I think they're both going to be great receivers. If you want a guy that's just going to haul in targets for you, Ladd McConkey's still here. I'm very high on Roman Wilson as well. He's my best remaining available receiver.
Wow.
So those are options for Dallas. I'm just saying don't completely rule it out, even though that's not the smart thing to do. But I am in lockstep with Cole here. I think Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon be the safe pick.
Yeah, and Brandon and I are both talking smart picks. Sorry, I'm giving Jerry Jones at this point too much credit because the old man is losing it. Did you guys see yesterday where he said we're picking 24th in the draft because we're the 24th best team in the NFL last year? That is not how the draft works. At all.
No, it isn't.
Completely flipped. So I do not trust the Dallas Cowboys to maybe make the smart decision, even though it should be a center with this selection.
Okay, you guys can't do that on camera and then not let us in. This is
Read
all
it
being
off.
recorded.
Which one?
Well, no, I mean, like, the wrestling fans will appreciate the one thing.
Well,
but
yeah,
read
so-
the thing about Sirianni.
Yeah, so Sirianni and Jason Campbell, they were roommates at Mount Union, which is really cool way to tie it into Northeast Ohio. The other thing they were referencing is that yesterday
Cowboys trade the pick.
We'll talk about it later.
Sorry, so it's gonna
Detroit.
Go to Detroit.
All right,
So where are the helmets up there? Little swapperoo, Colio.
Cole. And I'll tell the story here in a second once Cole swaps. Him.
AEW is a joke. But go
Oh,
on.
it's such a joke. So
Tell us
yesterday,
more, though.
yesterday, the owner of the guy who runs AEW, Tony Khan, took a pow driver right to the neck, and now he's in the draft room because his dad owns the Jaguars with a neck brace on.
And the thing is, with the tombstone, major left turn here for a second. With the tombstone, like, I know wrestling's scripted, but your head doesn't even come close. Not even close to
I
touching
think
the
he's
neck.
selling it.
Can before they announce this pick, can I say this really fast while you guys are laughing? And this always happens at least once or twice every single year. Once or twice every single year, they used to use it, and the show goes off the rails. But anyway, so Brandon, by the way, remember last year, keep this in mind, the Detroit Lions, they took Jack Campbell, linebacker of Iowa, and they took Sam Laporta, tight end of Iowa. So, Cooper DeJean, cornerback of Iowa, is sitting on the board. Could this be a third Iowa guy? My goodness, guys. Can we have a show, please?
He's in that brace. He didn't even set off the mats.
Cole, we can just share a headset.
Yeah,
I'll mute
at
you.
this point. Okay, we're trying to do a
Cooper
show
DeJean,
here.
Lions, go right ahead.
Okay.
No, I think Cooper DeJean is a definite possibility. They did just get Carlton Davis from. Am I getting that right? They just picked up a corner.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So it's not the biggest need. I kind of thought Chop Robinson would be a good fit, though I didn't think they would necessarily have to move up to get him. So, again, DeJean or Chop, I think, would be one of the two options here.
Lions one quarter away from going to the Super Bowl last year. One bad corner against the 49ers.
Well, you keep saying corner, but they may be one bad corner away.
That
from
too,
the
but I
Super
mean, think
Bowl.
about it for a second. Like, this is a damn good football team. Was it like 2 years ago? You said they were going to go to the Super Bowl.
I said 3 years ago, I said they were building the BS. I said I like Goff. Everyone hated
You
him.
called them the lovable losers that year.
They 100% they're lovable losers. Now they're lovable winners.
Yeah.
And eventually everyone's going to hate them. I'm going to be dancing around with my Barry Sanders jersey that I stole from my dad 5 years ago, saying that I told you this was going to happen. I knew what they were building.
Yeah.
I like who they hired at coach. They can't fail with this pick here.
Arnold, I love this pick. If they go Terran Arnold, I'm all about this.
And by the way, well, you were laughing, so you missed, I think, our conversation. The Detroit Lions did take, we were talking about Jack Campbell, linebacker of Iowa last year, and Sam Laporta, tight end of Iowa last year. Cooper DeJean, corner of Iowa, is available.
Yeah,
Could
but-
be another year of that, potentially.
Could be.
But I will say this. I know you're a Steelers fan.
Love their-
but
love
the
their
Super
coach.
Bowl I'm pulling for here in the near future, I would love a Browns-Lions Super Bowl because of
Yep.
how close they are in proximity. It keeps some of those big markets out of the way. It's a Midwest Super
So-
Bowl, and it's blue collar.
So I 100% agree
Yeah.
that that would be the most fun Super Bowl in NFL history from
Probably.
an online perspective of the fact that like those fans wouldn't even be mad at each other. They'd be tailgating in the parking lot because they're not that far away from each other.
Right.
Brown, especially in Northwest Ohio.
Yeah.
How big that is for people that live there.
But yeah.
It's 50-50.
It would be amazing, but I mean, even if it was like Buffalo, Detroit, I'd be awesome with that.
And
Bills
I know
would be cool.
none
Yeah.
of us would like it here, but even Cincinnati and Detroit, and maybe not everyone would like Cincinnati being in it, but having teams that close, the fan bases being that close to each other.
I think it would be cool. I obviously think that Cleveland and Detroit
It'd be a
have
lot
much
cooler.
more similar stories.
Two
as
Lake Erie
franchises.
teams? Yeah.
for sure. Toledo would definitely be an interesting place to be at for that.
Because it's mainly Michigan fans and Lion fans there, from my understanding.
Yeah.
Because when you're in the Toledo press box, Ohio State's not on TV. It's Michigan.
Yep.
Because most people that live in Toledo, the license plate doesn't say Ohio. It says Michigan. Those people are from Michigan.
Also,
Correct.
the best food in the MAC, Toledo, my opinion. Been in a couple.
They do.
They do a fine job.
Akron does the best job of being consistent. They're right in the middle, but they give you candy, they give you popcorn, they give you coffee, throw in some pizza, some hot dogs. They're consistent.
Or the Bedford Bearcats Stadium for high school football playoffs. Incredible.
By the way, Detroit hosting this draft, over 250,000 fans supposedly there for night one.
That's awesome.
And I think Pittsburgh may host it next year or the year after.
You gotta go to that. You can bear a man on the street. We'll send you.
Terrion Arnold.
So there it is. We thought so. They showed
It's a
him.
good pick.
Incredibly looking cool suit on him tonight. Tyrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama. I mean, Alabama. Wow, this is I don't know off the top of my head how many first rounders they've had in the last 3 years, but clearly well into the double digits.
A lot, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Cooper DeJean would have been great here. Terrion Arnold, you can't go wrong with this pick either. There's some similarities in how their builds are. I think they maybe have a similar playing style. I prefer DeJean's ball skills. But I will say this with Arnold. They need another corner. It's exactly what they got here. And this Lions team, sure, the Bears are trying to take strides in the right direction.
Yeah,
the
but
Packers
it's not,
on a
it's
trend
night
up.
and day.
But it's not even close.
Yeah.
The Lions are so far ahead of those other teams at this point. I don't think they even have a chance to catch up.
And they signed St. Brown, I think, 4 more years yesterday.
They did. Amon-Ra St. Brown is now the highest paid receiver in the league. Rightly so. I mean, he's had a great career already in the early stages with the Lions. But I like this pick for their defense. Their defense just got even better. And we'll see what they can do. But Arnold, he is my 5th overall cornerback prospect in this class. My 34th overall prospect in general. I like this pick here. Surprised that they had to move up to get him though. They weren't that far back.
Just really quick, guys. Just reporting on that trade. Lions traded up, obviously, with the Cowboys. Dallas gets number 29 and number 73 in this draft. And then going back to the Lions, they obviously get that 24th pick and then a 2025 7th rounder.
Interesting. Well, Devin Lowe says, this is why I stick around for the whole round. This is why I stay around for the whole round.
What? Chaos over to my left?
Yes, I guess.
At least once a draft.
Still somehow related. I just know it. But, we talked about it with the Packers and the entire division. And it's like, listen, I mean, Cole, you and I, we talk way, way, way too much during the NFL football season. It's insane. Every single day we're talking.
Yeah.
And I think we both agreed that Green Bay was not a playoff team, and then they hauled off and made the playoffs.
Yeah.
And now look how late they're picking in this round. So,
Yeah.
where do you see them going and why?
This Packers team, like I said, I have to give them credit. They're on the trajectory upwards, right? Which is a good thing for them. But if they're in the AFC, they'd be in that bottom third of the AFC at the moment because of how stacked it is.
Easily.
I thought corner for them as well, to be honest. I had them going Nate Wiggins, corner of Clemson. Based on how the board's fallen, Cooper DeJean, again, is still in play. To me, it makes sense to touch up on the secondary. I think you're going to see them go offensive line at some point. I think that right now their running back room, they're obviously not going running back now, but throughout the draft at some point they have to get somebody who could probably offer third down value.
Yeah.
Because they literally have Josh Jacobs and A.J. Dillon, two workhorse backs.
Who can't stay healthy.
Where's your third down back at, right? So
Right.
they gave up Aaron Jones, and now they need somebody who's speed. So it's not going to happen now, but I'm saying it's something to pay attention to. The Packers still have a lot that they can do on their roster. Again, that 3-4 scheme, maybe Jerzon Newton would be good as well, putting his hand in the dirt. But I think the best fits at the moment, Cooper DeJean at corner, Jerzon Newton, 2 Big Ten guys that you could throw up there in Green Bay. And for some reason, just Big Ten West guys going to the Green Bay Packers
It makes
just feels
sense,
so fitting.
It's something about having a corn-fed linebacker going to Green Bay to play. It feels right.
Who's the better fan base, Green Bay or Pittsburgh?
He asked the
equal.
Steelers fan.
I mean,
Yeah,
equal.
so
You got them, man.
I have a lot of love for Green Bay, but here's why I'm going to say Pittsburgh. Here's why I'm going to say Pittsburgh. It's larger. Mainly from the perspective is that when I was out in for the Super Bowl in LA a few years ago, there were people I met that never even stepped into Pittsburgh, and they had all the gear. They were waiting in line for hours for TJ Watt. I didn't see many Packers fans at these events.
Well, that's because
But
they're
I
all
did-
in Brazil.
They are all they're all in Brazil.
The Packers are the most cheered on NFL team in Brazil, and that's why they're
Is
going.
it
and
them
you know
versus
what's-
Philly?
Mhm.
Is that
Yes.
official them versus Philly?
Yes.
Yeah, and you know it's funny. The NFL put a list out of all the it was like all the each team was going to had
Yeah.
social media presence in each country.
Yes, correct.
the Steelers apparently are the team for Ireland, not Northern Ireland, just Ireland. So we have a bunch of rebels over there in Ireland that just love the Steelers.
I'll tell you one thing, they both take the longest to make their pick. The
I think-
Picks and Steelers are famous for this too.
Don't even get me.
I don't think
it
this
would've
I
taken
think
is-
this is fixed. I think ESPN does this on purpose. Some people
No, this isn't Green Bay, I don't think, because if you see Terrion Arnold's name is still up on that board, he's now going around talking to all the fans in Detroit.
I
They're-
think
But
this,
this
is
is the
just
producers doing it because they know
Oh,
the
yeah.
two fan bases are so
Well,
strong.
so-
no. This is because of Detroit. The draft is in Detroit. Terrion Arnold was taken by Detroit, so right now he's kind of just celebrating with all the fans.
Yeah, you know what? I
Yeah.
think that was a thing. The WNBA draft happened a few weeks ago, and it was nice because it was. Yes, it was nice because it was very like, oh, Caitlin Clark. All right, next pick. It was a 2-hour process. It was pretty nice. We're gonna be here till midnight. Why are you laughing? You thinking of Nick Hahn in the neck
We
race?
support all the support for high school girls basketball here at Kieran Sports. Thanks again. So, anyways, moving on past that, Dom, you were continuing on.
I think that
Caitlin
he was
Clark.
saying good things about the WNBA draft. Again, they're precise, they're quick, they're in and out. As much as I love hanging out with you guys, I mean, to be able to do half the work for a show would be wonderful.
Yeah, we did cover the women's Final Four right here in Cleveland. It was a great time. They put on a great production, and really good job for Cleveland for being a great host.
You know what's nuts though? That they start their season like 2 weeks
It's
after.
insane, but it's when the
draft.
season has to start.
Imagine if the NFL did that 2 weeks after the draft they started.
People will die. Yeah, people will die.
There it is, Jordan
Yeah.
Morgan.
That guy has
tackle
no
out of
idea who that is.
Arizona. Yeah, this fan does not look
You know,
impressed.
Jordan Morgan though is a good offensive tackle from Arizona. It's not a bad pick for them because they need a tackle. Like I talked about, they have a bunch of needs. I would have liked to have seen them go with one of those Big Ten West defensive guys, but ultimately, I mean, it does fill a need there for the Green Bay Packers. Jordan Morgan, he landed in my top 10 of offensive tackle prospects. I would have preferred seeing him go in the second round, but late first, not the end of the world. He was my 68th overall prospect in this draft, though. So again, I probably would have liked seeing him more so in the second, but again, that's going to help out Jordan Love. It's going to keep him upright. I do think you'll probably see Morgan at least start probably right away in his career.
Brandon Cole made a good point about the running backs out there in Green Bay with Love. What is it going to take for him to reach that next level? As this was his first chance replacing a legend. I felt that he did pretty decent, but at sometimes he just wasn't consistent. How do you feel his season went, and will this pick help?
I think he definitely exceeded expectations. I was not the biggest Jordan Love fan going into last year, and honestly, I'm not a huge fan of his supporting cast right now. I mean, when Christian Watkins is healthy, he's a game changer, but he hasn't been out on the field that often. We talked about, at the beginning of the show, teams that we had the hardest time kind of scouting, figuring out what they were going to do. Green Bay was that team for me because they're young, but they're not super established at some of those young positions. There's still a lot of waiting to be shaken out, especially on the offensive side of the ball. So I think we need a couple more years still of Love, but everything that he showed last year was incredibly promising. He did take advantage of a weaker NFC, but you can only play the competition that's in front of you. And given that was his first full year as a starter, I think Love's on a very, very good trajectory right now to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Well, Brandon, last year you had highlights on every single guy in the first round with the exception of the New England Patriots. We got traded to Dom's huddle film. So with a few teams left to pick, I'll throw this out to Brandon and just anybody here as I'm looking over above Cole's head. We got Tampa Bay, another Arizona pick, I believe, unless that switched.
Yeah.
Buffalo, Dallas, Ravens, Niners, Chiefs, and I think Dallas traded theirs as well. So we have a few picks left here. Do you see anybody going way off the board? I mean, if anybody could take a chance, it'd be the Chiefs or the Niners.
Even then, there's talent at positions that most of these teams need, where if they did go way off the board, it would be surprising. I guess if you want to go crazy anywhere, and I do not recommend this whatsoever, but if you're not sold on Jazar Newton, which there were talks of him sliding into the second round for whatever reason, I still think he's clearly a first-round talent, but a guy like Devondre Sweat, who I have a third-round grade on, another guy that is explosive and has all the traits in the world that you want, but just is such a raw prospect that he's going to need time to develop wherever he goes. That's the only guy I think at this point that might shock everybody and get taken off the board. I do have highlights of him, though, because I was ready for that. But that said, I don't – we've been surprised before, but I don't see anything super crazy happening from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, T'Vondre Sweat is my second defensive tackle prospect in this class. I like him, but the off-the-field issues with him, right, and the trend that he's on right now is part of what's dropping him back probably to a third-round grade now, and he's also a guy at, 360 pounds. Yeah, he's a big nose tackle, but there's concerns about off-season workout programs and if he actually has the motivation to stick to those. So I don't know. There's so many rumors going on, but the off-the-field issue is certainly a concern with him. Maybe that is that type of situation, but I can't imagine in this first round we're going to get somebody that Brandon doesn't have highlights on. That would absolutely shock me because Brandon's well prepared with a lot of highlights of probably 100 prospects, honestly, this year.
It took Bill
112.
Belichick. It took Bill Belichick to get him.
And he's currently next to Pat McAfee doing a show. So, he can't he can't hurt us now. But just in case someone does pull something weird, are my highlights ready to go, Brandon?
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
You let me produce the show,
Oh, come on.
and you provide your commentary.
Oh, I will. I just didn't know if I needed to break down Dominic Clary's 2008 or 2017 game against Mercyhurst Prep.
So, see, unfortunately, what I showed last year is all I had of you two. So, if you have any fresh material, anything
have
more
his goal-
recent,
well, they
maybe at the
have
college
the
level.
indoor-
I don't think those are recorded. Me just falling on the ground and getting hit in the face with the ball.
He is a men's league goalkeeper for soccer.
I had a great game last night. Big dub for whatever team I was on. I don't know what the team.
Well, send me those highlights, Tom. We'll get them in.
Holy, we get a
Have 'em for night
cameraman
two.
anytime soon. I'll let you know. I have to put a camera back there in the net.
We're missing our game tonight. Who knows how that went?
Oh, probably not good.
Probably bad.
If they win, we might just have to never show up again.
Whatever. Next week, into the season.
Real quick,
So-
go ahead. Tim.
No, you're good. Go.
All I was going to say, we talked about T'Vondre Sweat, and I'm wondering what was really going on at that Texas program last year. We talked about off-the-field issues with him, and then two of the other Texas players still remaining, both receivers, and Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell. I'm not saying it's necessarily like a culture problem with them, but the knocks that I have on both of them is that they give up on routes where the ball is not intended to head their way. There's some kind of weird work ethic issue. I don't know what it is with the staff at Texas or what it might be, but something's festering there, and a lot of non-football related concerns coming out of that school, especially now that the big guys have come off the board.
That's a good
Maybe they
observation.
just get their feelings hurt when the other teams do this. Horns down and
No,
they
that?
lose it.
Hey, that was offensive.
Oh, get out of here. The fact that that's banned is the softest darn thing. Listen, if you have a hand gesture as a college, you deserve to have it flipped upside down. Like Miami, if I was beating Miami, I don't care if they lose every game. You down or horns down. It doesn't matter. Or what is it? The USC's thing, whatever that's called. Don't have a hand gesture if you have a problem with me flipping it upside down.
All right, guys, I'm going to excuse myself momentarily. Brandon, you've been promoted to host, solo host. Go right
We
ahead.
didn't excuse him.
Well, first, I'd like to thank the Academy for this opportunity.
You got him.
Second, I'd like to announce that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected Graham Barton, center out of Duke, which,
Well,
Cole, correct me if I'm wrong, he was not a center when he was playing at Duke, but that's where they're kind of projecting
He
him.
was
at the
an
NFL.
offensive tackle, correct?
Oh.
But Barton is a guy who is expected to be able to play at all 5 positions
That's
on
still
the
tough to
offensive line.
jump over.
Which that is a tough transition, but he is versatile enough that he could play tackle, guard, or center. So certainly maybe an opportunity for him there, but I don't know. I mean, if I pull up, and I will pull up the depth chart here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and we can talk this over again, but let me touch on Barton here really quick. I do think he's a really good player. I was pretty high on him as a prospect. As a tackle in this class, I liked his ability. I liked his versatility. Ultimately, again, he's somebody who I expect to be able to probably see some time on the field for the Buccaneers early, you would hope, considering he's going in the first round. But to be transparent, I had him officially as my 6th ranked offensive tackle prospect. So I had him 1 spot ahead of Troy Fautanu, 2 spots ahead of Tyler Guyton, 3 spots ahead of Jordan Morgan. So Jordan Morgan's a guy that's already come off the board. Fautanu's already come off the board. Barden, like I said, he was my guy right behind Amarius Mims. I like the power that he has. I think he can be a road grader as a run blocker as well. I like that versatility and that football IQ he has. He just has shorter arms, which is probably why they're saying maybe not at tackle and they would like to slide him inside. Maybe sometimes gets exposed because of that.
The short arms
shorter
can get you, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens there, but ultimately, I think Robert Hainsey's an okay center. Maybe he might get some time at left guard. I don't know. But at pick 27 for the Arizona Cardinals, they take Darius Robinson.
Wasted
the
no
edge
time.
Of Missouri. They did not waste any time. They already took Marvin Harrison Jr. earlier in this draft, and now they get Darius Robinson. And I love this pick for the Arizona Cardinals. Brandon, I want to see what you have to say about this, but Darius Robinson, some people considered him an edge rusher. Others considered him a defensive tackle. I considered him a defensive tackle. I think he fits more of a defensive tackle because of his size, but he has the speed, the explosiveness. He terrorized Ohio State as well in that bowl game. I had him as, I believe, my 6th ranked defensive tackle. But in that Arizona scheme where they, again, run that 3-4 base defense, he's going to be able to go hand in the dirt as like a defensive end, much like J.J. Watt did when he was with the Texans and at the Arizona.
It's a solid pickup. I wasn't 100% sure with Robinson where I was going to have him either. He's one of those tweener players. I'm actually trying to pull up my boards. I don't remember exactly where he landed for me. So as an edge, I had him graded out as the 7th best edge in this class. I think it might make more sense for him to shift into the inside. There just weren't really a ton of like explosive traits that really jumped off for me. But again, overall, solid pickup by Arizona, especially at this point in the draft. You got someone on the offensive side of the ball. I'm trying to think, do they really have anybody that can rush the pass? Who even is on that defensive line right now?
Yeah, that's the interesting, because like I said, they run the 3 down linemen. So they're starting as Bilal Nichols, Kyrus Tonga, and Justin Jones. So they don't have really any exceptional down linemen. The linebackers, they got a couple, because in the middle they have Kazir White and Zaven Collins. But aside from that, their front 7, not really that impressive.
No.
So this is a guy who really helps a front 7 that desperately needs front 7 work.
This was a defense that lost games for Arizona last year.
Yeah.
And not that their offense was really any good.
Yeah.
It's just the games where Dobbs early in the season was playing good for them didn't matter because their defense just... It was just tearing a piece of paper. And, they're still recovering from losing their core, it seems like, from 2016. It seems like they're still recovering. And I do believe they have Budda Baker as their better player, but he's a decent player.
Yeah,
but
right.
you need more. They don't have anything outside of him. This is a small building point. Arizona's building to the future. I've always liked Arizona for some reason. I've always liked the teams. I loved that 2010s team that they had with Carson Palmer came. I don't know why, but I loved watching them play. I liked how they took a quarterback that had some years away from being decent and then went back to it. But yeah, they're building to the future. I like what they're doing here. It's another small move, but it's gonna they might be a year away from being a year away.
We do have a trade here as Buffalo, a team that has had a really rough off season, needed to nail this pick, and instead they're going to trade it to the Kansas City Chiefs. I'd have to imagine it's a first-round swap. But, man, Buffalo's the kind of team that I thought, if anything, would have traded up tonight.
I think Buffalo could have just sat here and taken one of the best wide receivers available, because their wide receiver room, they really need help there too. But I'm fascinated why Kansas City's trading up here in this position, what they're looking for. Obviously, the Rashee Rice off-the-field issues could be a potential where Rice may get a suspension at some point this year, but I don't think it's going to take him out for that long. Marquise Brown was added, so I don't know if they need a wide receiver here right now. Obviously, they're defending Super Bowl champs, right? So there's not a whole lot of major needs.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. There's
This is not
somebody
something
they
I saw
like
coming.
that they really want that they didn't expect was going to be on the board.
It has to. I didn't see this coming. Brandon, if you're sitting at home right now, and you're Josh Allen, what's going through your mind?
If you're Josh Allen, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean,
Give me
you've
some
been
help.
there for a long time.
Like, this is what's interesting to me is that I thought two of the more surefire, selections in this draft were going to be Buffalo and the Chiefs both going after wide receiver. Obviously, Buffalo lost Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs. I think Curtis Samuel would be their top wide receiver currently. Tell me if I'm wrong. And then the Kansas City Chiefs, again, the Rashee Rice issues, and you saw Patrick Mahomes had to drag that team crying and screaming through to a Super Bowl
Again.
without having,
That was
much
Taylor
of the way of
Swift.
pass
What are you
catchers.
talking about?
Oh, yeah, right.
She drugged them.
So the power of T Swift, but point being,
T-Swizzle.
and speaking of Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce's only got so much left in the tank as well. I mean, we even saw him take a slight step back last year. So you need pass catcher very badly, and you're in the position as the Chiefs to kind of grab who you need because
They
the
have a
rest of your
really
roster
time.
is fairly complete. But
I
I think
don't think so.
so it's interesting that they're jumping up because there's still a lot of receivers available here.
Yep.
But what's more interesting, and I don't think it's incredibly likely, but you look at the teams that are left. So Kansas City's picking now, then Dallas, then Baltimore, San Francisco, and then the Bills we're presuming have that last pick. Other than maybe Baltimore, you could make an argument for all of those teams to take a wide receiver.
You know what I would say here, which is interesting. And now I understand why Vince is saying Xavier Worthy time, but the thing is how many of the same clone can you actually have?
Yeah.
Kadarius Toney, McCole Hardman, Marquise Brown, Sky Moore. Then you'd add Xavier Worthy. They're all tiny, quick slot receivers,
That's
right? For me, they need an X, an outside receiver that adds size. They don't
big body.
They don't have that. For me, Adonai Mitchell makes sense.
100%.
Keon Coleman makes
Coleman,
sense.
I like Coleman.
Both
here.
of those two players would be really nice fits for the Kansas City Chiefs and offer something that they just don't have on this roster.
Well, I think it's guaranteed now that they're picking a receiver. There's no way in the world they're picking anybody receiver.
I would
I'm
think-
just trying to think who else. I mean, what does their defensive tackle room look like? Because
'Cause for them
again,
to make
Newton's
that
still
jump,
here.
I mean, they still have Chris Jones, and they still have Derek Nottie as well.
Right.
It is a swap. I know Brandon's been real good tonight with getting more details on that, but as far as we know for sure, it's definitely a swap because Buffalo just moved back to 32, and we'll see what else was done there. Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of looking through you guys' mock drafts as well. Troy Franklin, I know I excused myself for a minute there, but Troy Franklin was not selected, so he's still out there. Correct me if I'm wrong. And also,
Yeah, Troy Franklin's still available.
So real quick, I do have the trade details. Bills trade picks 28, 133, and 248.
whoa.
And then they're going to get back picks 32, 95, and 221.
That's not really. They didn't really get a ton back.
No, they just
drop four.
moved up higher with that 95th pick you said.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe they can
What are
take a
they doing?
receiver in the late first, and they can take one at that. But I don't know.
You know, Buffalo was so close, and they couldn't get past one team. I mean,
They're just starting to drop a little.
say
right
whatever you
now.
want, but they had a huge second half of the season. Just interested by this. Again, more conversations usually saved for Friday night, but we got a little bit of time to kill here. I mean, would you say the Dolphins are the team to beat then?
It's tough.
In that division?
I mean, I would say no,
I know you
not
guys like
yet.
the Jets. I'm just not sold on the Jets, but
Well, I never said that the Jets are the top.
I know you didn't. But just in general,
I think the Bills are still the team to beat unless they prove otherwise. Especially when you get to the playoffs and get to cold weather. They
I think the
always
Bills are regressing,
perform
though.
better,
man.
but they
I thought
are
Jared Cook was
regressing.
going to be better last year than he was.
I think they're going to have to add some young wide receivers, obviously. I like James Cook, obviously, but a lot's going to fall on Josh Allen and James Cook running the football this year.
Yep.
And I think their defense is taking a step back. So the regression is serious. I think we're going to have to reevaluate them probably after this draft, but I'll tell you who's probably not regressing that much, and somehow the Chiefs managed to stay the same, and we'll see what they do with
And
this
the
pick
defense
now.
really held them down last year.
They did.
The defense played out of their mind, especially at the end of the year.
But I think that's tough in that division, though, before this pick is made, though, Vince, because the Patriots are by far and away the worst.
Yeah, I agree with you that.
The Jets, roster-wise, could be really good, depending upon if Aaron Rodgers can be healthy.
Right.
The Dolphins, they have the speed offensively. Do they have a strong enough defense to make an impact to actually slow down teams? The Bills, they've still been the Bills, even though they're on the regressing
That's the best
side.
coach in that division.
I think it's neck and neck with three of those teams right now.
Well, I think Buffalo's the best coach. I'm not a big Robert Saleh fan at all.
I think
I
Salah's
actually
the main
don't-
thing
I
that's
don't
going
like the
to.
Bills coach.
I think
People
McDermott's
like
not that great.
See,
No.
so I disagree. So
Especially
I'm not on this couch.
making inappropriate references to your locker room. Not a big fan of that either.
So the Chiefs have made the pick. Is it a receiver?
You would think.
Flipping the card. Boy, this is some intrigue late, huh? Yep, so I called it. So Xavier Worthy.
I don't
is
know
the
what they're
pick
doing.
from
That's a
Texas.
stupid pick.
So
Bad
they're going to
pick.
try to
You had to trade
outspeed
up
teams
for it.
with Sky Moore, Xavier Worthy.
They
and
didn't even need to trade
I
up for
can't.
him.
Well,
No,
yeah, I was
he
going
was
to say I
gonna
don't
be
think they
there.
needed to trade up for him, but they made the pick I thought they could.
Unless
There it is. Still Buffalo, man.
No, so here's the thing.
Scratch my head.
People who play fantasy football, he's going to have a lot of fantasy value. He's going to make a lot of things happen. But like I said, McCole Hardman, Xavier Worthy, Sky Moore, Marquise Brown, and also Kadarius Toney. They're literally all small, shifty slot receivers who have a lot of speed. Rashee Rice and Marquez Valdez-Scantling are the only two who are different from the rest of the group. I just do not understand why they keep picking the same redundant type of player.
and if Rice is suspended, which I hope he's not, because I have him on my keeper fantasy league where rookies are really really important. I'm screwed, but they will be as well. Does he replace the production of Rice, or at least emulate what Rice did in his first year? I don't think he does.
I mean, he's so shifty and he's so quick, but I think it's just going to be a lot of underneath stuff and yards after the catch. Rice obviously has more size and can
Yeah.
offer more. I think Xavier Worthy, as much as I love the speed, he's never gonna be a number one guy. I don't think he's gonna turn into what Tyreek Hill did, even though I think the Chiefs are probably hoping for something like that. I think he's probably just gonna be a nice asset where Rice can be a wide receiver one for you. And sure, Rice is probably gonna get suspended for at least a little stretch. I still don't think it's gonna be for that much of the season. It might be quite a few games, but I would say 3/4 of the season, I would expect Rice to be playing.
Great job on these highlights too, Brandon. Really enjoying them tonight. Enjoy watching this kid play. You know, you said something a little bit ago that really is something that I've kind of thought myself over the years with Texas. They should be more relevant than they are. I realize I'm a little bit older, at 42, but there was a stretch there in my early 20s where Texas was a huge deal, like year in and year out. I'm not just because I'm a big Colt McCoy fan, and I was a big Vince Young fan as well, but, this is like I don't know what it is about players who come out of there don't have that killer instinct.
No.
And
No.
it's weird because you look at Texas, and I'll say it again, you guys know we love our high school football here. Texas is so high school football driven, and football culture is everything in Texas, but the character issues of those guys sometimes just doesn't line up. Any thoughts on that, Brandon? I know you touched on it a little bit earlier, but again, this is a guy that dropped down to whatever pick this is. I think 28th.
Yeah.
And just
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, they had a lot of talent come out of the draft this year, and they'll continue to have guys come out of the draft. I think Adonai Mitchell, his teammate at wide receiver, is going to go relatively soon as well. But yeah, it is strange. I mean, it's been that prevailing joke of, oh, Texas is back after they win 3 games and then they finish the season, 7-4. It is strange that they've never been able to quite figure it out. Last year, obviously, a much better year with Ewers at the helm. They got Manning sitting in the wings, so maybe they really have turned it around, but we'll have to wait and see.
So this was a quick talk about turnarounds. This was a quick turnaround with the picks.
Yeah.
And it's Tyler Gutton, tackle out of Oklahoma, going to the Cowboys. I'll throw this in there real quick before we get to this Cowboys pick.
Yeah.
I actually enjoyed watching Colorado lose. You mentioned last year about how everybody gets hyped up at their 3 wins from a college. I just watching Colorado lose after starting off at 3-0 and everybody going nuts. I don't know, take a sick joy in that. Cole.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing with this, and just really quick. I mean, I'm high on Xavier Worthy, right? I mean, he was my fifth overall. He's my fifth wide receiver prospect, I believe. I mean, he was a guy way up there for me. I was high on him this year. I think he's a great player. He's my 17th overall prospect. I love the speed. I just don't love the fit with the Kansas City Chiefs. I think he could have been better elsewhere. But Dallas, they were quick then coming on the clock. They had traded back, thought that it would make sense to go center with Jackson Powers-Johnson. Instead, they decided to go with offensive tackle. Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma, he was my 8th offensive tackle prospect in this class. Overall, still sitting up there pretty high. He's a guy who slotted in at 65 overall for me. I think he's a good player. The thing for them, though, is I think center and left tackle are the most important things for them. Sure, Tyler Smith, who played at left guard last year, he's, at least at the moment, unless they make some changes, was potentially expected to bump out to left tackle since Smith is now gone. Guyton being brought in, I think he's a true right tackle. I don't necessarily know if I like him switching over to the left side. I think he's better on the right side, so we'll see if they have to shift that offensive line around a little bit, but I understand the need for tackle. They needed more offensive linemen. They might just have to move some pieces around and plug and play guys through the preseason as they're prepping to get to the season, figure out who fits in best where.
We have had a lot of fun tonight. You know, sometimes I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record, but we cannot do what we do without Brandon and Cole. These guys, I think, Don would agree, we kind of have the easiest job in the world working with these two.
They make, especially with high school football coverage, there'd be an issue. And I'm not the most technical guy in the world, but I know a little bit from my experience with radio, but and running my own podcast, which I'm sure I'll talk about here in a little bit. I kind of just sit back and keep getting ready for the game when there's an issue, because I know these two, they know what they're doing. They're going to take care of it, and they're the reason why we're able to do so much. I mean, this whole production, Vince, like last week, me and you were just talking, and they're putting everything together. And me and you are talking about wrestling or whatever we're talking about. They make our job easy.
It's a nice fit. I agree completely. One of the first things when I met Cole McDaniel, we had two conversations almost immediately before we even started calling the soccer match that night. The first one was, do you think Baker Mayfield's going to be a bust? I wanted Josh Allen, and I just kind of smiled because we were like, we knew each other for like 8 seconds, and we were having that conversation somehow. Yeah. And the second one, I'll never forget, Cole, because I told Cole very little about Keon Sports, because at that point, Keon Sports was like 4 months old. We were so new. And one of the first questions he ever asked was, do you do anything for the draft? What are you going to do for the draft? And he mentioned he liked the draft. I was like, oh, okay. And then he told me like how he would have the notebooks as a kid and growing up and in high school and college and how deep you got into it. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. Whatever. Yeah, we'll do a little something. And then the first year we did, I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, this guy knows his stuff, right? So and that was during the dark days of the pandemic. Dear Lord, that was when there was no sports for like months on end. And we
this
had that
gave
one
us
night.
something that was sports-wise to do.
Absolutely. And then, we did that and had it on Podbean with Brandon, and then it was like, okay, let's try YouTube, and we did the first year, and it was just looking at us talk, and then like Brandon came to us last year and said, hey, I had this idea, what about highlights? And I was like, yeah, let's do it, so this is stuff that like I've said, maybe if I sat down and watched the video to learn how to do it, I'm sure I could, but quite frankly, why would I have the experts do it? I've always said, when you're building a company, put the people in charge of doing things they know how to do very well. Set your ego aside and let them do it. And that's the way I feel. But anyways, I hate the Baltimore Ravens. You talk about teams you absolutely hate. This is my least favorite team in all of sports.
Cooper DeJean, watch. He's just going to slide right down to Baltimore
It's
here.
a corner.
Oh,
It is
okay.
a corner, but it's actually from Clemson. Nate Wiggins. Interesting, because when I think about Clemson the last couple of years, I really don't think defense, but again, Cole, Brandon, guys, take it away because I'm sure you've researched him.
Here's the interesting thing with Nate Wiggins. He's a lean, long corner, a lot of straight line speed, and so he's really good in that trail position because even if he loses a step, he can then make up that ground. I like his ability as a cover corner there on the outside. His only thing though is he's so lean and light going up against, despite the length he has, he doesn't necessarily have the weight or the muscle or the frame to deal with really big wide receivers. A guy like T. Higgins, if he stays with Cincinnati in the division, if he is to go up against him 2 times this coming year, can he actually like body up against T. Higgins? I don't think he necessarily can. He's got to add more weight. He's got to add more muscle. He's my 43rd overall prospect. The speed's impressive, right? And that's what the Ravens are going to love. But a lot of times when I think about the Baltimore Ravens, I think about physical, hard-nosed type of defense. I don't necessarily know if he's a physical, hard-nosed guy.
Doesn't look like it.
He's more of a flashy corner, which is not typical for them.
I think Cooper gets open on him. I think he uses press off and gets open.
I'm going to add something real quick, and then Brandon can take it away. Anytime you're showing a highlight of a cornerback chasing someone to the end zone and swatting the ball away isn't a good sign.
No,
Yeah.
That's
why would you
not
show that
a.
highlight
That's
in the
not.
first?
Again, it's a highlight to show his effort, but at the end of the day, it's like, okay, other than catching up to a guy that he failed to get to or his team failed to get to, what else does he do? And you're seeing that highlight right now here on your screen.
It's got queued up.
I mean, again, it's a cool moment, but like, that's not the highlight that you want on your highlight tape when you get drafted. You want to be locking people up, getting interceptions.
There's only 2 different times in my lifetime where I've seen that. I was like, wow, it's a great play. When LeBron did it in Game 7 against the Warriors when it came from behind the block.
I think I know what
And
you're
then
going to say here.
Many years from that. I'm curious if you're going to guess this, but it's Maurice Claret.
Yeah, it's
Going
a
back-
Super Bowl against the Cowboys where they were down by.
No, not Leon. I'm not talking about Leon.
Oh,
No.
Okay.
Maurice Claret. When
Ohio
Ohio State won the
State
national
Buckeyes.
championship.
Oh, I.
Off an interception, ran it out and turned the whole game around. by
National
stripping,
championship
Let's
win.
say Andre. It would have been Andre Johnson because they were on defense, but Sean Taylor stripped it out of Sean Taylor's hand. Colorado was such a beast. He was so strong.
That Miami team was Sean Taylor, Willis McGahee,
Kellen Winslow Jr.
I
Ken
mean
Dorsey,
Andre Johnson, right?
Roscoe Parrish.
It's a nasty roster.
Loaded.
Yeah, I was 3.
14 NFL not first round, but 14 NFL
There
draft
was-
picks. But anyways, long story short, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
I would just, I'm a dork, and I think about sports all the time. But out of all like catch-up plays, run them down, Leon Lett in the Super Bowl, Maurice Claret in the national championship game, and obviously LeBron, which kind of irritates me in a way because I wanted Kyrie Irving's three-pointer to be on the cover of my book I wrote about that championship team.
Yeah.
And I got no say. The publishing company put LeBron on. I can't stand LeBron, but Brandon, go ahead.
Now, getting back to Nate Wiggins here, you're getting a solid cornerback that I think you're going to be able to start right away. He's long and lanky, but he's still got the size that you need for a prototypical corner, but we've got injury concerns already with Wiggins. And then on top of that, he's going to be, because he is a little bit thinner, he's not the most physical corner in the world, which is fine if you're going to keep him back in coverage, play him in more, man-to-man situations. But if you're playing zone, if you need to jam people up, if you need any kind of support in the run game, that's where he's going to lack a little bit. So coupling that with the fact that you may not get him consistently on the field, where corner is one of the hardest positions to transition to from college into the NFL level, especially coming out of the ACC. It might be a little bit of a hard transition for Wiggins coming in. I don't hate the pick. The fact that DeJean is still here is making me wonder if the league is seeing him more as a safety or if they're just not valuing versatility over, being a legit corner one, which I think Cooper DeJean still has the ability to do, and actually started on the outside for Iowa more than anything last year. So overall, I don't really understand why he's sliding at this point. Interesting that it looks like one of him or Kool-Aid McKinstry, or maybe both, are going to end up slipping into the second round.
Well,
here.
let me ask you this, too. Staying with you here, Brandon. With the final 2 picks, unless there's another trade out of nowhere, which we don't see coming, San Francisco and Buffalo, do you think we end the night receiver?
So San Francisco, it's interesting because Brandon Ayuk, unless anything's changed during this broadcast, is still there.
Yes.
But it's...
But it's not looking great. You obviously do still have Deebo Samuel there. They could use more of a prototypical X kind of guy, especially if Ayuk is on his way out. And again, you got plenty of options. Adonai Mitchell is still sitting there, like we mentioned. Troy Franklin fits the size profile pretty well. And then I know Cole's brought him up a few times, but Keon Coleman could slide in there as well. You've got that luxury if you're the 49ers where your defense is pretty stout. There's not a lot of glaring needs, so you can kind of do what you want here. But especially if you're not confident in Ayuk being on this team when all is said and done, I think you got to go wide receiver.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the Buffalo Bills, I don't see how you don't do it. They're lucky that they've traded back and no other receivers have gone quite yet. But they desperately need somebody in that room, and they're going to get someone. They're lucky the Niners can't take 3 guys here, but the Buffalo Bills should get somebody solid. But if they don't take a receiver, I'm going to have a lot of questions about their decision making.
Brandon, besides the obvious answer of Patrick Mahomes, what is keeping the 49ers away from winning the Super Bowl?
Kyle Shanahan,
Think so?
honestly. And this is the biased Falcons fan in me that watched him completely blow a Super Bowl for us. But for whatever reason, and I can't even point to anything specific, but he just cannot win the big game. And what it came down to last time is they just got outplayed by Patrick Mahomes. There's really not much you can do about that there. From a game plan perspective, I don't think they did anything particularly wrong against Kansas City. They kind of had him on the ropes early in that game, but man, just something about his demeanor or the way he gets that team ready, they just seem to crumble when crunch time comes around. I don't get it.
I mean, they had a bizarre playoff run. They almost lost to Green Bay, which I think would have stunned everybody if that happened, but it almost happened. And then clearly Detroit had him on the ropes. And then when Detroit let him back in the game, the Niners took the lead, and the Niners were going to roll them and everything else.
That's
Detroit came back again.
That
and,
broke me, man.
yeah, and Dan Campbell rolled the dice,
Yeah.
and they couldn't do it. We're going to get to the Niners picks here in a second, but it was like they got to the playoffs and got just I can't really explain it. But their pick, okay, they are going receiver, not the guy I would have thought, but it's Ricky Pearsall, receiver out of Florida. Cole.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they were going to go wide receiver. Pearsall has been overvalued in this draft class, much like Roman Wilson. I know Brandon's high on Roman Wilson. He was my 19th overall wide receiver prospect. So, I mean, not to say that these guys aren't good, right? But I think they're being too overvalued at this point. I mean, when I pull this up, here's the thing. I mean, sure, he has a lot of versatility. I think he's got good hands. I mean, he's dangerous with the football in his hands after the catch. Again, he's another guy reverses jet sweeps. He's going to make an impact. But if I go to my wide receiver prospect rankings, he is my 23rd wide receiver in this class. Sure, he's a shifty slot receiver, and I know he can accelerate in a hurry. And for being a slot receiver, a smaller guy, he can climb the ladder. But ultimately, again, he doesn't have the overwhelming size, so he's not going to be effective on the outside. So I think it limits him to basically just being on the inside. I don't think his catch radius is massive. At times, I feel like he's more of a runner than he is just a receiver. So I think he can get better as a route runner. And I think it just depends upon the system that he lands in to actually be able to do anything. So I think my main opinion on him is that maybe because of that scheme there, it's the place that fits for him. But why would Debo and Pearsall be paired up? Because I think some of what they do is a little too redundant. But he's not going to directly replace Ayuk. Don't like the fit. And now we have a trade.
Wait a second
the
here.
The Bills move back. The Carolina Panthers have traded up from pick 33, the first pick of the second round, to the very end of the first round, which we talked about at the beginning of the show, was the most likely of those three to trade up.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. I mean, Brandon, you just said you don't know what you would do if they traded this pick or didn't take a receiver with it. My God, did they just show you? Unbelievable.
Well, I'm interested to see what this
I don't
trade.
think-
Well,
I don't
okay,
think
they
they have
did.
to
They
take
just
receiver.
swapped one spot.
Right. So
Yeah,
it looks
they'll
like.
pick first tomorrow, correct?
Yes,
So,
Okay.
but again, if Carolina takes a receiver here, you're just going to continue thinning things out, and maybe they weren't high on Ricky Pearsall, so they're not worried about who's still going to be sitting there, which I could imagine. Like, I didn't have Pearsall particularly high either.
And
He
you
was
wouldn't
my
need him because of Curtis Samuel anyway.
correct. Yeah, he's my 47th overall prospect, my 11th receiver. So a little bit higher than I was than you, but
A lot
still-
higher. Pearsall's outside of my top 100.
yeah, it's still plenty of guys that are going to be available for them. I'm interested to see what kind of compensation they really could have gotten.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to see who the Panthers wanted that fifth-year option on, because that's really the only reason you make the swap, right? I mean,
Kind of.
What's up?
So, where do you have Tez Walker falling to?
Yeah, Tez Walker was actually my 15th
Okay.
wide
So
receiver
so
prospect.
so you think second round territory or third round territory for him?
Second or third, I think he could go either way.
Okay.
Depends upon how the board falls. But
I have a similar
let
ranking
me
of
tell
him.
you
Yeah.
exactly where I had him overall. He was my 67th overall wide receiver.
67. I was about to
Overall
say, I'm like,
Excuse me, 67th overall prospect, 15th wide receiver.
that's a guy that I actually like to make an impact as a 2 or a 3 in the NFL. I know you have him low.
Yeah.
And I know his production at North Carolina wasn't super high. And I know Kent State, that last year he was at Kent, was very productive. I know it's like, oh, well, Kent State, he had a very good game against Georgia.
Yeah.
So I would like to see him fall in the second round. And we're talking about teams, oh, they're falling in the second round, they still need a wide receiver. Now, he's probably not going to go in the first pick of the second round. Could surprise us. But I'd say don't panic. There's a guy that I know that used to be in the MAC that was productive in the ACC when they allowed him to play.
Yeah.
So that's all I have
So-
to say.
so
I like him later on.
Because we're on this topic, let me just read the last line
Go ahead.
to you. He could be a very good receiver, but likely not a number one. Is
Yeah,
what
I
said
agree.
about Walker.
Yeah.
He's got a good catch radius. I don't necessarily know if he creates a whole lot of separation that I loved in college. Michael Wilson of the Arizona Cardinals and Alec Pierce of the Colts were my comparisons for him. Good hands, good catch radius.
Yeah.
But they don't create a ton of separation. So we'll see what he does.
Yeah.
But he's going to be a guy tomorrow.
And
you're
he
gonna
did
see.
his best work as a number 2 in college to Dante Cephas. When Cephas was on
Yeah.
the field, Walker did his best work. When the second or third cornerback is guarding him, he's able to expose that. Now again, better competition in the NFL. But if he's a third or a second guy, I'd like to see what he can do.
You know, let me throw something here interesting before they announce the final pick of the first round, Brandon. If they reach for somebody a little bit, because I think Pearsall just got reached for, and sometimes we see this at the end of the first round. Sure, I know Keon Coleman's out there and Adonai Mitchell, but I really think Xavier Legette is a guy who would fit well with the Carolina Panthers. I could see them, you know, jumping up here in this spot, just making sure end of day one that they get him. That would be something that would be interesting as well.
I wouldn't be super surprised. I heard some rumblings about Leggett having a first-round grade on certain teams' boards, and bonus for him, low moving costs.
Yes.
South Carolina to North Carolina.
Yes.
Well, Colt, we'll let you make the final pick of the night. Go right ahead.
Okay, as Roger Goodell's at the podium with the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette, wide receiver of South Carolina.
Well, I don't think it's much of a shock now that you guys spoke about him and what we know about this kid. Interesting. I mean, Bryce Young was going to need a threat, and he just got one.
Yeah, he did. He did. And here's the thing. I was very high on Legette. He was my 6th overall prospect. My player comparisons for him, A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf. I mean, he's a guy who's physical, strong. He can play like a bigger slot receiver, or he can be on the outside. We know that Bryce Young needs receiving weapons there in Carolina. He didn't have much to work with last year, but I like that strength, the size he has, the speed. He has good hands. Can really tightrope on the sideline and stay in bounds. I think ultimately he could become a very good receiver in Carolina. He's going to be their number 1 probably instantly there. Bryce Young, he's got a long ways to go, I think, as an NFL quarterback. But if you're trying to give him somebody that can help him succeed, this is exactly what they could have used last year, and they finally get it. And they didn't have to wait until tomorrow to make that selection.
6, 7. Okay, so the numbers are in. Tonight, guys, 6 quarterbacks off the board.
Yeah.
7 receivers off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Had a tight end. That's 14 right there at the top of my head. 0 running backs.
Yeah, you're not going to see running backs in this class. This class was a lot less valued on running backs. Last year, sure, you had Bijan Robinson and you had Jahmyr Gibbs. Aside from that, everybody else came later.
Who both
as well.
played well.
Yeah, they
too.
both played well,
Man,
but that was a
they
great
lived
running
up
back
to it,
class.
yeah.
There's still good players. I'm huge on Trey Benson in this class, but aside from that, again, it's just a down year for running backs.
Interesting draft this first round was in a lot
Yeah.
of different ways. You know, kind of cut from the norm at times. All 6 quarterbacks we talked about in the open all got drafted. Go figure.
You know what's interesting though, going into tomorrow with the Cleveland Browns. Really pretty much everybody that we know of that they hosted for a top 30 visit is still on the board at this point. So the Browns got to sit back and watch. Going into tomorrow, nothing really changes with their board. They're still just going to kind of be sitting there until they get probably to pick 44, which is 10 picks away from them, and then they're going to have an idea of really who's in striking range. So, quiet night for Cleveland, obviously, because we knew nothing was going to happen, but they got to sit back, they got to watch, and, that puts a wrap, I guess, on night one.
Look how quick that place clears out, too. That's amazing to me. Guys, we want to thank you again. If you want to sponsor night 2, it's not too late.
Yep.
Let me know. Brandon, I won't put anything past them. Send me your logo. We'll get you going. That's how good.
Oh, I'll get you in. I will 100% get you in
You
before
will
tomorrow.
find a way. Guys, we had so much fun again tonight. Want to thank everybody. Gonna go ahead and have our final thoughts in here in a second. But again, I want to plug tomorrow night's show real quick. We have a blast with it. It's a lot more laid back. We'll still announce every pick. You don't have to worry about that. Just a lot more conversation and a lot more fun. Not that tonight wasn't a blast, because again, I had to say it. These 3 guys do a tremendous job. I have the easiest job in the world. I really do. I have to order the pizza. That's about it. So, fun times. Brandon, I will let you take us home, and Tom and Cole and myself. But yeah, we'll let you start here.
Yeah, first things first, I want to thank you guys again. 5th year now doing the draft show, and this thing just keeps getting better and better. As usual, a ton of fun, especially when we get these drafts where there's a lot of quarterback movement going on, and a lot of guys at the top. It's always a blast, and even though the trades didn't come till later, thought there might be a little bit more chaos with that at the beginning. Still had plenty of surprises. I'm still through the moon, and once I'm got the headset off and can actually process the fact that Michael Penix is a Falcon, I'm going to be up for a little while thinking that one over. But again, couldn't do this obviously without you guys. Cole, just the amount of work that you put into this draft every year never ceases to amaze me. The amount of detail that you have going in on each one of these prospects is completely unmatched, and I would put you up against anybody from the Big Name Network or any other draft analysts out there, so always appreciate your work. Dom, your ability to be able to connect back as a player and give us some of that gritty detail that we would not have otherwise, as far as how various scheme fits are, where players are going to be the most successful. And then, of course, your MAC coverage this year, being able to get an inside look and building those relationships and everything is always awesome. And then Vince, the guy that started it all, literally could not do this without you. So, again, thank you again. Hosting an amazing job as always. Thank you for building up this company to where it is. Love working with you guys again. And I know you say the only thing you did was order that pizza tonight, but you did a really good job of that too. So, again, great night. Great night. Had a ton of fun. Look forward to this every single year. I'm excited to be back for night 2.
Yeah. And Brandon said a lot of nice things there, and obviously tomorrow I will definitely touch on that more at the end of night 2. Obviously, shout out to Brandon for all the work he's doing behind the scenes as well, making sure everything's going well with the stream and putting the highlights up and all those things are going behind the scenes. Brandon's still talking, he's evaluating, he's discussing what's going on with this draft, but again, he's doing all those things. So talk more about that tomorrow. Obviously, again, shout out to Vince. But the one guy who's not going to be back with us tomorrow because he's got to be at the fan, he's going to be working the board. So cutting some sound and things like that.
So I won't be on the board.
Yeah.
I will be in the back cutting audio.
Yeah.
I don't know if I cut audio for I don't know exactly what I'm doing, but I will be doing something. So
Yeah.
be doing that.
So we'll miss having Dom tomorrow. Of course, always a fun part of having him for these draft shows. But even though Dom won't be with us tomorrow, again, shout out to him here for being here for night 1. Another year doing the draft show with us, and all the work he's put in with the MAC. And obviously, I think all your MAC coverage has definitely helped for the draft show and what you've been able to bring to the table too. Talking about some of the guys who we're not seeing part of the Power 5 conferences as well. So happy to have Dom here. Again, going to miss him tomorrow. But Vince, myself, Brandon, we're going to be back for tomorrow. It's going to be a fun night 2. Browns finally going to be on the clock. Get to talk about those picks, and we'll recap a little bit from night 1 as well.
Yeah, no, I love doing this every year. Vince, I appreciate you 3 years ago when I randomly texted you, said, hey, need another guy on the draft show, and you said yes. Another thing you said yes to for some reason that year, so I appreciate you letting me sit on your favorite couch here in your basement. And Brandon does a lot for us, a lot of technical stuff we cannot do without him. So Brandon, thank you. And Brandon's helped me a lot with my podcast and teaching me how to do the simplest things on my computer. Because, you know, we make a joke how, like, on our broadcast for high school football that I'm like an old guy, like from the 70s. But I also run my computer like I'm 70. So there's that too. And you know, I'm not here unless for Cole, you know, introducing the company to me and wanting me to be alongside him on the high school football games, and it's been a pleasure doing that. And then being able to do this, it's been fun. Being able to, again, like I said, Vince saying, "Hey, yeah, go ahead and do that to these dumb ideas I have." Where I have a podcast once a week that I'm able to post in the YouTube channel. Able to do the MAC coverage. I mean, this year, a few places that we plan to revisit is Notre Dame and Penn State. Places I never thought I'd even step on the field of, and I have multiple times. Hopefully going to Pitt, a childhood dream of mine covering a game at Pitt. And we might even have someone at Ohio State, depending who we have. Another goal. Maybe hopefully this house, the big house as well.
Yeah.
So we put in a lot of work, and all this is because of you, Vince. And also we're looking for sponsors for all that as well. So I'm sure Vince will elaborate on that some other time. But again, I enjoy doing this every year, and it's just another great thing that we get to do here at Keon Sports.
Looking for sponsors is the hardest job in the world. One of the toughest in any kind of sports media. I don't care if you're working here, WKNR, or 92.3 The Fan. Those people who work on those sales teams, I guarantee they will echo that statement. It's very, very, very difficult. On that note, thank you to our sponsors. We currently have 32 heading into high school football season, which is just insane. We're very grateful for those. I mean, Don mentioned it. You know, last year over the last couple of years, we've been to the big house. We've covered games at Penn State. We've covered games just about everywhere. Some big locations. So that's our internship program. There's so many things that go on here at Keon Sports. Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, men and women, if you have any experience in sales, please let me know, as we would love a trained sales rep here. So I'll leave it at there. Vince.mckee@keonsports.com. Wanted to mention a few things before we sign off. Number one, you know, I mentioned it to Cole a couple of times. I'm just astonished by the fact that tonight, maybe not so much the 7 wide receivers, but the 6 quarterbacks in the first round, I don't think that has happened in years. So for 6 quarterbacks in the first round, I can't get over that. And I look at the helmets, and I think to myself, well, next year it could very easily happen again. And again, we're going to talk way more about this tomorrow. But I'm just going to close it out because I know it's been a long night for everybody. And throw this out there. Very easily next year we could talk about Tennessee, the Jets, Las Vegas, Seattle, the Rams, and Pittsburgh all in a position next year to have to pick a quarterback with their number 1 pick. Pittsburgh, there's no guarantee Fields or Russell Wilson are going to work out. I really like Justin Fields, but who knows. The Rams, this could be it for Stafford this year. Seattle is Geno Wilson had that brief, whatever you want to call it. I think he's been figured out. You know, Vegas, I couldn't even tell you who the quarterback is off the top of my head right now.
It's either Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew.
I mean, come on. So they're picking a quarterback next year more than likely. The
Who
Jets,
knows
I think this
even-
is
Probably this year.
yeah, I think this is Aaron Rodgers' swan
And
song.
who knows even the class that we'll have for next year.
Right, who knows? But Aaron Rodgers, I think this is his swan song this year, and Tennessee. So, again, guys, a lot to be talked about there. So, long story short, though, I joked around about the pizza, but I do want to close it out with this. Like, we literally couldn't do what we do without all 4 of us doing our parts and doing our parts very, very well. I don't really give myself a lot of pat on the backs, but it's tough, man. Sales is a freaking horrible job. So to have the sponsors that we do means everything. There's been a lot of sleepless nights when it comes to what's our budget going to be looking like, things like that. But I'll say it again. That might be the hardest job in the world. The easiest job is knowing that I have these 3 guys with me. No offense to Dom, but really our tail ends here. I know he's going to be our expert. I know he's going to be our expert on the board. And me and you just could be ourselves, right? Mm-hmm. And it takes a lot of pressure off. So we do appreciate that. Again, tomorrow night is going to be a lot of fun. We'll go much more into stuff tomorrow night. We want to thank you. It's been a long night. We want to send everybody to bed. Thanks again for watching. For Brandon Sorter, punter on the board, Cole McDaniel, Dom Cleary, Vince McKee. Hard to believe year 5 is already halfway over. We flipping love this. Thank you. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow night.